right, we have a long and very dynamic program ahead of us. So I propose that we start on time. My name is Natalia Popovich. I'm chairperson of Ukraine House in Denmark, and it's my great pleasure to welcome you all, dear friends, your excellencies, distinguished guests, to the third annual Decolonizing Mindsets for Security in Europe Forum. It's hosted by Ukraine House in Denmark in partnership with the Danish Foreign Policy Society and the Free Nations of Post-Russia Forum. I'm grateful to welcome you here in Copenhagen, in a country where right now there is a transition of government after the elections, but where under any circumstances, honest conversations about history, about responsibility, about solidarity and security are possible. Denmark gives us an important place to think deeply and bravely about the past that still shapes Europe's present. When we launched the forum 3 years ago, my premise was very simple. Europe cannot build lasting security without looking honestly at its inconvenient past. Every society has such past. We cannot change history, but we can decide whether we learn from it, or whether the same blind spots produce the same mistakes again. For Ukraine, decolonizing mindsets has always had a double meaning. First, it means understanding the role we and our history have played in the emergence of the Russian imperial project, and then what Russian and Soviet colonization, imperialization did to Ukrainians, to our language, to culture, to our elites, to institutions, to memory, and the sense of political possibilities. The trauma of both empires still affects Ukrainian society, but Ukraine's decolonization, decommunization, recovery of history, and insistence on our own subjectivity have always been major sources of our resilience. Second, unfortunately, it's not enough for Ukrainians to progress and to decolonize our own mindsets. We depend on others. And Europe also needs to decolonize its view not only of itself, but also of Russia. For too long, Russia has been seen as a nation state, which it has never truly been. It has been treated as a monolithic, indivisible, undefeatable empire, as if its imperial form were a permanent geopolitical fact rather than historical problem to be confronted. And this perception has obscured the realities of captive nations inside the Russian Federation, and systemic repression, forced Russification, economic extraction, and the criminalization of self-determination. So today, we have gathered powerful voices from Ukraine and from the captive nations of Russia, voices whose histories are too often erased, whose political aspirations are criminalized, and whose futures are still treated as a secondary to the imagined integrity of the Russian state. And that's why our today's conference is called Beyond Empire, Decolonizing Russia and Rethinking Responsibility. We will ask important questions: what responsibility means for Russian opposition movements, Western policymakers, European institutions, and expert civil society, and all of us who claim to care about freedom and security. We will ask whether supporting Russian civil society is enough if it does not include support for decolonization. We will ask what a post-imperial future could look like, not as a fantasy, but as a strategic necessity. And it will also ask what Europe must unlearn. Because decolonizing mindsets is not only about correcting language, it is about actually correcting policies, because wrong assessments of the past lead to wrong decisions in the present. And optics are not neutral. How we see Russia shapes how we respond to Russia. If we see Russia as an unavoidable empire, we'll try to accommodate it. If we see it as a misunderstood great power, we try to reassure it, which has been done with, in case of Ukrainians, 20 rounds of consecutive sanctions instead of one swift, catastrophic blow. And if we see it as a fragile state that must be destabilized, then we will, not be protecting its imperial continuity. So I want to really thank our partners, the Danish Foreign Policy Society and the Free Nations of Post-Russia Forum, my fellow moderators and colleagues for today, Charlotte Patterson, and I will pass the floor now to Oleg Magaletsky from the Free Nations of Post-Russia Forum, who will say the opening remarks. Unfortunately, Oleg wasn't able to join us in person, but his colleague Taras Byk from the Decolonization NGO will lead, instead of Oleg Magaletsky, the panel discussion, and will introduce the work of Decolonization NGO. And I want to thank really deeply all of our speakers who have come from different countries here to challenge and to inform us. I also want to just make a note that if this forum does its job, we probably will leave today not entirely comfortable, because some of the maybe deep-rooted understandings will be challenged, and we will probably leave, I hope, with sharper questions, with clearer language, and with more curiosity to learn, but also a stronger sense of responsibility. Europe's security will remain fragile as long as Russian imperialism is treated as permanent geopolitical fact, and that's something that we need to address. So let's move with honesty and courage, and I'd like to pass the floor to Oleg Magaletsky, who is joining us from Kyiv for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Natalia. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to see you. Unfortunately, sorry that I can't be here in Copenhagen with you. But nevertheless, all my colleagues from Free Nation Post-Russia Forum, from Ukrainian House in Denmark, and our friends from Captive Nation, I am for sure will open and discuss all main things. From my side, I wanted to say that topic of our discussion, the title of discussion about the decolonizing of mindset, is not something theoretical. We are speaking about very urgent things for Europe, because still Moscow have their colony, still Moscow exists like their colonial empire, the last one in Europe. Moscow will threat for all free nations in Europe. So it's not only about Ukraine, or not only about the Baltic states, it's about all Europe, in central part, in Arctic part, in western part also. So we should recognize Moscow as not only a threat, but as empire which are already in war against Europe, against Euro-Atlantic Union, and against the rules-based order. So even if we don't want to recognize that, Moscow is preparing. Moscow is preparing not only for long war in Ukraine, but for long war against Europe. And still Moscow could use people and resources from Tatarstan, Bashkortostan, Siberia, Komi, Ural, Tiva, Khakassia, Buryatia, Sakha, and other colonies. Still Moscow will be preparing for war and will making war. So when we are speaking about decolonizing, about their mindsets, we're not only speaking about the cognitive war and not only about the informational area. We're speaking about the main Moscow resources to making war, to continue war. And only if we will understand that Europe, United Europe, need post-Russia demilitarized zone, that we are need to have our United Europe Eastern security frontier, still Moscow will be, unfortunately, in some way winning this war, because only the numerous of independent states from the Karelia in the north and Ingria in the west part, till Ingushetia and Uralsk Kalmykia in the south, could prevent and make an impossible Moscow threat for Europe. So it means that we should try to build connection with captive nation, with colonial regions, to build better future, to build long-term peace and stability in Europe. And unfortunately, time is very we have less time, because a lot of reasons that Moscow and her allies, because you know that Russia have this dictatorship friendship with the People's Republic of China, with Iran, with North Korea. They are pretending for big war. So only one main point from my side, from all people who are try to change this mindset and to destroy this Moscow propaganda myths and narratives about one united Russia. It's that we should work together and we should make Moscovia small again. And it will be the main thing to have long-term peace and stability in Europe. Thank you, everyone, and wish you a good day. Bye.
Thank you, Oleg. I hope that we will see you in person next time. But I'm now passing the floor to Charlotte for welcome remarks, but also for the initiating our first panel discussion.
Yes, and great to see you all here. It's a very fascinating topic. It's a topic that I realized when I saw Ahmed Sakaev. It's something that I actually have been working on most of my life with Professor Helen Krag, and where we had a conference in St. Petersburg, which was at that time Leningrad. It was about what will happen when the Soviet Union, what will happen with national minorities, what will happen with the people of all the nations of the former Soviet Union when the empire breaks. And so we're not finished with that discussion. We started it, so it's really fascinating to be here, and I really hope that we will have a very frank and very strong discussion, because it's time, as Oleg said. So since the dissolution of the Soviet Union, the absence of a strategic concept for dealing with the relationship with Russia has been glaringly absent in Denmark and the EU in general. At that time it was just Europe. European countries have hoped for years that economic cooperation was a way forward, Wandel durch Handel, or Handel durch Wandel, maybe, yeah. This means that we did not understand really what was going on in Russia and how the imperial mindset was present both during Yeltsin and was nurtured during Putin. At the same time, we have been equally slow to recognize how big a threat Russia actually poses, and therefore we have not developed a comprehensive strategy that takes into account militarily, political, culturally, economic resilience. Perhaps it's, as Natalia said, there is uncertainty about how best to counter the country's changing and often unpredictable behavior. Or perhaps it's because it's too large, or maybe it's just easier not to engage. Maybe it's just wishful thinking. I remember how we laughed at the Russian Novi rich, with whom we suddenly met at the Mediterranean Sea, or who started inhabiting London, and we became encaptured, fascinated by all the money and wealth, not to say corrupted, especially after the financial crisis. But we need to start thinking strategic and realistic. Part of the problem is also we have not agreed on what the goal actually should be. Without a shared understanding of what we want to achieve, it will be difficult to formulate an effective strategy. We need to understand that core nature of this Russian imperial mindset and how it's also manifested in ourselves in order to formulate an effective strategy. For this, we need to listen to those who knows the best, the people who have been subjugated into being imperial subjects, or those who are resisting this subjugation. So with these words, I'm very happy to open this conference, and I'd like to invite Reinhard Klotzig, President of Pan-Europe Austria, who is one of the strongest advocates for European integration and security. He's played a key role in shaping Austria's energy policy, ensuring the country's participation in the EU's Green Deal, and championing renewable energy projects that have increased Austria's energy independence by 25%. Up to the floor. Yeah. And I'd like to invite Arūnas Degutis, member of the European Parliament, from 2004 to 2009, a very important figure in Lithuania's post-Soviet resurgence, who was a signatory act of the re-establishment of the state of Lithuania and played a key role in restoring Lithuanian sovereignty. And I'd like to invite Klaus Matthiesen, an expert on Russia and the post-Soviet space, with decades of experience analyzing political and military dynamics across the region. He has served as a defense attaché in Ukraine and has spent over 40 years working on Russian language, culture, and military affairs within the Danish Armed Forces. And lastly, Mykola Rabchuk, who's a Ukrainian public intellectual, journalist, political analyst, literary critic, and translator and writer. Up to the floor as well. And then we'll start the session as soon as we have the mics on. Should I bring this? Or? So the aim of this session is actually to explore the assumptions that Russia is permanent, indivisible empire, and I'd like to start with you, Reinhard. You're a strong advocate of European integration and security. So what has, you could say, what has formed your thinking around both the European solidarity and how has the role of first the Soviet Union and later Russia actually formed your thinking in terms of defense and security? Like Austria is not a NATO member, and so is that a necessity? And what has actually formed your thinking on these things?
Yeah, thank you for the invitation. Let me start with a small remark on the title, because it speaks about post-imperial reality. Russia has nothing to do with imperial. Imperial for me has something like dignity, like culture. Russia never had this kind of culture or dignity. It was always aggressive, expansive, and they had Potemkin, but this was just a facade. But coming back to your question, what made me an advocate for this decolonialization? Well, I had a great geopolitical teacher, and this gentleman was Otto von Habsburg. Some might have heard this name, as the family is connected with Austrian history for 600 and more years. And Otto von Habsburg was one of the politicians in the western part of Europe who was always speaking about the end of colonialization, and the last colonial empire we have is Russia. Even in the time of Soviet Union, he was speaking about that. So I learned from him that we have some job to do, and this Russia is an imperialistic, colonialistic power and will come to an end. It will happen, but we don't know when. The point is that Russia for us was always there. This was the education in, as far as I know from my education, but also from friends in other parts of Western Europe, it was always there. Whether it was the Tsar, or then the Soviet Union, or then the so-called Russian Federation. So-called Russian Federation, it had nothing to do with a federation. It's a centralistic state, the opposite of federation. Yeah, so even in the name it is a lie. But this empire, this imperialistic power was always there. We did not talk about people living there. I grew up with Winnetou and other books I read as a boy and then a young man. And so we knew more about the inhabitants of Northern America. And everybody knew about Apaches and Comanches and whatever they are there. But who knows about Cherkess or Chechens? Well, the Chechens are famous now. Not always in a good, with a good image. We talked about that in the morning at breakfast. But nobody wanted to see that there is something behind Moscow which has nothing to do with what we know as Russia. You mentioned Wandel durch Handel. That was the illusion that now we can deal with them as we can deal with other countries, with other nations, with other entities in the world. But the point was nobody wanted to realize that Putin was exactly doing what Lenin told us, that he will sell the, how do you call this thing? The rope on which he will hang us. And Putin did it with gas and oil. Very effective, and you could see the reactions when then, 2022, in February, Russia invaded Ukraine, the reactions of the Western part of Europe. We sent 5,000 helmets. And luckily, we don't have to do something because I'm from Austria and we are neutral, and so we are safe, and we will safe in the rest of the world. But, and I think this is the point for us as Pan-European Union, but also for other organizations in the West, we have to talk about scenarios, what will happen if this Russia falls apart. However it happens, and now I quote again Otto von Habsburg, I don't know when, but it will happen. And we have to be prepared for scenarios. The problem is that many people are scared of such scenarios because they are thinking in a scenario, Yugoslavia with nukes. Yeah. And why did we have a Yugoslavia scenario? We had a Yugoslavia scenario, but all the Western, especially the Western European countries, said Yugoslavia has to stay. We don't want to lose World War I 70 years later. But history is not stable. It's always developing. And we should learn from this Yugoslav scenario. So to have it not with nukes when Russia or the Moscovian empire, imperialistic colonial empire is decolonized.
Yeah, I recently heard from Carlo Marsala, the writer who wrote If Russia Wins, that actually Prigozhin, the mutiny of Prigozhin was, I thought that was something actually good because it showed the weakness of actually the Putin regime. But actually other like Western people within the defense and strategic thinking thought it's something bad because they thought that somebody worse than Putin could come to power. And you know, what is this thinking? Why do we think that something is Prigozhin actually worse than Putin? And you know, what is actually the behind this thinking that we don't understand that we need to let the forces come out, even though it's not within our control?
I don't remember his name, but it was a so-called Russian opposition politician, someone in the 90s, who once said in a conference, the West is always just interested in having good connections to the strong man in the Kremlin. And I think this is the answer to your question. Nobody cared about who is behind that, who could be a successor of Putin. The regime of Putin is older than the last political, what was it called, Politburo under Gorbachev. So who are the people behind him? And everybody's scared that something worse than Putin is coming, so let's support Putin. But that's a complete wrong approach. I mean, Putin has an end. We know it. Yeah, that's normal in life that it comes to an end. And I mean, thanks God, it's not only Mazar. There are also other people in the geopolitical community thinking about the future of Europe and the rest of the world who say that we have to be prepared and let's try to make contacts not only to opposition politicians from Russia, but also to the representatives of the captive nations, because we have experience from Europe what happens when a big state empire, however you call it, collapses. We have experience, so we could give them at least some examples what should not happen and how could we bring this part of the world into a peaceful future.
Thank you. I think we'll get back to you, and then I'll take the questions to Arūnas Degutis, who is member of the European Parliament and also important in establishing the Lithuanian independence. So you signed Lithuania's independence in 1990. At that moment, did the Soviet Union seem unbreakable to you? And what did actually the Baltic resistance and the fight for independence mean in the breakup of the Soviet Union?
Yeah, good morning. Again, thank you for inviting me. And I would like to start from being thankful for all Danish people who recognized us one of the first country when we established independence. You being the pioneer to supporting us, and I hope you will be pioneering in supporting every captive nations now and who have temporarily occupied us here today. I also would like to thank for Ukrainians who is fighting for us. And because of you, we are still here and we still can talk in person, alive. And that's nothing, I'm not exaggerating, is a pure truth. And I feel that appreciation all the time, and I force my people always to be thankful from the morning. Because if not Ukrainians, as I said, we wouldn't be here. And when the war starts in Ukraine, almost no one believed that Ukraine can resist. There was very few people who said that, well, maybe you're strong enough to do something. But then I think Ukraine is still fighting, and after some time, people started to say that maybe Russia can lose. And that was another story, and so every time changing, and new habits and new narratives starting to come up. And then even more surprisingly, that somebody is talking about that Russia itself could start to fall apart. And that's not new anymore for at least some people. And which reminds me, thank you for reminding me, when it was in 1990, it was for me one of the first, not one of the first, but very important meeting with President Bush at that time. Together with President Landsbergis, visited White House in 1990. We declared independence, but never been, no one recognized us. And so we went first, of course, approach one of the most important partner in the world, I mean, United States, which don't recognize our annexation. And we had a meeting with President Bush, like, I don't know, 30 minutes. And of course, they show respect for our courage, and they support this in general freedom, I mean, the struggle to live in another way. But behind that was another meeting, was Baker meets Shevardnadze. And this meeting continues almost 2 days. So it shows priority, who is the more important. The more important is to protect Soviet Union at that time. Protect for one of the main reasons, because Soviet Union has a nuke, it's a very big, unbeatable. We should be very cautious to deal with them. And that was the reality. And interesting that Bush, previously he was a director of CIA. And so that lack of information was going on in Europe, I mean in Soviet Union, it was amazing. And they never even didn't try to prepare for scenario B, what may happen if Soviet Union will collapse. And that reminds me even today. I mean, nobody's talking about today. What's going to happen if Russia will collapse? In the beginning, nobody believed it. No, it's not possible. And that because of Russia propaganda, they're always spreading two narratives, that Russia is too big to influence, there is like a geopolitical power, and another message that goes also that they're unpredictable, they're nervous, they don't care about people. That's partly true, they don't care about people at all. They don't care about own people, and what about us? Another problem is, which we're facing, that Russia, as we understand, Russia simply cannot stop developing. That's the biggest difference between the empire in the good way and the bad way. They always trying to go to take over other resources, other human resources, territories, because in their genes, genes in political, but politically, they cannot stop. They're simply looking for another opportunity because their mindset always to expand in this way. Instead of making something good, to invest in own country, own people, they're either stealing from somewhere else, providing us their own, pretending that it's originally Russian, and there are Russians, in Russian language, Russians it's not known. It's Ruski. It's a bit very strange. They have no identity. All identities are stolen. Ruski, Buryat, Ruski, Tatar, Ruski, Russian Bolsheviks, Russian communists. There is something Russians, but not Russian as an entity. because they actually taking other territories and assimilating other people. With the never-ending wars, the number of people extending, I mean, and growing up, where from? Because they're taking other people and making them Russians. They stealing their identity and making them Russians, and start to, after 3 generations, those people start to feel as they're Russians and start to behave as Russians. And as I said, they will move further, despite the fact that we don't want, because they simply can't stop. They should move. In particular, now when Putin is in the corner, there are a whole industry, it's related to the militarization. There are so power works, I mean, so many jobs involved, so many people making fortune because of that. And around 600,000 people now involved in the war. What's going to happen is they will stop. Where they go, those people? They cannot go home because they will be, I mean, with PTSD syndrome, nobody knows what's going to happen. And this big problem for us now. And the idea is that the question now is very simple. What going to do now? What is the worst? We have two only scenarios, bad or worse. Which is better to maintain Russia as it is, or to try to change a bit if it's possible, and there is less and less chance and understanding if it's possible, or let it to ruin, to split apart. And we don't know what's going to happen if they will ruin. But we know exactly what's going to happen if they will stay as it is. They will continue the war. So we should take a risk. Because we cannot go longer to this waiting for something because we're losing the time. The time is just because of Ukraine, we still have the time. So, and then I just want to read one small, was in 16th century one, was written in Latin language by a poet in Grand Duchy of Lithuania called Jonas Radvanas. When Moscow's people swept through the forest without roads, they came bringing fire and death into Lithuanian lands, were forced to face a brutal war against a ruthless force, one that does not believe in agreements, in truth or in law, but only in power and the bloodshed. So think of yourself. Do not hang over your homeland or your children to Moscow or to death. Stand up and defend Lithuania. So I want to say that we have to stand up and defend now Europe. So, Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Mr. Degutis. I was just thinking because, just as a follow-up question, the thing is that I really fear the most is also, that there will be an institutional collapse, even though maybe the institutions are aggressive and be an institutional collapse, there'll be a political collapse, but there's also the moral collapse of the whole Russian society, including the 20% who are not supporting Putin will be included in this. And I see this as a challenge that I even can't comprehend, because it's a challenge that goes from the Baltic Sea to the Pacific Sea and the others, and it's a challenge that encompasses enormous landmass. So I agree that the fact that we don't have any strategic thinking, that we try to avoid thinking about it because of the enormity of it, but do you have sort of any small ideas, somebody who knows better than from experience, from history? So how can we actually, especially face this moral challenge, that the fact that there's this moral collapse of the people? I know that the intellectuals in Moscow or the liberals are discussing, are we guilty? Are we not guilty? Could we have done anything? To what degree are we guilty of what's going on? But how do we actually face this? How do we, after the Second World War, we had a defeat in Germany, and there has been a process of reconciliation and recognition, and maybe so how do we actually help them recognize the gravity of what's being done?
I think we have to understand Russians that for their good is to change from the scratch. There is this partly called the semi-pregnancy method doesn't work. Either to take birth or not to take. So they have to understand that for their good, for their future, they should do something and to lose this, to forget this identity of imperialistic approach. First of all, and also from our side, of course, we don't want any war. So when we're talking about in our society, we have to show our resilience and to show the price for the possible aggressor. Of course, we cannot defeat Russia, but we can show the price if they will come to our land. So no one knows what's going to happen and what should be done, because in history I cannot imagine if somebody now can repeat what happened to Nazi Germany, with all the lines come together and beat them to their scratch. Because I don't believe in this. I believe there is something changes from inside. Because we are not ready to do something. We have to just to grow our military, but in order to deter and not allow them to come to our soil. But I believe only that everything may happen if we start to help some other people, like these captive nations, to stand up, to understand their identity, to train them, to support them, to show how Russia everything is steal from them, and to return. Because we did also, we protect, because we've been happy, because we have only 50 years of occupation. But no one knows what's going to happen. We'll have 200 years of occupation. I'm very cautious. I think it will be the same situation now as people who doesn't know they're Russians or they're Sakha representative. So this question is open, but I know that one way we have to take a risk. Because as it stays now, it's not like Putin, it's a system behind, it's an attitude of this imperialistic attitude. It doesn't matter, Putin or somebody else, is a changing rhetoric and changing approach, but everything stays the same as used to be already 600 years.
And another, just a clarification of one of the things that you, I think, also said. As far as I understand, when you say, the Ruski terminology is that it's the identity of the Russian nation, or what you call it, is actually a hollow identity. It's an identity that has only one identity, being an empire.
Yeah, but interesting, instead of looking for identity, they start to manipulate with these identities. They're trying to implement other tools in this information warfare, or to consolidate their own. Now they became like a Russian Christian, like a Russian Christian. Used to be Russian Bolshevik and Russian communist, now Russian. They just nothing else behind. They just still want to expand. They want to take over somebody else's belongings and trying to find something identity, but not to just stop and to do something good, but to make problem to others. So they have always enough power, resources just to be one of the best countries in the world. But just they did not. They chose another way to make us worse than them. To conquer, to destroy, to blackmail, and that's the way how they're competing to the world. I mean, it's anything, it's upside down.
Thank you. Now I'll turn to Klaus Mathisen. Do you see Russia as a strong nation state? Is Russia's war against Ukraine a sign of strength, or is it born out of weakness?
Oh yeah, that's a good question. But I think one of the most important things which we have to realize in the West, because we have many strange ideas about Russia, is that Russia is definitely not the Soviet Union when it comes to power and influence. That is one of the main misunderstandings, which I think also had led to the policy of trying to appease Russia, because Russia is very strong and it's very dangerous, and we can't conquer or we can beat Russia anyway. Russia, I would say, is maybe in general about 20% the power, has about 20% of the power of the Soviet Union system. Economically, militarily, politically, you can discuss how much Russia has today. But what I think Russia really has is a kind of strong tradition of imperial thinking. And what I also think is obvious is that Russia never really stopped thinking in that way. Because if you look at what happened in Russia, when we're speaking about decolonization, I think we're speaking about three different, let's say, levels, or at least three different levels of decolonization. We have the decolonization of the Soviet Empire, which started from 89 to 91, and which, in my eyes, still hasn't finished. It is still going on. And then you have the possible decolonization of the Russian Federation. That is definitely an interesting issue and a topic which we have to address. There are voices saying that we can only have a sustainable peace when decolonization of the Russian Federation has been fulfilled one way or another. And then we have the question of decolonization of Ukraine. I would just mention a few things related to the Russian imperial thinking. First of all, in the same moment as the Soviet Union fell apart, they established the CIS, the Commonwealth of Independent States, which was a kind of, let's say, the next best solution to things, to keep things together. But that was not the only thing that was established. Already in the first foreign policy documents, strategic documents of the new Russian Federation, it was stated that there was something called the nearer abroad. And the nearer abroad was more or less defined as all the former Soviet republics, maybe except the Baltic states, but anyway, it was a kind of way to express that Russia still thinks to have a sphere of at least influence and a sphere of interest too. And other things were going on. I think that one of the things which Putin took as something very important when he came to power at the beginning of 2000, that was that he remembered what Yevgeny Primakov had been saying when he was telling about how could Russia again become a respected great power, if not superpower, but then at least great power, by reintegrating the former Soviet Union. That was the recipe, and it still is the recipe, however you look at it. And when Putin came to power, he introduced different, let's say, tools of reintegration of the former Soviet space. He introduced the Union State, which was a very close cooperation with Belarus. And he introduced the Collective Security Treaty Organization as a military parallel to NATO, and he introduced the Eurasian Economic Union, which had to be a strong economic tool. And he then looked at all the former, the heads of the new independent states, former Soviet republics, hey guys, who would like to join these communities? And it became completely quiet. There were almost no one really wanted to rejoin a club where Russia was playing the leading role. I mean, Belarus said yes, Armenia said yes. In Central Asia, Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan agreed to join the economic cooperation, and Tajikistan, which was neighboring to Afghanistan, agreed to join the military cooperation, the Collective Security Treaty Organization. And this is where Ukraine comes in as something extremely important to Russia. To Russian, I think it was, to Russian imperial thinking. Because Ukraine had about 45 million inhabitants. It had a very well-educated population. It had a fairly good infrastructure, fairly good industry. And if Russia could succeed in drawing Ukraine into these setups, the collective security treaty organization and the Eurasian Economic Union, then these projects would have they would have what I would call critical mass, meaning then they would really be functioning and maybe even become attractive to more countries. And what happened in 2013 and 14 was that Ukraine showed that that was not what Ukraine really wanted to do. I have met many Danes, and I also think there are quite many Danes here today, and I think one of the questions which is often asked by Danes is, but why did the Ukrainians just simply accept the cooperation with Russia? I mean, they had very many things in common. They had history more or less in common due to Nikolai Karamzin, who simply stole the history of Ukraine, writing about Russian history at the beginning of the 19th century. Well, they have also a lot of things in common. Language is almost the same, isn't it? Well, they are also very similar culture, and they behave more or less the same. They have also religion in common. Why don't they just join them? Is it really that difficult? I just mentioned a few things which I think are important to understand why it wasn't that obvious to Ukraine to do that.
Yeah, and then you could say, why didn't we join Germany?
Yeah, more or less. Yeah, exactly. I'll just mention them quickly because we should also have time for questions and answers. But some obvious things, and I'm probably forgetting things. But then please forgive me. The general disdain of everything related to Ukrainian culture, identity, language, history. Nationalistic rhetoric since the 90s. I mean, people like Zhirinovsky, like Lushkov, Yuri Lushkov, who traveled to Crimea and told that Ukraine is absolutely not a real state, and it's been repeated today, and so on. And the interference during the Orange Revolution 2004 to 5, which was obvious to people, that Russia did almost everything possible to prevent Yushchenko from becoming the president. In the end, he succeeded. Then we have the 2007 Munich speech, the famous speech by Putin, where it became also obvious that Russia really will not accept just simply being Russia. Russia wants to be much more. The 2008 war against Georgia, obvious thing. The 2008 to 12 Medvedev-Putin arrangement, when they just simply switched chairs, and it became obvious to everyone that democracy doesn't exist and will probably never exist in Russia. The brutal handling of the protest after the parliamentary elections in Russia in 2010, 2011, the support to Viktor Yanukovych in 2010 and the Fleet for Gas deal, the return, and this is an important thing, the return of Putin for a third term. It became obvious to every Ukrainian, maybe not to all in the Western countries, because they were, well, if that's the way the Russians want it, let them have it. I think many Ukrainians were thinking more or less the same thing, but they added to this, but we will not let that happen here. More and more pressure for reintegration. Then we had the 2013-14 so-called revolution of dignity. And there are many reasons it's called a revolution of dignity, because people wouldn't, many Ukrainians, not all Ukrainians, but many Ukrainians wouldn't be drawn back into that cultural sphere where corruption and is everywhere, and no respect for the individual, the human rights, the citizens' rights, and so on. Then you have the obvious invasion of Crimea and Donbass in 2014, and the 2021 famous essay. Oh, here it goes again. I think Putin is after me. Yeah, no problem. Well,
Big brother.
where he wrote this famous essay on the historical unity of Russians and Ukrainians. then I think every Ukrainian almost was fed up with Russian BS, honestly speaking. So I think that these are some of the things which we maybe we are beginning to understand as Danes, that this is what has been motivating the Ukrainians to something which is really incredible. I know there are voices in Denmark say, NATO will fight in Ukraine until the last Ukrainian. These are simply people who doesn't understand that the Ukrainians are mainly fighting for their own sake. They're also fighting for Europe, that's true. Why? Because Europe is their ideal. Maybe a little naive sometimes, but anyway, that's the direction they wanted to move. Not to move back in the direction of Ruski Mir, as it is called, where we all know what is the norms of that. So that was a few words about that.
Thank you, Klaus. I just want to give you the question back because, still, we're two Danes here. Why haven't we understood it, really? Not even some of the normal people that we meet, but actually, politically speaking, why haven't we, in the political circles of understood, actually, what it is that we are facing? I could just, while you were speaking, I was just thinking about Chechnya in the beginning during Yeltsin. Yeah, I was in Georgia in 1992, where Georgia was the subject of a blockade from Russian side because they didn't want to join the CIS, the Commonwealth of Independent States. So there was like nothing in the shops or anything, and it was only when Shevardnadze, who became president again, who actually had to renegotiate the relationship, that they were unblocked. But it's just to say that the imperialistic thinking has been there all along from the very first day. So why don't we understand that? I want an answer from you.
I'll try to give an answer. I have been dealing I have been a diplomat and dealing a little bit, let's say, with the political level. I can say for sure that there was a certain view saying that it is possible that Russia and Ukraine in the future will become members of maybe NATO, maybe of EU. But if we try to separate them, letting Ukraine come in closer maybe to EU and NATO than Russia, then we'll have a war. And you can say that's true, because that is what is happening. So there was this reluctance to seeing an individual approach for Ukraine. I mean, back in '96, as I recall, NATO made the so-called strategic partnership with Russia. And the Ukrainians had been developing quite good contacts with NATO for 4 years or so, while the Russians were still rather not interested, but anyway, NATO wanted to make these contacts. And then it was, and Ukrainians were knocking on the door asking, how can it happen that Russia suddenly gets a strategic partnership and we are still not having anything special? And they started thinking in Brussels, how should we solve? And then it was introduced this, what's it called, the specific partnership or something like that, which was a way to please Ukraine, give them something. There was, for a very, very long time, I can't even say exactly when that stopped, but I would say somewhere around 2013-14, when Crimea was annexed. For some, I think, politicians, this was the moment when it became clear, no, we cannot have Russia and Ukraine together. We have to look at that separately for the first time. But it was also for some politicians the moment when they said, oh, let's not go any further, because that could be dangerous for Europe.
And I think I'd also like to pose that same question to Mr. Klocek. So why has it taken so long? The evidence has been clear actually from the very first day, from when the war in Chechnya, the first war in Chechnya started. Also the slow withdrawal from the Baltic states of the Russian military. There's the blocking of Georgia when they didn't want to become member of the CIA. Why have we been so slow to understand actually this imperial nature and the way we deal with it as Europe, as politicians in Europe, or in strategizing about it?
I hope mine, yeah, it's still working. I would say we did not want to realize it. We were living in the illusion of eternal peace after 1989, 1991. So now Wandel durch Handel again, which started before, but now we could go into normal relations and peaceful thinking. We had the UN Charter, no aggression against other countries. So now the ideology of expansive communism is gone, and so we live in peace for the rest of our lives and the grandchildren and grandchildren. And because of this thinking, we did not realize or could not realize that the thinking in Moscow is completely different. This did not change in the, I don't know how many centuries back, and will not change in the future as long as it does not happen what happened with Nazi Germany in 45 when it was defeated. Only when it was defeated, it could develop a new culture. And I think that's also a message for what's now going on between Russia and against Ukraine. Only if Russia is defeated, there is a chance to change the mentality in this state.
But I also know that Austria has had very many relations with Russia. Not only politically, but also in trade and all kinds of things.
They were honest to us.
Yeah.
Sorry to say that, yeah. They were honest to us. The Soviet Union was honest to us. They left Austria. Of course, they have stolen everything what they could get. Before they left Austria, then we started economic relations with oil and gas, and they never betrayed us in that time. They betrayed the rest of the world, but not the Austrians. And this is in the mind of people. We made very good business with them. That was okay. That's why people did not think about it and think back. Almost all chancellors in the past 26 years have been on Russian payrolls because it was normal to make business with them.
It's kind of Orban-style business.
Yeah, Orban was worse, I would say. But yeah, this was the strategic corruption, and we believed in that. We fall into that trap.
And how did you personally? Did you try to counter this, or what was the sort of internal political discussion on this kind of relationship with Russia?
It was almost impossible to counter that way of dealing with Russia. I quoted Otto von Habsburg, who was one of the first who wrote articles, "Take care, Putin is a danger for the rest of the world." So Otto von Habsburg was almost 90 at that time, so everybody said, okay, now he's old and, yeah. 10 years later, in the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, there was a big advertisement. I don't know how many intellectuals who paid to say Putin is a danger. Yeah, nobody wanted to realize it. It was almost impossible to talk about the danger coming from Moscow. And if you tried to do, then you were a cold warrior and a revanchist and all the bad things, yeah.
And final question. So what is now the sort of the political mood in Russia, in Austria regarding Russia?
Well, this would be a long question because it depends on whom you're talking to. I mean, we have the Friends of Russia, the Putin's fifth columns, which is a little strange for me because it's the so-called new far-right parties, but same the old boys connection from the communist time is still working and very effective in the background. They are not seen in public. And then you have parties who are clearly pro-Ukraine, like the Greens and the Liberals, and in the both big parties, Social Democrats and People's Party, you have both traditions, because there are these old, especially in the Social Democrats, Moscow is like Rome for the Catholics, like the Vatican. Moscow was for the socialist empire, and the People's Party. There were many people who made business with Russia. So you have strong relations to Russia still there. It's going to be better because, I mean, yeah, you realize if you read the paper daily what happens in the world and what happens with Russia. But still the old thinking of, okay, it's just Putin, and then somebody else will come, and then we can go back to the business as usual as it was. I mean, that's not my approach, but this is what we still have in politics in Austria.
Thank you. So it's important that we keep an eye in terms of...
yes, talk about it. Inform people. Yeah. Don't stop talking, otherwise the others will win.
Okay, thank you. And
I just want to add that the Russians usually, I mean, not Russians, but FSB, they're using two methods. They're blackmailing and bribing. So, and then usually normal living people, they don't want to accept bad news and something which is unpleasant. And then they're reinforcing those attitudes by blackmailing, I mean, always telling bad things, and people feel threatening. And that's one of the biggest success of them, and particularly this period of time when money makes everything, I mean, talks everything. It's very easy to approach many people, journalists and politicians, business people, and that's the way how they, and supporting by this information warfare. They're very strong in information warfare, in manipulation. So it's very difficult. So we have to conquer, also providing the same resources to conquer in this information sphere.
Thank you. Now we turn to the last guest here, Michaela Repchuk. You have written extensively about identity and post-colonial dynamics. Should we understand Russia primarily as a state or as an empire, or that never fully disappeared? What is your opinion about the Russian entity as such, Russia as the Russian Federation as such?
I believe it's a topic for the entire book or many volumes, but I try to get the essence of this problem, and I conclude ultimately that main problem, actually Russian problem, is the way how Russian identity was constructed. And all other problems are just, stems from this main problem. Because it was built upon historical myth, upon appropriation of all this legacy, mythical legacy of Rus, of this 1,000-year empire, which actually fiction, because it's empire which emerged in the early 18th century. The name Russia appeared in the early 18th century. But they created this fiction of continuity between Moscow and Kiev. And this, created very strange situation when the very existence of Ukraine undermines Russian imperial identity. So it's a body, it's alien body, independent Ukraine, which should be either assimilated or destroyed. And this mythology, because it became a core of Russian identity, it does not allow to create modern national identity. They still live in this Middle Ages, in this pre-modern, pre-national identity, imperial. So we may conclude that Ukraine is a key to new Europe and to new Russia, possibly. I don't know, but that should be kind of a shock, because usually people do not want to reconsider, to revise their identity. It's very painful, very painstaking process. So it should result from some kind of shock. And this shock, of course, can be a kind of defeat in the war. Of course, complete loss, not just Ukraine, but any chances to take over Ukraine. They should forget about it, recognize it's impossible. Because as long as they have this illusion, they would still have these convulsions and still new attempts. So it's very serious problem, because you mentioned here about importance of Ukraine for Russian Empire, for Russia, because of geopolitics, because of military reasons, because of demography, because of natural resources and industry and so on. Yes, but all these factors, they obscure the main problem, identity. That's the core. And I believe that this is what Brzezinski meant when he declared this famous dictum that with Ukraine, Russia can be empire, without Ukraine, cannot, because it loses because without Ukraine it loses the essence of imperial identity. It simply collapses. And this actually, I understand why for them this war is existential war. For us, we know, because it's a matter of genocide, matter of extinction of Ukraine. But for them, it's also existential war. Not for Russian nation, because it does not exist yet. But for Russian empire, it's existential war.
Thank you so much. I think that's a very important clarification. But then I just want to go back to the peace talks, or so-called peace talks that are being carried out. It seems as if the peace talks are all about territory. So, if it's about identity, should that be the topic of a peace talk?
Peace talks is a great illusion. It's another part of Putin's special operation. There are no peace talks. There is smoke screen, which main goal of this smoke screen is just to detract attention and to win more time to advance, because they still hope to advance, and to appease American government, to prevent further sanctions, kind of punishment and so on. This is just this is a play. This is absolutely theater. But they quite successfully do it, and generally I argue that Russian main power, you mentioned here blackmail and bribery. I would say also bluff. There are three B. Bluff is also great achievement of Russia. And their main power is power of narrative. They are very skillful in producing narratives, and to disperse them, to distribute, to implement in people's minds, and to exploit this, this narrative. Starting from this historical mythology, because it laid ground for build up. As long as they have this myth about 1,000-year-old Russia, about brotherhood of three nations, and so on, of course, it's easy to produce all other narratives, because people are very, very perceptible to this. It's very, so I feel that we have to fight, first of all, to fight these narratives. They are very dangerous, very toxic, because all historical myths can be dangerous. But in the Russian case, they are not revised, because all the nations have some sort of invented traditions, myths. You can go to Romania and find out she-wolves with Romul and Rem in every town, because they are heirs of ancient Rome. But they don't have this ambition to rebuild ancient Rome with a center in Romania, to take all these possessions of ancient Rome, to gather Roman lands, luckily. Because Russia is unique in this regard, because there is no revision, no questioning of imperial legacy. All empires are ugly. All empires produce this imperial truth, so to say, imperial knowledge. But in France, in the United Kingdom, in America, there is a very powerful movement, a very powerful intellectual movement which questions these myths, criticizes these myths, revisions them. Nothing like this happens in Russia. That's the main problem. And this is our goal to question this mythology, to undermine it. Because as long as it's thriving, as long as we hear all these stories about, commonality or Ukrainians, Russians, Ukrainians did not know Russians, or Muscovites actually, they don't know Russians, Muscovites until the 18th century. They couldn't understand each other. Languages were quite different. Even religion was quite different, not to mention that Ukraine was multi-confessional and still is multi-confessional, not on paper, but in reality it's multi-confessional state. But even Ukrainian Orthodoxy was absolutely different because Ukrainian Orthodox Church was part of civil society. It was not etatized. It had to develop in the Catholic state. So it was rather like Protestant church, because they had to withstand pressure of Catholic state, Polish state. In Russia, it was not a church; it was state institution. So all the similarities are false. There are no real similarities. Political culture is absolutely different because Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was a noble republic with elected king. It was not perfect, but it was a country where there existed idea of limitation of power, which never existed in Moscovia. That power is a European idea, starting from Magna Carta, that power can be and should be limited. It never existed in Moscow, it never existed in Ottoman Empire, in Chinese Empire, and so on. So there are a lot of differences, and we have to go to the root causes of Russian imperialism. And I believe they are quite deep in history, and they lay in this appropriation of this equation of Rus and Russia. It's very, very tricky theological game. But by this very simple trick, identifying Rus and Russia, they mystify the entire world.
I think there is a sort of there's also a specific ideology today that is, I call it Putinism, but it's of course because he's here. But to what degree is also the Russian people victim of this? Are they captured? Are they like there's of course the people who are not who are from Karelia or others, but the Russian sort of Muscovites people, are they also captives of this ideology?
Basically, I don't buy these stories about nice peoples and bad government. Usually, people have the government they deserve, and government is part of these people. It doesn't come from nowhere. Of course, people are different. I believe that there are some, maybe 10 or 20% quite normal Russians. I know some of them, but generally, it's like in Nazi Germany. There were some people quite normal, but we can only regret these people are very, very unfortunate to live in such a country. I feel that people usually are deceived because they want to be deceived. You mentioned Austrian politicians. Yes, because of course they wanted to believe in eternal peace. They wanted to believe in the end of history. They want to live a comfortable life. They wanted to make business as usual. So of course they found a lot of ways to reject uncomfortable, unpleasant information. I remember wonderful declassified documents from British archive. Now they are declassified, and report from 1933. British Foreign Office reports to the government, literally, yes, we know about famine conditions in Ukraine, in southern Russia, similar to that which appeared in newspapers. But we don't want to make this information public because Soviet government would resent and our relations would deteriorate. Literally, I quoted it, by heart. This is a typical behavior of Western governments. It's typical behavior of all human beings. They don't want troubles, and they prefer the comfortable truth. They want to deceive themselves. And Moscow propaganda provides this comfortable truth. It's very skillful. So I'm again coming back to these narratives, fantastic narratives. They are masters of that.
Thank you. I think we have 5 more minutes. 15 more minutes, but I think I would also like to give the audience a possibility for asking questions to our fantastic guests here.
Sorry, I forgot one term.
Okay.
These narratives in our regions, they have very good name. Chutzpah. Chutzpah.
Huspa.
Yeah. This is what Lavrov is doing, Putin is doing, Zakharov. Yeah, perfect.
So maybe while you're thinking about questions, I just have an additional question for you. To what degree is the sort of the thinking in the security services? You said this is another special military operation, and I see that how somehow they're better at special military operations, hybrid warfare, than they are actually at kinetic wars. Is that the same? And what is the role of, you could say, the security services way of creating these special intelligence operations or military operations in the power of Russia today?
Well, I believe that after collapse of the Soviet Union, security services, KGB primarily, remains the only unbroken organization. You know, when all institutions collapsed, the network of these old boys remained, and it's like Terminator, re-established again, because all these connections were alive and well. They knew each other. They knew how to do business in this new environment. They did it successfully. So by the end of 1990s, they brought this colonel to power, who was nobody. But in order to bring this guy to power, they had to blow a couple of buildings because they needed this hysteria, anti-Chechen hysteria. And again, we come back to this reluctance of Western media and politicians to believe in these stories. There were plenty of information about these blowings of buildings in Moscow and elsewhere. There are a lot of evidence that it was staged by security services. Nobody wanted to believe. Well, we cannot imagine. Mr. Putin, president of Russia, and Russian government staged this, destruction of their own citizens. People don't want to believe very, very simple things, even if we have facts. So I believe, of course, security services played a role, and they are dominant in this country. They rule the country, basically. It's a kind of mafia state. These people are very, very efficient in a way. But everything is special operations, not only kinetic war. It's part of special operations. But Russian church is special operation. Russian culture is special operations. There was wonderful quotation from director of Hermitage, who said literally that every our exhibition abroad is our part of our special operation. He was proud. He was proud.
Active measure.
No, he said a special operation. He uses. Если хотите, это наша специальная операция. Well, even though Hermitage is not Russian institution, it's basically a collection of foreign art, of European art. But nonetheless, but because it's shown abroad, it's Russian flag. It's Russian show window, Russian pride. They know how to instrumentalize everything. Church, religion, culture, sport. It's another issue. So we would have a long day talk.
Thank you so much. Yes, Mr. Sakaev.
Thank you very much for everybody who have been here and participated in this very important conference. I have one question, please, for everybody. What do you think during the First Chechen War, 1992-1994, when Russia started full aggression against Chechen independent country, did Western world mistake when they ignored this Chechen tragedy? If they did mistake, what should be done now to fix that? Thank you.
Who wants to start? Okay, I can start. It's no problem. Only a few days ago, we had this third anniversary of the assassination of Djokhar Dudayev, your first president. And then Rosa invited me to say something in the demonstrations she organized, and I said, we made the mistake that we did not realize what he did. He is a hero for us, not only for the Chechens, but for us, because he declared independence and started to decolonize Russia. But what the Western world did was exactly the wrong thing. They said this is an internal dispute in the Russian Federation. It has nothing to do with us. And when you ask me what is the lecture we learned from that, I would say not make the same mistake again. So start accepting that this Russia is not the entity we see it, the unity we see. It's a colonial empire, and we have to deal with the captured nations there, whether it's the Chechens or the English or the Tuvas, or you can quote more of them than I could.
Yeah, I think it's the mistakes we already started a long time ago, still continuing. We're losing information warfare. When they start to put mark on you as a terrorist, nobody tried to ignore it. Nobody tried to conquer or to compete. It was very easy. It makes you negative for Western community. And it's still continuing now because same situation in Israel, by the way. They lost this information warfare for decades, and they ignored it. And now they accepted that it was the biggest mistake. What I want to say that war is already happening now, never stopped. Information warfare, war is the most important. When they will steal our hearts and our brains and our, the soul, there is nothing else to protect. So we have to be cautious every day because budget which is indirectly involved in information warfare, budget of Russian Federation is around $4.5 billion a year, including the supporting the Russian Mir, Ruski Mir infrastructure, Sputnik, RT, maybe some bribing. This is troll factories. And we're losing and losing and losing. I try to convince our community in Lithuania, our establishment, that be cautious because we're losing every day. We have very big, strong, not very strong, but still very influential RPC, Ruskaya Pravoslavnaya Cerkev, Moscow Patriarchat. They're perfectly working. They have a lot of money. They have a lot of good network. They now start approaching Ukrainians who came to Lithuania for shelter, as a shelter, right? They start already talking with Ukrainian language to attract them to come to Russian products instead of that fact that we have Constantinople representation. And we're losing every day because there is no money allocated, because all money allocated in Lithuania, like 5.38% of GDP, which we're very proud about, it directed only to this war related to aggression. When we're preparing for the war, we start only when the war is started itself. For preparation, which is like a hybrid war, information war, no money allocated, even in Lithuania. I don't want to say about a Western community in Germany or in Denmark. Nobody puts any attention. It's very important. So if we lose this war again, we'll lose the rest. So we have to put most effort now, not just preparing for the war. The war exists already. It never stops.
Yeah. Yes. I read an article recently just about the question which you were asking, and I must say that the recommendations of that article, and it was based on the work in OSCE, which has been dealing with this, and it was that we have to try to keep promoting democracy and especially decentralization inside the Russian Federation. I mean, it's a federation, I think, officially of 83 regions. They think themselves they are 89, but that's a different story. Principally, it's a federation, and each of the regions has principally the rights to, let's say, cooperate, share information with everyone they would like to. The problem is probably right now that the political party, Единая Россия, United Russia, is so well established in almost every region that it might be difficult to come closer to the leaders or the politicians in the different regions because they might not dare or they might not even want to. And, so it's not as easy as it sounds. It is, I must say that it is one of the most surprising things that I have been witnessing, what has happened in Chechnya, that after having 2 wars fighting the Russians, suddenly they are seemingly loving Russia. How did that happen? I mean, Kadyrov, who was installed and is still installed one way or another, that's to me that's a very, very strange story. And I've met many Russians who are honestly saying, we are not in control of North Caucasus anymore. It's more or less out of our hands. So how to do it is very difficult, but I think these are the possibilities we have right now. I would like to say just a few words about the peace talks, because it was also, you mentioned the Ruski Mir and the Orthodox Church. It is definitely not only a question of territorial demands, because there are several other demands. Among them are reintroducing the Russian language as a second state language in Ukraine, and give all the rights back to the Russian Orthodox Church under the Moscow Patriarchate. And that would really, I would think, be a step back for Ukraine to let the Russian Moscow Patriarchate take control over large parts of Ukraine where they've been. It's one of the more interesting historically, because as you all remember, Peter the Great, he destroyed the Patriarchate and made a synod, which was a kind of minister of church affairs. During the revolution between February and October 1917, the church managed to re-establish the Patriarchate. And the next strange thing is that the communists, who were very much against religion, they never dissolved the organization. And that means that after 91, the Russian Orthodox Church still had all its old organizational units all over the former Russian Empire. That's incredible, yeah. And that is really strange. And they have used it very effectively until the moment when they got this. And just about the peace talks, I completely agree with you that it's an illusion. There were, as I see them, when you look from now to 2026 and 2025, that they were driven mainly by hastiness. They had to make a fast solution. Amateurism. None of the Americans who were taking part in these talks were really experienced in anything else but real estate, and a huge amount of American self-interest. That was obvious when it became clear that it was, in the end, all about money. So, of course, it didn't result in anything. The question is now, who should then take over the initiative? I think it's time for the EU or Europe to take over the initiative and try to push the Americans out of this process. The problem probably is that I'm not sure that Russia really would like that. But let's see how it will continue. But it's interesting to see, because right now there's a lack of initiative in making some kind of solution.
Thank you. Is there, just one more comment, yeah.
I'm sorry, I have to say that, yeah. I'm sorry. When we're talking about Chechnya now, this time, Chechen Republic under Russian occupation. And you said just about government. Every peoples deserve their governments. Chechen government now, it's occupation regime, and it's not Chechen people's will. And other thing, what happened now with Chechens? Chechen Republic and Chechen people under Russian occupation about 35 years. And last resistance, Chechen resistance, have been killed 2021. 2021. All this time we have been alone with Russians' aggression and Russian terror against Chechen people, and therefore it's not correct when we equalized situation now and what's going on. We see what's going on in Ukraine. All world help to Ukraine. And I am in Ukraine now, and I know how difficult to Chechen, to Ukrainian peoples to stay against Russian aggression. And therefore, yes, you will see, we have three etaps of our history against Russian occupation. First, after Caucasian War, we re-established our country 17 years. After 1991, when collapsed USSR, we established our country, and we'll see, we will establish our country. Chechnya will be free. Chechnya will have their own government, which they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. We still have time for a few more questions. Yeah, there's a question over there. If you state your name.
Thank you. My name is William. I work for an organization called ActionAid, Mellemfolkelig Samvirke in Denmark. Mr. Deguti, sorry, you were mentioning something with Israel. I didn't really get the point, but it did make me think about, we as an organization work a lot with young people and movements and civil society in Ukraine, but also with Palestinians. And one of the challenges that I see a little bit in our work is when we work with civil society and young people in Ukraine, they very often tell me that they are very sympathetic to the Palestinian people and the obvious injustices they see there. But they are also very afraid to speak it loudly. And they do voice that it is kind of a bit dangerous for them to even talk about that. And in my opinion, that sounds problematic. And I think we need to be able to talk about these things. And I would love to hear your take on, isn't it problematic if Ukrainian people are not standing also on the side of people in Palestine who are, and the injustices against them from the Israeli government, not the Israeli people? Thank you.
Would you care to answer this?
Yeah, I understand. We have, my daughter follows your opinion, and we have always everyday discussion about, one daughter, not actually, I have two daughters. So. And every day we're talking about things. And so in PSYOPs, based everything on emotions. And when you start to get the first emotions, some people don't need anymore to conclude. The cognitive start to help, to support and to reinforce first emotions, which is already established. And I don't want to judge neither state or wherever the leadership is now. For us, which I'm usually trying to show us a good example of Israelis, is this attitude for resilience in general as a country, because having such a big number of adversaries, I mean opposite or enemies, and to maintain still democracy. Probably the only democracy in the region is a big victory. And I visited several times, and I have some friends because our history, the Jewish people, is very close to. We have very bad period of time. Our people participated in killing around 200,000 of Jews, and I feel a little bit bad about it. I'm very thankful that my family didn't participate in any regard, but being a Lithuanian, I feel sorry about that my people participate in some of that. It's part of my wound and pain. And somebody, and even Jews said, why you take care about that? So it's over already. Yeah, so if I'm proud that we won some victory in 14th century, I have to be sorry what happens 100 years ago or something. So, and it's a very difficult question for me, but I always show as an example of resilience of, and can you imagine, even during the war, they've been before the war started now, they've been number 5 the happiest people as a nation in the world by poll. Now they dropped to 9th can you imagine they still in this situation, they feel still somehow resilient and how to say, strong enough. And for me, I don't know what happened, but for me it's a big example what to, at least my nation to follow, to build up resilience, to be together. And that's why we want to implement and introduce mandatory military service, not just to be prepared for the war, but to build up community, which is now individualized, fragmented, and very, very weak. And the only way how to combine together is to have this military service minimum 2 years, where everybody feels the value of being together in a community, either a company or it's a platoon, whatever. So it's, I'm sure that I'm not answering your question, of course, but but I don't want to interfere also in this question, in this very, very painful.
Yeah, I think it's a relevant question, but it's not the topic of the conference.
Yeah, of course.
So I think we'll return to some of the topics, and there's a question from the audience here.
Yes, I will shortly answer for the question, because as Ukrainian parliamentarian, I don't heard that somebody in Ukraine don't have possibility to stay with Palestinians. We democracy, we still have different position. It's possible, and we have open Facebook groups. So if you have facts, give me please these facts, because it sounds like estimation, not a fact. Ukraine recognized Palestine even earlier than Denmark. Even earlier than our country, because we have this history. We was in Soviet Union, we were semi-independent, but we recognize Palestine's statehood much more earlier. As a member of Parliamentarian Assembly of OSCE, I was in a panel with Palestinian activists and openly state that we need justice around the world, without borders. But when we began discussion whom we can help more, it's begun politicians, because we must help everyone. And when Russian try to divide us whom better help, it's Russia propaganda. So we must be joined and fight for rights, human rights around the world. So if you have facts, please give me. And I have last one question for all. What we can do to explain dangers of Russia, empire state minding, for maybe it will be not parliamentarian term, but lazy Western communities. Because I feel comfortable when I visit Denmark, Sweden, Canada, and yes, it's easy not to see Ukraine, not to see Palestine when you live in a peaceful. But I was in Denmark last time, then drones was near the airports, and I feel these feelings of dangerously. Does only Russia can push Westerns things about dangerous, or we can be more oldest, more maybe solid, and began to prepare to next war, because next war never happened when we prepared for that. Thanks.
Yep.
Yeah, before the...
Thank you for mentioning in your in the beginning. My name is Johannes Andersen, by the way. In the beginning, you mentioned the need for us also to decolonize in some way. It goes both ways. And I think Denmark has been very good in resisting both Russian and German pressure in upholding the decision to what do you call it, to let the Nord Stream 2 pipeline operate. Yeah, Denmark was able to stall that decision for about a year or something, which turned out to be a crucial year in some years ago. Yeah, but we're not able to stop. Was it Danish the newspaper Politiken, I think yesterday, mentioned 270 something huge tanker ships with Russian oil sailing through our straits and not even attempting stopping them. I know about the history, about the Øresundstold and the international waters in Denmark and so on and so forth, but there has also been exemptions. So maybe we also need to decolonize in Denmark and start to build on our own experience of strength, as we did with the stalling of the Nord Stream 2, and actually try to stop the Russian ships financing the war. What do you say about that colonization perspective? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't know exactly who should answer on the Danish side, but we'll start by the question that was posed on the how can we actually become less lazy in our mindsets? How can we get rid of the lazy thinking and understand the urgency of what is it actually that we are facing in terms of Russia and the way that Russia acts, and if we take it from this, from you, Mr. Clutchett, and then this way around, and then we'll try to, I'll try to consider the shadow fleet problem meanwhile, or maybe Klaus can also give an answer to this. Yeah.
I try to make it short. The first thing is we have to realize that peace and freedom is not there. It's not God-given. We have to fight for it. We have to revitalize it, and any generation has to do that, otherwise we are going to lose it. That's the first point, and a short comment on your question. Yes, I agree with you. Whether it has to do with decolonization or not, but we have to do something against this shadow fleet. I mean, we are strong enough. Why do we allow them to cross the seas? This is not only some money that's flowing back to Russia to finance the war, but these ships are also a big danger for our environment. And if we don't accept the financing as an argument, we should at least accept the environment as an argument.
Totally agree.
Yeah, I think those people who still don't know what to do, they should visit Ukraine more often. And then they will come back totally different. And some of them will become a leader of supporting different initiatives. We have a small initiative, netting those nets which covers the camouflage. And we're trying to invite people to come and to spend some few hours just to make the extra net for Ukrainians, and trying to involve everybody and to see how people are coming free of charge. I mean, they're supporting, and when they start to see the threat, and they start to understand that we have to be together to combining our efforts. You cannot do something about ourselves alone. But we have a lot of Ukrainians in Lithuania, and they are probably the best teachers what to do and how to prepare ourselves, just to help them first and then to see what else we can do. Of course, now we're feeding Russian military machine by continuing good life, spending good money for comfort. We don't want to increase prices for everything. We were nervous about the oil prices, about other prices, about the tension, but the biggest mistake would be to avoid realities, which is, as I said, is existing already. And we're talking to people, and we're trying to encourage them, to convince them to, as you said, there is nothing for free, particularly to new generation, which has no idea how much was spent and how much was deserve for this situation now, to still living in peaceful life. And therefore, I always thankful again for Ukrainians, which we are still continuing in good shape.
Thank you. And Klaus, what do you
Yes, first of all, I would like to say that there are really things going on in Denmark, and things are changing. But you also have to be aware that, just to mention one thing, we have had peace in Denmark for 75 years. So it's very difficult to change people's mind, to make them think differently, to make them think of war even as a possibility. It's not that easy as it sounds. And I think you also all have noted that the political discussions in Denmark, first of all, there's a very strong feeling for supporting Ukraine and the war in Ukraine. But there's also people in Denmark who are saying that we have a government who is governing by fear. It's a very popular view in some circles, at least, to say. And they are mentioning the coronavirus crisis. No, there was nothing at all. It was just bluff, and they just wanted to earn money on the vaccines and all that stuff. We have people we have a government who just simply try to make us feel that things are dangerous to stay in power. And it sounds silly in my eyes, especially looking at what is really going on in the world. But that is still a tendency. But we have really raised the funding of the armed forces on one side, and we are also now having a much more conscription. We have conscription for men and for women, and we are prolonging it for 11 months and so on. So we are really now trying to, let's say, see the realities. But you also have to respect, at least, that realities are seen differently. They are. Sometimes it depends from your point of view where you are. And for example, we have been discussing the imperial thinking in Russia right now. I don't really think that anyone of us can say exactly what is the amount of imperial thinking in Russia. I think we can all agree, yes, it is there. It would be silly to say it isn't there, because it is. But to which extent, how far is Russia willing to go to realize its imperial, let's say, ambitions and so on and so forth? But one thing is for sure. If we can prevent Russia from getting in control of Ukraine, even Russians like Alexander Dugin have been saying that then Russia will never become an empire. And I think we should listen to that. Whatever we think are the intentions or the possibilities, make Ukraine safe, make Ukraine make its own decisions, its democracy, and so on. And then Russia will probably never become an imperial threat to the rest of the world or the rest of Europe.
Thank you. And did you have any...
And the oil thing, I forgot about that because I didn't really know what to say about that. Well, I have a feeling that you are right, that there are countries like Sweden which are more active in this respect. I think that the Danish government is fearing the reciprocity. Because Sweden is not as large a, what do we call it? Maritime nation as Denmark is. We have some 10% of the total amount of maritime transportation around the world. And I think it's fear of reciprocity that is keeping the Danes a little bit on a cautious position regarding this. That's my best guess.
I will just take a small derogation as my role as moderator, just to tell you a small story. Like the other week, there was the discussions in the EU Council on whether Ukraine should get full or special membership of EU. And I was asked on television 2 to comment this. And before I came on, there was our current or preliminary Prime Minister, Mette Frederiksen, and she said, of course it'll be difficult, there are things, but we in general, we actually support a strong EU membership for Ukraine. And then I was on and I said, I think that if we don't give Ukraine a full membership, we have already learned that the Russians will use it as a way to undermine Ukrainian statehood and other possibilities. So we shouldn't leave a small door open for Russian hybrid movements, and we should give them full membership. And yeah, so well, you know, this was on television. It was maybe a bit more than I normally would say in that sense, but 2 minutes after, I got an email from a man, Robert, somebody, and he said, you know, now it's the housewives who are running Danish foreign policy. So it was both me and the Prime Minister. So there's this, it's a way to silence people. You get these emails. It takes place all the time. It's very much, you know, if you're I don't know if you have these kind of emails, Klaus, but it's often that when you're a female, you get these kind of emails in order to silence you in the public debate, and you have this kind of derogation. And I think it's important to acknowledge that even in our democracies, there is this kind of undermining. I don't know whether who this man Robert was, and I didn't feel threatened. I just felt that it was, you know, it's a weak point of view. But anyway, it's I think it does make you consider when you speak on the press, do I want to say exactly this or not? Another, in relation to the shadow fleet, I think it is actually, as you say, also from the point of view of our environment. It makes me so worried when I see these, you know, I follow them on Ship Tracker, and I can see these old ships going through our small straits, and it should be a possibility to say, this is too dangerous from an environmental point of view. Not even from also the war point of view, but at least from an environmental point of view. I totally agree with you. So, lastly, back to my role as moderator. You have the final word.
Well, thank you. I believe that we can provide a long list of what is to be done, all these necessary measures. But first of all, of course, we should be strong, both Ukraine and Europe and Western democracies, because it's something that does matter, something that Russia takes into account. Strong in all possible terms, and including also ability to counter and to stop Russian propaganda. Because in some countries, for example, a colleague told me that in Mexico, for example, Mexico City, Russia Today runs in metro all day long, you know, non-stop. You know, they have this. We should not support these false claims about freedom of speech, because it has nothing to do with freedom of speech. You know, it's a hybrid war. And I don't think that Russian propagandists should have more freedom of speech abroad than they permit freedom of speech in their country. It should be more or less at the same level. If they allow freedom of speech in Russia, of course, we can give them freedom of speech here, but not vice versa. Secondly, I believe that, of course, we have to revise all curricula. University, school, universities more or less, it gets better. I must say that now we don't have this bizarre textbooks like Rezanovsky or Verdatsky, which write about Kiev and Russia as some other nonsenses. It disappeared from academic writing, but still, you know, school books are still, you know, there. They still reproduce all this, you know, imperial knowledge full scale. And of course, it should be criticized, it should be purged, I believe. Because, you know, the generations of Western politicians, journalists grew up with these textbooks. They believe about Kiev and Russia and all this stuff. And therefore we have this Witkoffs and Trumps and, no, they don't read any books, but nonetheless, they have advisors who read these books and cannot stop them. And I believe that we should not rely much on counter-propaganda, because usually our counteraction should be probably more performative than informative. People usually reject information because information comes in passive way and is often perceived skeptically. Performative influence is much stronger, which comes from via cinema, via theater, books, and because in this case, you know, people are engaged in the narrative. They have to live together. Yeah. So different methods should be practiced. But first of all, I'd like to emphasize once again strength. We need strength.
Thank you so much, Mr. Klochet, Mr. De Gutzes, Mathisen, and Repchuk.
Thank you all, and thank you, Charlotte. I think actually just to finish on this almost joke that you shared at the end, maybe the Robert who wrote to you is a brother or a friend of this CEO of Rheinmetall in Germany, who thought that, you know, the drones are made by Ukrainian housewives, and now in Ukraine we say that every Ukrainian housewife can be the CEO of Rheinmetall. So there is a reciprocity in that. Thank you so much for this brilliant discussion, and I hope that you all leave it with some concrete action items. We will be back in about 30 minutes, so let's do 12:45. You can already feel the aroma of Smørrebrød and good coffee, so please take a break and then let's be back, because we're going to be discussing justice with President Zakayev and other speakers on the panel, talk about Russia's accountability. So thank you very much again. So I'm really honored to have another distinguished panel. We started with a very strong panel and Charlotte's brilliant moderation in the first part of the forum, and we're going to continue talking more about what does responsibility for some of the already mentioned crimes and behaviors and patterns of Russian imperial thinking bring us from the past, but also what responsibility and justice may look like. And let me start by introducing the panelists of this discussion. So we will begin with Juraj Mesik, who is an influential global challenges analyst and civil society activist. In 2018, he led the groundbreaking EU research project on countering hybrid warfare, resulting in creation of a multinational defense task force that has been adopted by NATO to counter cyber attacks and foreign disinformation. And also his report on economic resilience in the face of authoritarianism directly influenced EU sanctions on countries that are undermining democratic institutions, prompting targeted asset freezes against corrupt officials in Hungary and Poland.
I'm afraid that you now introduce someone else.
Oh, okay, all right. So Juraj, from the Slovak Foreign Policy Association, that is correct, and also from the very much closely aligned with the work of the decolonization organizations in Ukraine. It is a great honor to welcome Prime Minister of Chechen Republic of Ichkeria, Ahmed Zakayev. Thank you for being with us today. I hope that you will share with us what it means to, on a daily basis for years and years, to counter Russian imperial narratives and behaviors, and share with us your vision of justice and the future for the Chechen. With us also Žygimantas Paviljonis, Lithuanian politician, member of Sejm, and the head of the interim group for liaison with the captive nations of Russia. I hope that's all correct. And also you've been a former Lithuanian diplomat, so you have also good connections with Denmark and Danish role in the success of Lithuania in the EU. And Christian Axbo Nielsen, Associate Professor of History, Human Security at Aarhus University, who worked as an analyst in International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia and International Criminal Court. So I hope that your work on major cases, including the trial of Radovan Karadzic, can be very informative for what we're going to be discussing today. And also you as consultant for different other special tribunals for Lebanon and Ministries of Justice of Canada and Germany, what will be some learnings for us in the process of thinking what justice may look like for the crimes that Russia continues to impose on Ukraine, but previously, as we know, on Chechen people and on so many others. And we're going to have two online interventions. One will be from Sasha Romansova. She's Executive Director of the Center for Civil Liberties, an organization that is led by Alexandra Matvichuk, who just visited us recently in Copenhagen in February. And Sasha, of course, together with Alexandra and others, are working on, right now, continuing to document Russia's war crimes against Ukrainians. They won the Nobel Peace Prize for this, and they are rethinking and conceptualizing and working for initiatives such as a tribunal for Putin. And then we'll have a video message from Yulia Kirpa. She is the member of the board of the Register for War Damages, an organization based in The Hague that is already now, as the war continues to rage, is already constructing what the future of justice may look like and reparations in the process of the war for the war crimes. So let's start with you, Yurai, with you. You're the only one who has the presentation. So the floor is yours to talk to us about the concept of responsibility when we think of Russia's actions in Arctic, as I understand.
Thank you very much. Denmark, being a member of Arctic Council, is Arctic country, as is Russia. And from the perspective of Russia's future and Russia's eventual disintegration, the greatness of Russia was mentioned in the previous panel as one thing that paralyzes Western academicians and policymakers in thinking about Russia. But it also is the source of this pathological Russian feeling of greatness. They are great because they have great territory. So it's from this perspective, it's very, I think, very important to speak about Arctic region. Now we here in Denmark have also this specific reason on this cartoon. I think that the orange guy is right when he's thinking about various islands, but there are much better islands than Greenland to think about when it comes to the future. Now, the Moscovia was not always Arctic country. They became Arctic country only after invasion to Nizhny Novgorod and basically genocide of the population of Nizhny Novgorod in 16th century. As you know, Nizhny Novgorod was the city of Hanseatic League, easternmost outpost of the Western civilization in that region, and then gradually they expanded. But there were and now some basic demography and geography of the Russian Arctics. There is around half of the territory of Russia is north of 60th parallel. That means north of Helsinki. Half of the territory. But it is extremely sparsely populated territory. And it is a territory which was originally inhabited by dozens of various nations. Those nations eventually became minorities in their own home. This is the ethnic map, original ethnic map of northern Eurasia. two-thirds actually, two-thirds of Russia's area are considered Arctic region, and only 8% of population live there. But of those 8%, majority are now non-original people, people who were brought there, many of them Russian, but not only ethnic Russians, but they are perceived as Russians now, many of those. Systemic Russification of those territories went through the gulags and rapid urbanization aimed at extraction of mineral resources. Here are some examples. So in 1926, in Komi, Republic Komi, lived 92% of native people, Komi people. They are now 22%, and Russians grew from 7% to 70%. In Karelia, similar in Chukotka, Sakha, you see the Magadan Oblast, which is a large piece of territory in the Russian Far East, had in 1926 6,000 people lived there. And then the Gulag expanded to the territory. Hundreds of thousands of laborers, prisoners were brought there, and the population grew to 385,000. So inevitably, the local population became a tiny minority. Now, Danes may know, but do you know how big part of Greenland's population are Danes, ethnic Danes, and how big part of Greenland's population are native Greenlanders? 88% are native. 88% are native. Yeah, so it's a very different approach. Rapid and systematic Russification of those territories is simply
and
a
kind
reality.
of settler colonialism, which was the approach.
Yeah. Now, in the recent times, after the fall of communism, these territories, which were violently populated, are now rapidly depopulating. And here you see that, for instance, population of Murmansk Oblast dropped from 2010 to 2021, so in 11 years, by 16%. In Komi Republic, which I mentioned, by 18%. In Chukotka, 8%, Magadan, 15%. These are dropped within 10 years. Again, in case of Denmark, it would mean like a drop of population from current 6 million to less than 5 million in 10 years. It's a demographic disaster which is happening there. And it is a result of the economic development, obviously. The people are out-migrating from those territories. They were pushed there through the governmental policies, Stalinistic and later, and now they are retreating from those territories, so they are becoming even emptier than they were in the long time. Now, Arctics is, from the responsibility point, the one perspective is responsibility, cultural responsibility for survival of those around 40 different small ethnic groups which are being rapidly Russified and are disappearing. But it is also a springboard of Russian militarism. And on this map we see the various military installations in Russia. And they go all around the Arctic coast. This is something what you can easily find on the Google Maps. This is a port in Severodvinsk, and these are two Typhoon-class submarines, each with 20 silos for ballistic missiles. This is Russian Arctic, symbol of Russian Arctic. This is the purpose of Russia controlling Arctic, is to use it as a threat to the West. Another dimension of responsibility is what is going on there from environmental perspective. Basically, those territories are being misused as a large garbage fills. This is from a book, the pictures are from a book written by one Czechoslovak traveler who traveled there few years ago in various parts of Russian Arctic, and this is what he seen at many places. It is environmentally devastated region. So, if I want to sum it up, huge Arctic territories of current Russia were systematically Russified at expense of the native populations, and those native populations are now under threat of their extinction. Their cultures, languages are disappearing. It is a host of military bases, including nuclear facilities, which are threat to the whole northern hemisphere. They provide the Arctic regions mineral resources that enable Russian militarization, finance it. The fragile ecosystems are being devastated without any concern for the local nature, and the Arctic ecosystems are very vulnerable, that we know. And it feeds Russian megalomania, which is a part of their identity, and is one of the fundamentals of Russian militarism. So, to finish Russia, with Russia as a major global threat to civilization, Russian Empire must be deprived of Arctic territories. It is historical responsibility. Yeah, and two more pictures. Well, how we can do it? We can learn from the history. There was decolonization of Ottoman Empire and of German Empire, which happened after the First World War, when the colonies of these empires were given to the League of Nations as a mandate territories. I think legally we could follow after the Russia's defeat and disintegration this approach. And the very last two things. This is the map which those who follow the work of the Free Nations of Post-Russia Forum know. This is the, I would say, aspirational map. This is how the people from various regions of the Russia imagine the future of post-Russia territory. And you see that there are many new states envisioned with some are smaller, some are large. This is aspirational. How it will work, nobody knows, of course. And this is another map. This comes from my book about the collapse of Russian Empire. Oops. And this map plays with this idea from the League of Nations and basically attributes these vast northern territories as a mandate territories to care of European Union and United States, assuming Americans choose that the Greenland is not the best idea, but there are some other opportunities. For instance, if we don't want to have Americans in this, don't want to have a China on the other side of a Bering Strait, named after Vitus Bering, a famous Danish explorer, then it's probably better to be proactive in that territory. Now, just to give you some idea about the population, this light blue territory, which I call American Arctic territory, has a population of 270,000 people. 270,000 people. 210,000 live in one city, Norilsk. The rest is empty. It's an empty territory. This territory, which is Chukotka, Kamchatka, Magadan, has something like 450,000 people. Very, very tiny populations. That means that those territories do not have a real human potential for independent statehood. They only can exist as a part of something larger. And the option now is, currently it's Moscow. The option for future, is it going to be China? And then the Arctic Ocean will be North China Sea. Or will the Western democracies take initiative and they take them under the control after the court? I'm not suggesting the military operations, yeah? But once the vacuum emerges, we should be able to step in. And thank you very much for your attention. Make Moscovia small again and give peace and Arctic a chance.
Well, while you're hearing the applause in the audience, as you were describing how fragile the ethnicities now are in Moscow, how destroyed they've been, Russified, elites persecuted, and some of these maps to a lot of people may seem, from like the work of more of a science fiction. Is Ukraine's, to what extent all of this potentially depends on Ukraine winning, not losing, because the scenarios, regarding the Ottoman Empire, the German Empire, it was after the defeat, right? Yep. Which made it possible. And if we're not discussing the defeat, because everybody is even afraid to think what happens when Ukraine wins, then all of this becomes even more sort of a fiction. How much of this depends on Ukraine actually having a decisive victory?
I give you a dual answer. One thing is my assessment of the situation is, current situation is, Russia already lost the war. Ukraine did not win yet. Because the measure of Ukraine's victory will be the disintegration of Russia. Only that can guarantee continual existence of Ukraine. So Russia lost the war, Ukraine did not win yet. It will win only when Russia disintegrates. This scenario is, of course, the short-term, the fastest way to disintegration of Russia is, of course, military defeat. And we are on the way to that point. We don't know how much time will it require to get to that point. The way to military victory of Ukraine is not necessary, or not only the victories on the battlefield. Those are very important, obviously. But the economic destruction of Russian economy is the key to the final end of Russian Empire, because this empire holds together only, it's glued by three powers. It's revenues from extraction and exports of oil and natural gas, mineral. Those enable both military, all those people killing Ukrainians are mercenaries. These are hired killers. These are not soldiers defending their country. These are hired people killing Ukrainian people. The revenues from the oil and gas also enable strategic corruption, which we touched upon in the previous panel, and which is, of course, a very serious problem for democratic Europe. And the defeat also will definitely undermine the Russian belief that they are, almighty, powerful, and all this mental
megalomania, in a sense.
Delusions. I would use medical term, delusions in which they live.
Okay, I propose that we come back to this. How do we fight then, even among the great nations, like the good nations, like Danish, still, we've just discussed in the previous panel, even about the shadow fleet passing through the Danish straits, and there is a little bit of a hesitance because of the maybe reciprocity. So there are some things that are still withholding the fact that Russia has not been disarmed and has not been defunded in the last 4 years. I have another hat as a steering committee member for Business for Ukraine Coalition.
position, so I know how hard it is actually to defend that. But I just want to proceed to Prime Minister Zakayev, because you're someone who's been fighting Russian imperial power since the 1990s, and it feels like now, almost 30 years, like over 30 years later, some people still misunderstand the nature of what Russian imperial threat is and how twisted it is. So maybe you could give us your take. What do you think the West still misunderstands, even after not only your nation suffered so greatly, but also Ukrainians have been experienced this war already for the last 12 years?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Before I start speaking about this topic, our conference, I would like to say a few words about Denmark. I love this country, I love these people, and I have I have bad and very good experience been in Denmark. In 2002, I've been put in prison by Russian request, accusing labeled as a terrorist. After that, in a few weeks, I was released, and Danish people and Danish government, they did everything to help Chechens. At that time, it was very support for Chechnya, which we have fighting against Russian aggression. And that time, Danish judge and Danish government released me and said it was a political motivated prosecution. It was very support. And thank you again. Thank you very much, people for Denmark. Thank you. And of course, also, I would like to thank the organizers of this event for inviting me, even this very important panel. The topic of our discussion is formulated with utmost precision beyond anti-war, responsibility, and de-imperialization. And this wording contains the essential point. It is not enough to simply be against the war. It is not enough to be condemned individual crimes. It is not enough to speak about peace if the source of the war is not addressed. Because the war that Russia is waging against Ukraine is not an accident and not a mistake, not a deviation from the norm. It is a logical continuation of the imperial nature of the Russian state. This is why today we must speak not only about ending the war, but also about political, historical, and moral responsibility, about decolonization, about de-imperialization, about the need to reconsider the very approach to Russia, not as a natural and indivisible state, but as a space built on conquest, violence, and the suppression of the other peoples. For the Chechen people, this is not theory. It is our historical experience. We know all too well what Russian imperialism is. We know how it arrives under the slogans of order, law, fighting terrorism, and protesting the state. But behind these words, there is always the same reality, depriving people of their right to speak their language, to live within their own political tradition, to determine their own future, and ultimately simply to be themselves. Chechnya experienced this long before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And that is why, from the very beginning, we said, if the empire is not stopped in Chechnya, it will move further. If the world agrees to treat colonial violence as an internal matter of Russian Federation, that violence will inevitably extend beyond its formal borders. And that is exactly what happened now in Ukraine. Today, Ukraine is paying not enormous price. Ukraine is paying an enormous price not only for its freedom, but also for the strategic mistake of the West, which for too long perceived Russia as an inevitably historical constant. For too long, Russia was studied as a great culture, a complex civilization, a necessary partner, a difficult but important neighbor. And for
And far too really was it's viewed as an empire, as a state whose existence in its current form is based on the subjugation of non-Russian peoples, the erasure of their memory, the appropriation of their territories, the exploitation of their resources, and the mobilization of their sons for criminal wars. And here, I want to be especially clear, the anti-war position in itself does not yet mean a break with the empire. One can oppose a particular war and still remain captive to imperial thinking. One can say we are against Putin while continuing to believe that after Putin, Russia should remain the same centralized, indivisible, and dominate over subjected peoples. One can oppose the bombing of Kyiv and Kharkov, yet not recognize the right to Chechen, Tatarstan, Bashkortostan, the peoples of the North Caucasus, and other subjected peoples to political agency. One can call one's democratic opposition while fearing even the world decolonization. But in that case, this is not a democratic alternative to empire. It is an attempt to save the empire in a more acceptable form. Today, Europe must understand a simple truth. The problem is not limited to Putin. Putin is not an exception. He is a product of Russian imperial matrix. And if that matrix is preserved, new forms of aggression will inevitably emerge again under different names, under different slogans, perhaps even more liberal and palatable to the outside world. Therefore, the question of responsibility today concerns not only Russia elites, it also concerns international political thinking. Europe must stop fearing the collapse of the empire more than it fears its crimes. For many years, Western policy was based on the false assumption that preserving Russia within its current borders was a condition for stability. But reality has shown the opposite. The source of instability is not the collapse of empire. The source of instability is the preservation of empire. Stability is impossible where millions of people are deprived of voice, where entire nations are reduced to ethnographic appendages of a center, where federalism exists only on paper, where any aspiration of freedom is labeled extremism, where the memory of colonial violence is silenced, and the empire continues to present itself as a bearer of a civilizing mission. That is why the de-imperialization of Russia is not radical fantasy. It is a necessary condition for long-term security in Europe. What does it mean in particular terms? First and foremost, it means recognize the agency of subjugated peoples, not in a symbolic or folklore sense, but in a political one. It means that world must begin to listen not only to representatives of the so-called Russian opposition, but also to voices of those people who have historically been objects of Russian colonial rule. It means supporting not just anti-war initiatives, but the imperial movements, thus forces that are ready to say honestly, Russia must renounce its imperial legacy, acknowledge colonial crimes, renounce imperial legacy, acknowledge colonial crimes, abandon the practice of forcibly holding peoples, and open the path to genuine self-determination. It also requires intellectual honesty. One cannot seriously speak about a new architecture of European security while maintaining on an old colonial lens. One cannot support the freedom of Ukraine while ignoring the freedom of Chechnya or other subjugated peoples. One cannot fight the consequences of empire while being afraid to call the empire by its name. For us Chechens, the question of responsibility is not abstract. We have paid for it with tens of thousands of lives, destroyed cities, and generations raised amid war, exile, and repression. But precisely for that reason, we have the right to say what perhaps not everyone is yet ready to say aloud. The world after this war cannot build on a return to the old illusion of a normal Russia. There is no way back. What is needed in new thinking, a new political ethics, a new map of responsibility which shows us you're right. And on that map, everyone must be named: aggressor, accomplices, silent beneficiaries, and those who for too long preserved convenient formulas overthrew. But there must also be those who resisted Ukraine, the Chechen people, other objected peoples, all those who, despite the cost, continue to affirm that freedom is not an accessory to geopolitics, but a fundamental principle of international order. Today, Ukraine, it is defending not only itself, it is dismantling the many myths of the invisible empire. It is restoring political reality to Europe. It is forcing us to rethink the language with which we describe security responsibility and the future of the continent. And that is why the conversation about the decolonization of Russia is not about the past. It is about the future of Europe. If Europe wants peace, it must stop thinking the terms of imperial convenience. If Europe wants security, it must support not the restoration of a good Russia, but the dismantling of the imperial structure. If Europe wants such justice, it must recognize the rights of subjected peoples to the subjects of history, not objects for other decisions. I am convinced that true peace is possible only when empire ends. The security is possible only when the right of peoples to freedom is recognized, and true responsibility begins with the rejection of self-determination. I am deeply convinced that the economic interests of certain countries or political interests of certain politicians should not be more important than the right of people's self-determination. Chechnya, like Ukraine, knows the price of these words. And that is why we speak today not from theory, but from experience, not from abstraction, but from memory, not from political fashion, but from historical necessity. Empire must not be reformed. It must be overcome, not cosmetically corrected by dismantled as a system. This is the condition for peace. This is the condition for justice. This is the condition for ensuring that the tragedy experienced by Chechnya, Ingushetia, Sakartvelo, Ukraine is not repeated again with other peoples and other names. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you. Thank you for your powerful speech and also appealing to history. We in Ukraine often repeat the words of Johar Dudayev. I think they give a lot of strength to the armed forces of Ukraine, because he was one of those who said that when the sun rises over Ukraine, this is when Russia will choke and eventually, will be served a defeat. But personally, in whom or in what do you place most trust and believe that justice is possible? In the first panel, we touched upon the limits of international law and institutions, the sometimes intellectual laziness or just hesitation that comes from the comfort of many countries in Europe living in many years in peace and not being able to truly understand this in the same terms as we understand it, these traumas of being in Russia's subjugation or imperial power. Do you place any trust at all in the ability of people inside Russia to understand, like Charlotte was saying, understand the responsibility and rise up and actually welcome the possibility of the self-determination of the nations within the Russian Federation, in whom or in what do you place most trust for justice to take place and for responsibility truly to happen?
I think in Western world and also more politicians make mistake again. They thinking problem is Putin, just Putin. If will not Putin, it's everything will be good. It's not true. Putin is a product of Russian society. Until we will have empire and the same territory, the same resources which they have, Putin's will be again reborn, but different names. And therefore, we have to do one more thing. We have to make Russia small again. Moscow small, I don't know how to say. But it's Russia as empire should exist if we won't have a long stability and security in Europe, not only Europe, on the world.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to Zygmantas. And I think with your EU experience and great understanding of the EU policies, if European nations were to take Russia more seriously as an empire and put Russian de-imperialization even on the agenda, how that would change the policies? That would influence the policies dramatically, most likely. In what way?
Okay, I will maybe start speaking about examples because that's the best to explain. I am the example of good Danish work. I'm a Lithuanian diplomat, the first generation of diplomats born in Vilnius University, because not like Ukraine, Soviets didn't allow us to have diplomatic service, so we created it from scratches. But Denmark...
Good for you, actually.
Yes, I also think so. But Denmark, from our revolt, because we were first to revolt in Soviet Union, started to coach us. It was a division of labor, Swedes with Latvians, Finns with Estonians, Danes with us. And you baby-stepped us, and it was a great job. Thank you, because in 3 days, on Friday, we will celebrate 22nd anniversary of our membership in EU because of you. Here I have somewhere Lithuanian ambassador Neilas Stankevičius, with whom we then concluded talks in December, cold night of December in 2002. I still remember your Prime Minister Rasmussen asking nasty questions, but okay, we did it with you. What I wanted to say, you know, nobody believed us, nobody wanted us in, to be honest, except maybe Danes, because we were knocking to the doors not only you, but also to NATO. You know, to NATO, those nasty Lithuanians, Kaliningrad will be detached, we will have nuclear war. No, they are indefensible, forget about that. Danes believed in us. The EU found some Germans, some Americans. We had a war against the West, and we won it. But it was a system, it was division of labor, all Nordics, they were with us, and we won it. And when we joined in 2004, first things that we asked, what about Ukraine? What about Belarus? What about Georgia? What about Caucasus? Oh my God, nobody wanted to hear those questions. So we more or less learned all the tricks you did with us. Now we started to do those tricks and play with the East. And it was a drama. Remember 2013, Lithuanian EU presidency. Euromaidan actually started in Vilnius. That's where Yanukovych said, no, I will not sign that association agreement. Well, okay, we will see what will happen. You had your revolutions, we started the fight, and we are still fighting. So I believe wholeheartedly, though it took some years, actually it took the full invasion into Ukraine to convince West Europeans and EU countries that, you know, candidate status can be granted to Ukraine. I believe wholeheartedly that we can make Ukraine member of EU until 2030. It sounds ambitious, I know. It is a full membership, not kind of symbolic, strange Russian or French sometimes membership, but a real one. When you kill all the Soviet viruses in your body, when you become wonderful, growing, strong, you know, economically wonderful state. We are now lucky people. We are much richer than most of the South Europeans. We are getting closer to Brits. Well, we still have to run a bit till we reach Danish levels, but we grow like that. And I remember my salary in '93 was $5 a month. So you can do miracles. So, but okay, let's turn now to those Danish tricks and how can we try to do it. First of all, we have to defeat Russia in Washington, D.C. That's the biggest problem today, because Europe
That's a big battle.
Europe is okay. I'm former ambassador in Washington, D.C., 2010-15. You know, Russia is operating well in Moscow, in Washington. During my times, they had 3,000 spies in the embassy, 3,000 spies. 100 working just with former Soviet Union, 5 just with me, speaking fluent Lithuanian. So they have resources, they have bribes, they have money, they are brainwashing Americans. So we have to start our fight. In a way, you did it for us. You know, I have like 25 million of Americans of my descent. It means Central and Eastern Europeans. We have a coalition. 25 million people, it's not a small number, but we have to organize it. I went to Ukrainian village in Chicago in January with my little organization called United for Ukraine. It's impressive, but it's still not organized enough. We need 10 or 15 million Americans of Polish descent to help you. My little million I have in America. You have two Ukrainian millions. I need American Jews to help you, and they are kind of helping you. I need Cuban and Latin societies to help you, but you have to connect the dots. We need to fight in each state, and we can win. It's easy. It will not be this president, but it will be next American president who will invite Ukraine to NATO. I promise you, but we have to work hard. Then, when we finish the job with Ukraine, I think in 2030, it will naturally finish the job with Moldova, and I think Caucasus. We have to wait for elections on June 7th, when Armenia will finally detach from Russian chains, and we will still have to deal with Georgia, but that's okay. We can do it. Then we go to this Russian question that you raise here. And here, yes, we have a deep problem, much deeper than, because what I just spoke, it is decolonization of Soviet Union still. Now we speak decolonization of Russia. And here again, Washington comes first. In Washington, we have eternal problems of saving Russian Empire for a century or so. You remember White Russia, you remember Stalin and Roosevelt, deals over our heads. And I would maybe mention 2 American presidents who kind of was closer to us, Reagan and Bush the Junior, who fought for Ukrainian membership action plan, but the rest, we just remembered Clinton and Budapest Memorandum. Few days he signed it with Ukrainians, Russia invaded Chechnya. Clinton was comparing Chechens to Confederation. You know, you have to annihilate them, Putin. This is a problem. Until we do not solve that American problem, I don't think that we move at all, because that's the biggest military and economic power that is helping Russian Empire to survive. But we have to do much serious events in the biggest EU and NATO capitals as well. I don't think that Nordics and Baltics are your problem. We are more or less there. I would work a bit more on Sweden and Denmark. Finns are okay. Baltics are always okay. I would start digging deep in Berlin. Berlin today replaces America in most of Europe. In Lithuania, they're building the biggest military base after the Second World War. Germans today speak like Americans, and Americans, unfortunately, speak like Russians. So invest into Germans. This is the future of Europe. If Americans leave Europe, it will be handled to Germans in security-wise. And they are the only country in Europe that can place such a huge amounts of money for defense that they could defend us. So Berlin, Berlin, Berlin. You have Christian Democrats, you have Greens who are much closer to you. Liberals, well, they are dead, but okay, we can work on that. Then UK, it's a sleeping baby. They have hearts, you know London well, but they don't have money. They have just hearts. So let's work on the money side. Reform Party actually is speaking about that. I think they will win next elections, but also conservatives. Let's work on Brits. Let's come back to France. France might be a problem. Invest into those Macronists, invest into center-right maybe. Italy, Spain, countries that have military industries, we have to find people like me, and you have people like me in each political elite. But 3 Danish tricks that I learned: never speak with diplomats. That's why I quit the job. Diplomats will be performing the theater that politicians create. So who is writing instructions to diplomats? Politicians like me. First lesson, work with politicians. This is the future. They are changing the world. Diplomats are saving the status quo. Diplomats are challenging politicians are challenging the status quo. So politicians in each of these countries, find your own McCains. You have those people, and they are powerful. Okay, second thing, you already more or less have, but you have to make it stronger. Think tanks, the wise people. Most of you are wise think tanks who are not afraid to speak the truth. And actually, in normal societies, it's difficult to fight the truth. But you have to work in, organized and united way. Like in America, in a conference, Prime Minister will come. You have still IRI that is alive. You have National Endowment for Democracy. Those are old Reagan instruments. They are still alive, and I think they will survive the disaster. You have Heritage Foundation that is not so crazy as it seems. You still have great people like Carafano and others. You have American First Policy Institute very close to Trump, because we still have to survive 2 years of Trump. And they're kind of okay. General Kellogg is there, and for good reason. They will be with us in Vilnius. And I think after Vilnius, we have to make big event in America after elections. Now they're busy with saving their own little seats. But let's do an event. For example, December 1st, we have a big ADU event, center-right event, from 2nd to 4th. Let's do it 1st of December in Washington. You have to work with congressmen, mostly of Cuban descent, who are now making a revolution in Cuba. Marco Rubio will be with you. You take half of Washington with you. And the last layer are journalists. Journalists are also not afraid of truth, and politicians should react, and diplomats, well, they have to react. So work with journalists, work with the best media outlets, create your own outlets. I created some crazy Lithuanian-American podcast, for example, because I need to educate young generation about that. Why don't you create huge anti-colonial podcast? Why not? Somebody has to organize it. You have wonderful speakers all around, but not everyone hear them. We have to spread, because nobody knows the issue. For Zbigniew Brzezinski, it took 20 years to educate stupid, sorry Americans to learn that not all in Soviet Union you don't have Soviets. There is no nation like Soviets. Yeah. There are Ukrainians, Lithuanians. You have different religions. It took 20 years for Zbig to explain it. So, guys, we didn't even start the work. Let's start it with media. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for the thank you for the great work that truly all of the diplomats from the Baltic states have been doing in supporting Ukraine. Well, I think our diplomats were kind of growing teeth and like you say, maybe shedding some of the Soviet viruses. Now we have, I think, excellent generation of Ukrainian diplomats as well, but we've always felt your support. So either on the political front or amongst the diplomatic corps. Christian, your experience is so full of different other conflicts that have not ended well, and that have on one hand brought justice, but at the same time there are so many learnings, I think, that are misapplied from the Yugoslav wars of what people can expect in terms of justice or responsibility happening in the case of Russia-Ukrainian aggression, and then following in the future what can happen with Russia as an empire. So, you know, what lessons you think are relevant and what are misinterpreted and would be counterproductive to even consider?
Well, I think the first thing is to be realistic about expectations. We can start with the fact that we know already now the Prosecutor General's office in Ukraine has opened over 100,000 cases involving war crimes investigations. I can sit confidently in front of you today making no statement about how strong or weak those cases are. Only a fraction of those will ever be investigated, and even fewer will be prosecuted. No modern armed conflict, whether it's World War II or Vietnam or any other conflict later on, will we ever see more than a fraction of the perpetrators prosecuted. What we need to focus on is prosecuting those most responsible. The generals, the presidents, the prime ministers, the leaders of particularly notorious crimes, for example, particularly notorious massacres that take place or other mass atrocities. So that's the first thing, to be realistic. The second thing is it's a long game. I am testifying probably later this year in federal court in Canada in a case involving a crime committed in Croatia in 1991. So I am still in 2026 as a historian, as an analyst, testifying in war crimes cases that were committed now more than 35 years ago. And I'm confident that the same will be happening. We've even, as many of you in the audience will know, we even still have Holocaust-related cases that occasionally make it to the courts in various countries. Thirdly, I think we need to be realistic about our capacity. I think it's great that Ukraine is much more capable than many previous states have been. The Ukrainians started almost from day one. In fact, they started, and when I say day one, I mean 2014. There were cases of, for example, Izolyatsiya in Donetsk. There were already cases being prosecuted in Ukraine before 2022. The prosecutors knew they were doing a good job training the younger generation. And again, learning the lessons that we've had from The Hague, but also from the Balkans, speaking to Balkan prosecutors, Balkan investigators. I think that's really important. But I also want to make very clear that I am very much an advocate of international and national criminal prosecutions and investigations within their limits. And one of their limits is that they cannot stand alone. It's something that is part of a package that involves economic reform. It involves combating corruption. Corruption and war crimes are often two sides of the same coin. Organized crime and war crime are very much two sides of the same coin. We see that, for example, in the self-proclaimed Donetsk People's Republic. We see that in Crimea, that Putin is appointing people like Aksyonov in Crimea, who were notorious organized crime figures. This is very important. We see it in Chechnya and elsewhere. And it's also about playing a very long game. Now, first of all, someone mentioned the quote-unquote negotiations that are ongoing. Yeah. I think it's very important to note, Klaus this morning noted some of the things that the Russians also want as conditions of ending the war. Well, one of them is no war crimes investigations. And I think that has to be unacceptable. That cannot be part of any peace. The war, in my opinion, unfortunately, is likely to go on for quite some time to come. A total defeat of Russia is unlikely. Some kind of negotiated settlement is more likely. And then we have to ask, what does that mean for war crimes prosecutions? I'm not optimistic that any future post-Putin Russian leader will allow war crimes investigations on Russian territory, will make Russian witnesses and suspects available to Ukrainian or other authorities. So we have to think about that as well. But also, Charlotte, you mentioned the German example. There we have total defeat in World War II and even their limitations. Because as much as we like to think about Vergangenheitsbewältigung, this famous German word of coming to terms with the past, as a historian, I can tell you that we now know that the Germans, West Germans, really only started coming to terms with the past in the 1980s, not in the 50s or 60s or 70s. So if you put that on a post-Ukrainian war timeline, what does that mean for Russia? There's all kinds of other things we need to think about. We have this award-winning documentary, Mr. Nobody Against Putin. I think no one's mentioned that documentary today, but that tells us a lot about contemporary Russian society, the extreme militarization of Russian children who are being put into all kinds of camps, indoctrination scenarios, the whole manipulation of the history of the Great Patriotic War or the Second World War, where anti-fascism becomes equated with something that is anything that is against Russia. In other words, anything that is against Putin is defined as being anti-Russian or fascist, and we see how that's been manipulated within the context of Russian society. That kind of thing will take generations to get rid of. And war crimes, prosecutions, and investigations are very much a part of that. But we can see, just to finish on that question, in the Balkans, we can see that we have Croatia, which is an EU member today, and official Croatia is quite unrepentant with respect to the crimes that Croatia committed against Bosnia-Herzegovina, against the Bosnian Muslims. Serbia is in full-scale denial about Srebrenica, what happened there, and other crimes. And yes, that has delayed Serbia's EU process. But there are many people in Denmark and elsewhere who say, oh, come on, it's the 90s, let's move on, right? There's other things we should focus on. But to me, one of the panelists earlier said, Putin is not what has caused Russia. Putin is a product of Russia, just like Trump is a product of a certain part of what America is. Vučić and Milosevic were, to a great extent, products of what Serbia has been. And as a very last thing, there's also some interesting lines there, because Veljko Kadijević, the head of the Yugoslav General Staff, who tried to implement a Putin-type scenario of Yugoslavia in 1991, fled to Russia. He died in Moscow in exile there. And I can tell you that as someone who was actively involved in tracking war crime suspects, we know that people in the Serbian intelligence agencies who were helping people like Radovan Karadzic evade criminal justice, some of them later, I can tell you for a fact, became employees of Gazprom and other major Russian companies. So there's a lot of connections there, a lot to unwind, but we need to be dedicated, we need to be focused, but we also need to be very realistic that this is a multi-generational process.
What, from your perspective, more can be done? Because I hope that now we will be able to hear from Sasha Romantsova and the Center for Civil Liberties, and you've mentioned 100,000 war crimes already, taken into account by the General Prosecutor's Office, but by various accounts, I think it's now close to 230,000 war crimes. So it's actually almost like they're producing more crimes as if not to ever be prosecuted for them. It's like the machine for producing more and more things that inevitably there aren't simply enough investigators, legal experts, judges, not enough effort to be able to ever bring justice to fold.
Well, we also need to recognize that there's no credible scenario in which Russia can rule the occupied territories without committing crimes on an ongoing basis. There was no credible during the Milosevic regime, there was no credible way that Serbia could retain control over Kosovo and not commit crimes on a daily basis, because they had, in essence, created an apartheid system there. So, and this, I think, is one important element that's sometimes missing in the Danish public debate and in the German public debate. When people say, oh, can't we get back to the 90s, reap the peace dividend? Well, these people need to take a look at what is occupation. Because that's one thing that's missing here. You can get it in NGO reports. There's excellent Ukrainian NGOs, excellent also UN reports about what occupation means. But people here seem to somehow think sometimes that if peace were declared tomorrow and the currently occupied territories remain part of Russia under some settlement, that would mean an end to criminal activity. It wouldn't. It would just continue, and then we would have, well, from a legal point of view, crimes against humanity rather than war crimes, because the war would be over. And one last point, and I hear actually bring in Zelensky. Zelensky made a really interesting point, and I think this the one that deserves to be emphasized. Even if the occupation were miraculously to end tomorrow, if Russia just absolutely withdrew tomorrow, said, you know, we've made a gigantic mistake, Ukraine gets every part of its territory, including Crimea, back, even then, this would, Zelensky said, we know the mental warfare, the psychological occupation. Look at East Germany today. What the Germans call Die Mauer im Kopf is still there. Look at political elections. So we shouldn't be under the illusion that an immediate end to hostilities, even complete liberation of Ukrainian territory, would somehow magically provide stability in that sense.
No, thank you for bringing this up, absolutely. And I think we hear this from the voices that we bring here to speak to the Danish audience and Ukrainian audience at Ukraine House in Denmark, including Stanislav Aseyev, who was imprisoned for years in Izolatia, and his account, you know, his account of how that basically functioning of a concentration camp was taking place for years and years, I think is extremely powerful evidence. I do hope that we can bring Sasha on board now from Kyiv. Again, she's executive director of the Center for Civil Liberties. Sasha, welcome. I hope you can see the audience, or us, I don't know, but you know, it would be great to have your intervention.
Yeah, dear audience, maybe it can be a little bit worse, but now we have a siren, so I'm in the bomb shelter and need to be still there. So you will have my voice from the same situation, like it's a university and students need to stay here for just to have a normal education in Ukraine, because mostly every day we have such a problem with our life, like neighbors who don't want to give us opportunity to have a democracy, rule of law, and ability to be independent. So yeah, I have a big privilege to listen to previous speakers. Thank you a lot. And want to just join my thoughts around the justice and speak about 3 levels of justice which exactly need for Ukraine, and not only Ukraine, for whole this civilized democracy ideology, people who believe still that human dignity, rule of law, freedom, equality, that's values which exactly we need for live with a peace and productive mentally health society. Because when we speak about colonization or decolonization process, that's first of all about that people need to have a responsibility, voice, and ability make a decision, solve the problems, and cooperate, have a different kind of profession, live together.
I think you're breaking up a little bit with the connection. Yes, we can hear you now. Yes, please. Yes, please continue.
Yeah, so when we speak about decolonization, it's a big process of reflexy. And when we speak about historical justice, that's what we first time in our history independent Ukrainian state want to have. Because first of all, sure, we work in documented war crimes, going to the Bucha, Izium, and other places, wounded and really damaged by international crimes which happened during all the period of Russia aggression from 2014, and we documented war crimes all this time. We see, first of all, personal stories, personal case, absolutely injured and sometimes destroyed lives of concrete people on that strategy. But second level, that's destroying of communities, destroying of all the cities and all the social connection inside this small society. And third level, it's trying by Russia forces destroy the historical integrate society of Ukrainians from different ethnic roots. We need to remember that Ukraine never be ethnically just, only one group of people. It's Greek, Bulgarian, Gagauz, Crimean Tatars, Ukrainian, Russian same people. And they call themselves Ukrainians not because of ethnically definition, but that's political nation. And that principles absolutely freely identify themselves like Ukrainian. That's what Russia trying to destroy, because if you free politician will, that means you are not part of empire. You are not who exactly accept some domination of other center of empire. That's why for us so important not only be success in that, but fight ourselves and fight neighbors who want the same, be not just a part of empire, but self-responsible political nations. Our colleagues and sometimes partner in crime, like for example, Baltic countries, feel themselves a lot. Romania, Poland, all who before struggled by different kinds of empire, Russia Empire, Soviet Empire, it's absolutely same. And, or for example, Kazakhstan, a lot of human rights defenders now fighting there for feeling this self-independence and self-responsible process. So that's why for us, documenting war crimes, decision of international courts, like International Court of Justice, UN, International Criminal Courts, and whole special tribunal against crime of aggression, which we see quite good developed in the process of creating, launching it. So that will be a historical decision. That will be such justice, which exactly give us open opportunity to build new kind of protection ourselves and our independency. And really important that we trying to cooperate with other ethnic group and other republic, even because Russian Federation objects have different names, and one of them is republic, who have this feeling that they are part of empire and not respectable part of empire. That's why we cooperate with this. Most of them, it's indigenous people. It's people who live in the specific regions of Russia, Russia Federation. Because till now, Russia, it's example when empire not reflect and don't give opportunity, people feel themselves like a manager, like an owner, they always stay. Someone in Kremlin knows better, make a decision. I just give them of my will. I just give them my money. I just give them my life. That's the biggest mental problem, which exactly we have. And Ukrainian nation, which it's a lot of mixed ethnic groups, but we have a lot of relationship, family relationship with the population of Russian Federation. That one of the painful things when you're trying to speak with your own blood relatives and they don't believe you because they decided to give their will to some people somewhere in Kremlin. And that's why when we speak about hybrid war and answer to the hybrid war, one of the pillars of hybrid war need to be not only justice, not only military answer, but a lot about mental connection, mental health of these people, because de facto living of the virtual reality creating by propaganda, Russian propaganda, great machine with a huge resource, that brings us understanding that they can change your mind, they can change your feeling, yourself and your responsibility for your life. So that's why I think it's a big challenge for all of us. I mean, 140 million people never disappeared. Even Russia will stop at the territory of Ukraine, and I hope will stop it out broader of our lines. Yeah, our forgot that's name. Sorry, that our territory. Even we brings back our occupied territory, but that's not mean these people just disappeared. That a huge population which we need connected and think about how we can bring back people feeling they're responsible for their lives. And that's a bad idea. Exactly gives back your rights and your freedoms just for some security which not working even now. So Russia Federation, that it's a big case for all of us, because it's not only caring about democracy inside our society, it's caring about democracy whole the world. It's like a level of water. If Russia Federation put it down so badly, so it will be putting down for whole the world. It's a bad example for a lot of autocracy country who can accept it, like a good example, a good strategy for autocracy surviving. So that's why for Ukraine and human rights defenders like Center for Civil Liberties and others who documented war crimes, it's played for 3 distance. Really shortly, we're trying to bring justice for people who suffering by their personal life. The second level, it's bring back communities, bring back feeling that Ukraine society is multicultural, multi-ethnic, but strong political nation who can give the answer to the triumph of destroy it. And third one, it's bring historical example that democracy and human rights and using human rights like freedom of speech and justice and opportunity to join to the different kind of form of initiative, that answer for the hybrid kind of war, because it's new challenge and we need to bring it to the next level, international level. We need to find answer how to stop all this idea, how to bring back human rights, human dignity at the bottom of new international architecture of security. And I hope the last empire will be die, but people stay freedom and bring back their voice to them.
Thank you, Sasha. Thank you for your intervention. We sincerely hope so too. And after you, I would like to actually bring, if possible, the message also from Yulia Kirpa. She is a member of the board of the Register of War Damages of Ukraine, because I think that register is working on the very practical dimension as of, trying to reach justice already now, as the war is still unfolding, but people have a chance to already now register damages and seek justice. And then maybe after that, we can start with our row of questions. I'm sure you're going to have a lot of questions to our panelists from the floor. So let's play Yulia's message to us.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, dear distinguished speakers, today I speak to you not only as the representative of Ukraine in the board of the Register of Damage for Ukraine, but also as someone who has witnessed, together with millions of Ukrainians, the profound human cost of this war. Behind every number we present, there is a life disrupted, a home destroyed, a future altered. Let me briefly explain to you what the Register of Ukraine is. The Register is an international organization established in The Hague under the auspices of the Council of Europe. The Hague is the city of peace and justice. It serves as a central, internationally recognized platform to record claims for damage, loss and injury caused by the aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. It brings together states in a collective effort to document the full scale of harm and to ensure that these claims are preserved as a part of the future compensation process. The Register is not a court. It does not decide on compensation. Its role is foundational. to collect, verify, and securely store claims and evidence, creating a legally robust record that will support the next stages of the international compensation mechanism. In doing so, it plays a critical role in ensuring that the Russian Federation is held accountable under the international law, and that justice is not only pursued but made possible through a structured and credible process. The Register of Damage is the first operational component of the global compensation mechanism, but it is also something more. It is a commitment that what has been lost will be acknowledged, that what has been destroyed will not be forgotten, and that justice, even if delayed, will remain inevitable. Today, the register is fully operational. We have received over 130,000 claims already, and every day new submissions continue to arrive. Each claim is a voice, each submission is a statement. This happened, this matters, and this must be addressed. We are building step by step a system that can carry this responsibility with integrity. 44 categories of damage have already been approved, covering a wide spectrum of harm, from destroyed homes and forced displacement to the loss of life, loss of access to property and livelihood. A number of these categories are already open for submission, and we are continuing to expand them in a careful and structured way. Because this process must be not only fast, it must be credible, it must be legally sound, it must stand the test of time. And this is only the beginning. The next crucial step is the establishment of the Claims Commission, the body that will assess claims and determine compensation. The international agreement creating the Commission has already been signed and is now awaiting ratification. We expect that the Commission may be established as early as in 2027. Together, the Register and the Claims Commission will form the foundation of a comprehensive mechanism of accountability. And this brings us to the deeper question: why does this work matter? It matters because without accountability, there is no justice. It matters because without justice, there can be no sustainable peace. And it matters because what is at stake is far greater than Ukraine alone. This is about the future of the international law, about whether the principles we all rely on, sovereignty, territorial integrity, the protection of civilians, remain real, enforceable commitments, or become merely words. The Register transforms suffering into legal record. It creates evidence where there might be silence otherwise. It ensures that the consequences of aggression are documented, preserved, and ultimately addressed. And in doing so, it contributes to something larger, to the restoration of trust in justice itself. A Europe where accountability exists is Europe where peace can endure. A world where such mechanisms function is a world where future aggression is less likely to happen. This is why we continue this work. Every day, step by step, claim by claim, story by story, with determination, with responsibility, and with a clear understanding of what is at stake. Thank you for standing with Ukraine, and thank you for your continued support of this important international effort.
Yeah. Thank you, Julia. I have more questions to the panelists, but I'm sure you have some. So if you have, please raise your hand and introduce yourself. And we have someone with a microphone who would be ready to come up to you. Well, maybe you're... Oh, okay, please, we have one. Sure, please introduce yourself.
My name is Paul Erik Hansen. I'm retired, so sorry. Well, I have one question then.
Congratulations.
Well, I thank you for a great panel introducing to all the subjects, and I've learned a lot today. But what I'm still wondering is how close it. We all hope that you are right, that Russia will be, well, it will not be able to continue to stick together. But how far are we from the solution? You know, when you look at the East German, it took 5 to 6 years to, first they went to Hungary, then they crossed the border from Hungary to the West. Then they found a solution after some time. Okay, we can disrupt, and so we can be a part of West. If you look at the Soviet Union, it took also some years to disrupt the Soviet Union. But are we really close to a solution where we can disrupt Russia? Mm-hmm. Or is it a wishful thinking, and will it take generations to have a new solution and not to have an enemy at the East? Mm-hmm. Is it clear?
Yes, I think it's a clear question, and my own follow-up question actually would have been to all of you, because Yura, you sort of ended your presentation in terms of like how in economic terms can we undermine Russia to bring this demise to, you know, closer, and maybe to Prime Minister Zakayev, you know, how exactly do you believe this disintegration can take place, and what if we don't see the decisive, again, I'm coming back because it seems like Ukraine is kind of the prerequisite for it to begin to happen, but what if it doesn't happen in the near future, and then we have a very, very difficult scenario in years ahead of us, you know, and what if we don't succeed with these fantastic ideas and diplomatic and other efforts that Gigantas described to us, both in terms of influencing the United States policy as well as, you know, European policy, but it was quite optimistic. And I think with Christian, we were more on the kind of a realistic side, understanding how long it may take, but still, what are some of the critical components in the area of justice or building these institutions, whether it's mechanisms like this register or the work that Sasha's center is doing, or the institutions that you are part of that can, you know, move the needle in more foreseeable future, so that you can still maybe like we can all still get to the point where we will see that demise. Mm-hmm. You right?
One reflection and one conceptual answer to your question. The reflection is from my own life. I remember very well that would you say on the street of Prague or any city in Czechoslovakia in the summer of 1989 that by the end of this year the communism will be over and we will be free on the way to democracy, you would be considered mentally insane. Yeah. The point is, these changes happen regardless your expectation or not expectation, and they can happen extremely fast. This is what the history teaches us. The similar stories are from Soviet Union, yeah? The disintegration of Soviet Union. Several months prior to the disintegration of Soviet Union, there was this referendum in which vast majorities of people from various parts of then Soviet Union, including majority of Ukrainians, were basically voting for continuation of the Soviet Union. And then the conceptual answer. For very many people, it is difficult to comprehend the possibility that something like Russia will disintegrate. But we can approach it from the perspective of the risk management. Mm-hmm. You have, you know, the very simple scheme is you have things that are on one axis you have likelihood, from the very unlikely that something happens to almost certain that something happens. And then you have the severity of consequences, from low impact to extremely big impact. And even if you have something what you, based on your assessment, understand as a low likelihood, low probability, but the impact is seismic, as the disintegration of Russia will be, you should have a strategy. You should think about the strategy. What will I do if, and by I mean what will we Western elites, intellectual elites, political elites do when Russia starts to disintegrate? And even regardless, even if you consider it's unlikely, if the impact is big, you must have insurance policy. That's the only responsible approach. And I think that this is the way how we can communicate this scenario of Russia's disintegration also to the mass media in the Western countries, also to reluctant, hesitant academicians, because even those understand that if that happens, the consequences will be very, very serious.
Mm-hmm. So
and therefore we need to deal with it.
So having the strategy, as Charlotte was saying, that it's important to have it for all occasions.
Even if we don't believe it's going to happen.
Mm-hmm. Prime Minister?
For me, I think it's exactly we will have solution about Russia disintegration. But we have to not just believe that, we have to act for this. It's happened. We have to do something. Everybody ask himself what I do or what I did for future, my security future, for my children, grandchildren, and for our future. Ukraine people do everything what they can do to have victory. What victory, it means not just war, victory on the battlefield. Victory, it means we could take people who committed war crimes against civilians. We take them responsible and punish them. What it will means victory. And therefore, what happened, this we have to do, everybody do something to help Ukraine. We not should tired, we not should sleep. We have to do everything to help Ukraine win this war. It will be solution. It will be our fighting. What not just for winning. Our fighting is for justice, for future our generation, next generation.
Yeah, so if it's, because if Ukraine is so existential to Russia, then winning obviously brings the empire to crumble, and that will have the longer effect. Žygimantas, you already gave us a little bit of the scenarios, because you've talked about, find a McCain in every single ally country, and this will bring the empire closer. But we know that sometimes it doesn't happen. Ukraine experienced, just before we voted in the referendum for Ukraine's independence, we had President Bush talking, having this famous Chicken Cave speech, trying to convince Ukrainians that it wasn't a good idea to leave the Soviet Union. So how do we exactly do it in current circumstances?
Well, I'm optimist. My school was the closest to TV tower in January, so I saw my friends killed by Soviet tanks in January. And from that moment, it took 12 years until we signed the accession treaty in Copenhagen. 12 years. Who believed that? Nobody in the West. Maybe a few Danes, few Americans, one German, one Swede. Carl Bildt, yes, Carl Bildt. So I think, answering to a question, it's not about Russia at all. What we know from our deep medieval history, it was always us defining the borders of Russians, not Russians. So 3 factors here. First fact is China. When Xi will decide to attack Taiwan, because Russia became a captive nation of China. Oops. Little historic stupid Putin's mistake. He should never do it. That's serious. That's the biggest existential threat to Russia. So when China moves to Taiwan, and I was just in Taiwan with the same Ukrainian group, they said that it might be done till the end of Trump administration, because Trump administration is the best to do it. If America returns to its normal, then it's not so easy. So, other thing is America. If we allow this Russian virus grow in Washington, I think we will defeat it in midterm elections seriously on the Hill. But in Trump administration, there is a serious fight. We have to be part of that fight because there are two scenarios. Remember when Russians reached Berlin? With American technologies and help. This is one scenario, and it might happen. If Trump and, if Russians get strong in Washington, Russians might reach Berlin again, crossing all our territories. But if we take Washington to our side and convince them to, get rid of the stupid neutrality between aggression and victim, that is absolutely un-American. America celebrates 250th anniversary of freedom, the biggest empire kind of force supporting the worst empire in Europe. This is the ugliest fact, and I'm using it to make them nervous. And the last thing, it will depend on us, Europeans. Danes draw the line for Lithuanians in the Baltics. As the Lithuanian ambassador just said, it was the most successful Danish foreign policy you ever created. You created us. Thank you, Danes. But let's do it now for Ukrainians. Because Putin is now preparing his succession. I remind him, he is 74 years old. Stalin died in 75. You can do miracles, but people die. When they die, something happens, especially in those stupid empires that belongs just on one person. So be ready. He is preparing it for 2030. So it's two scenarios. Either we have Putin's plan, and you have new smiling great Putin that looks nice, and all stupid West will start shaking his hands, and he has a war with us, or we have our plan. So it's our decision to give Ukrainians accession date or not. Swedes did it for us, not Danes. It was Swedish presence in 2001. When we closed the biggest number of chapters, and Sweden said, okay, 2004, 1st of May, in 3 days. It was a strategic political decision. You do it or you don't. You play with Russians or you play with Europe whole and free. And do you want to construct Europe of Vikings or not? Because those are Vikings, Ukrainians, I mean. People who live on the border of extension, they are the strongest people on this planet. Lithuanians including, Ukrainians including, Finns including, Chechens including, Georgians including, because we know that if we stay average, we die. We are perfectionists. We always fight for the best. That's why we grow so much. That's why we are so successful example of Danish experiment, because we know we are like Israelis. And Arunas was right to mention Israel. We are, Vilnius was Jerusalem of the North for good reason, because we were resisting those animals, Mongol Tatars mostly, who were always crossing our territories. And Russia is Mongol Tatar state. We know it for 1,000 years. So it's about us, about you. You decide when it stops, not Russians.
Thank you for bringing this sense of deep sense of agency. Yeah, deep sense of agency. What more can be done still in justice? And maybe also I would like you to elaborate a little bit on something really important you said, that everything that happens on occupied territories, I'm not sure that we are investigating now enough how Russia is now trying to legitimize this occupation. We were just discussing this as part of the Business for Ukraine coalition, that Russian central bank, every construction company that builds something on occupation territory, every real estate agent that sells you an apartment, if you're a settler, in occupation territories, these are all war crimes. What more can the West, I mean, even though there is no such thing as the West, but Europe maybe at least could do to help unearth it and make occupation impossible?
Well, I'll start with your question, and then I want to respond to what's this discussion here, where I think I'm definitely the odd man out on some of these views. But first to the topic that I spoke about, yes, occupation. There is a term that some in the audience may be familiar with, passportization. which is this process of forcing Ukrainians in occupied territories to take Russian passports and identity papers. Now we have this new Russian internet application, Max, where, for example, Ukrainians in occupied territories are finding that they can't even make doctor's appointments if they don't get on Max, and they can't get on Max if they don't have a Russian number, and they can't get a Russian number if they don't have a Russian passport. So your abilities to live a normal life and opt out and say, okay, I live in an occupied area, but I don't want to collaborate and I don't want to be part of the society, are becoming smaller and smaller. There's totalitarian ambitions, quite simply, there, as there are, as we know, in Russia as well, because a lot of Russians are also not happy about Max and Instagram and all these things being closed now. So absolutely, there's this sending of Ukrainian children to camps in Russia, which is it's recreational, it's voluntary, even to North Korean camps sometimes. The jailing, the removal of children, all of these things are important aspects. And as we heard from our colleague in Kyiv, obviously the damage of property, the fact that Mariupol has essentially been re-urbanized and that they're Russifying it by bringing in people from Russia. All of these things are part of occupation. All of these things will need to be dealt with, and all of these things are going to take decades to deal with. The other thing I didn't really mention, which is ironic because I am a historian, is the role of history. And I think if we really want to talk about a Russia that is a stable member of the international community and a good neighbor to all of its neighbors, whether it's in Asia, Central Asia, or Europe, is a Russia that allows for free historical research. And one thing we've seen continuously as part of the Putin regime is you can't do research on Holodomor, you can't do research on Chechnya, the deportations of Crimean Tatars. You can't do, and Putin has made it very clear, not only does he regard the collapse of the Soviet Union, I'm quoting him here, as the greatest catastrophe of the 20th century, he's also, rehabilitated Stalin, right? And the rehabilitation of Stalin is also something that's happening in occupied Ukraine. So if we really need, to have a Russian population that accepts that Ukraine is a separate nation, that Ukraine is an independent state, that has to start to a large degree in the history books. And that is not something, that's one of the problems in the Balkans. We may have written history, and I think we did write history in The Hague, and we proved that war crimes, including genocide, were committed. But we're powerless if the Serbian Ministry of Education or the Croatian Ministry of Education wants to negate that in their history books. We would never allow Germany to print history books that deny the Holocaust, and yet we somehow don't act when Croatia, as an EU member, completely denies that Croatia committed any crimes in the 90s, and that's a huge problem. I wanted to just briefly touch on Juraj's point about, I thought you expressed it in a lovely way. In 1989, if you'd said, any day now communism is going to collapse in Czechoslovakia, you would have been labeled insane. But let's also remember that history is, we've been seeing it all the time, non-linear. I mean, you would also have been labeled insane if in Hungary you said in the 90s that Orban would become a pro-Russian apologist, right? Somebody who was educated by Soros and who was very much a young liberal who played at the time a courageous role in removing communism from Hungary. I grew up in the US, I didn't grow up in Denmark, and I lived in the Reagan years of the US. I mean, are you fucking kidding me? If you told me that people in St. Louis, Missouri, where I spent a lot of my youth, and North Carolina would be supporting a pro-Putin US president, and that seems, insane. So let's, again, a lot of things can happen, but it may not always be what we want. And on that note, conversely, be careful what you wish for, because you just might get it. And I think just one thing that I would say here is, I think it's very much clear that everybody here wishes for a democratic, stable Russia that has normal relations with its neighbors, and also that respects all of its indigenous communities, all of its minority rights. Is that feasible? We don't know. Many of us may believe that it's unlikely. Some people here clearly believe it's impossible. But keeping the Yugoslav experience in mind, I would say two things. One, you don't have to get every possible community, indigenous or otherwise, to be independent to achieve a democratic society. There's Italians in Istria, there's Hungarians in Vojvodina, Slovaks in Vojvodina, who are perfectly fine living in an independent Serbia as long as Serbia actually respects minority and human rights. I think that's more than independence, what we might want to be striving for. And the other thing, conversely, again, just to come back to Croatia, you talked about, Juraj, and I'm glad you brought it up, all these demographic developments. Croatia has been shrinking since the end of what they call the Homeland War. So here you have the paradox. Croats wanted pretty much an ethnically homogenous, independent Croatia that was in NATO and EU. They got that. Guess what, people? It's still shrinking. Because ethnic Croats are massively fleeing an independent, ethnically Croatian Croatia. Why? Because their politicians keep talking about the goddamn war and blaming everything on the Serbs and blaming everything on Yugoslavia. And yes, there's a lot you can blame the past for, but if you grow up and you're a young man or woman in Croatia in the 2020s, don't you think you get a bit tired when you hear your politicians say that everything is the Serbs' fault and the war ended in 1995? So agency was a great word that Mr. Zagayev used. Agency, and I love that, what I see in Ukraine, that when we had the thing last year with corruption and the controversial moves that were made there, that's what I want to see. I see Ukrainians not only standing up for a Ukrainian state, they're standing up for a democratic, anti-corrupt Ukrainian state.
Absolutely. And that's every time. Thank you, Christian, and thank you for bringing that very important historical re-understanding, kind of coming to terms with their own history. That's what's very much required, but not that it totally guides the future, because we choose the future, as you've pointed out to. Alexandra, I don't know, you're still with us. Would you like to contribute? And then we lost Alexandra.
Yeah.
Oh no, you're back. Good. Yeah. Maybe just a few final comments and we'll be closing. Do we have any final question from the audience? No? There is one question. So, there are two questions. Let's hear the questions and then maybe you can incorporate them in your answer, and then whoever still wants to maybe address them, please.
Hi.
Please introduce yourself.
My name's Carla. I'm a student of philosophy, politics and economics. And I was wondering about, one of you mentioned Reform UK. Excuse me. I was wondering what you would think the development of right-wing extremism in Europe, how that would affect the Ukraine conflict. Because in my eyes, Reform UK, they drove Brexit, for example, anti-EU, anti-cooperation. How would that affect things, do you think?
All right, thank you. But let's just call it Russia-Ukrainian war, at least, because the Ukraine conflict drives me.
Johannes Andersen here. You've talked about a lot, the panel has talked a lot about the prospects and the need for a breakup of Russia. Maybe I can address the question to Sakharov, which I remember when you were arrested in Copenhagen. I was very much worried for the outcome of whether you would be extradited to Russia and so on and so forth. So I'm happy to see you here today. Do you actually see any tendencies within Russia, centrifugal tendencies for any kind of breakup? I take the point that we have to set the boundaries for Russia, but anyway, it's interesting what's happening within Russia as well, I think. Thank you.
All right. Alexandra, would you like to, yeah.
Okay, if I may, I just want to start from the previous question about what we need to do, because for me that was a question. We can't just wait and hope for the victory. And my previous speaker, my colleagues, absolutely brilliant, gives a different aspect. But one of the really important things, we need to understand that all this mess which we made all together with you. I know that started other aggressors, but all of this here, we will left all of this for our future generation. Your children's, our children's here in Ukraine who need to have a bomb shelter to have a usual education. But that means that we need to prepare them and have an answer of how to children who was kidnapped de facto and indoctrinated by this ideology of anti-democracy values, how to bring them back, have them skills and opportunities to heard about better version of state with democracy and responsibility and open societies. So I think that's one of the things which all of us we can do, care about knowledge and skills of future generation and trying to propose them some of ideas, because de facto all our results will be holding by them, and they need to live with all of this results. And about centralized Russia Federation and different problems which they create, not only Russia Federation but Belarus, for example, they use Interpol and Europol for trying to persecute politically people who try to be voice of other position from their society. That's why it's so important that Europe a really stable example of democracy, caring about human dignity and human rights, because Ukraine really wants to join to European Union, but in this case we need to be sure that European Union will be care about democracy values. So that's home task for each country in the European Union and abroad who want to have a democracy society.
Thank you, Alexandra. Yurai, I think maybe if you could help address the question whether you see any centrifugal sort of tendencies within the Russian Federation, because you also spoke about how already weakened the different, potential Republican ethnicities are.
I understood the question was addressed to Prime Minister Zakayev.
Mr. Zakayev. Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for the question. Since that time, 2002, when Denmark refused to extradite me, and Russia decided to eliminate all political opponents in Russia, they adopted two laws. 2006, they adopted two laws. One law equalizing all politicians, opposition who criticize Russian authority to equalize them extremists and terrorists. And second law, they adopted and put inside to eliminate all extremists and terrorists, whatever they stay, Britain, Denmark, and they started it from Russia. Anna Politkovskaya, she was labeled as extremist and terrorist and enemy of Russian state. And they liquidated him. After that, they liquidated Alexander Litvinenko. You remember him in London, that happened terror attack and using nuclear, some nuclear, polonium, yeah. And Russia killed 5 our presidents. 2 of them, Jahar Dudayev was elected president, Aslan Maskhadov was elected president, and they killed them. And international community, they have nothing against Russia and do not condemn them. And for this time, Russia have all rights for, according their laws, they could kill everybody, anybody who against Russians and Russian state or Russians authority. And therefore, until Russia will exist as an empire, everyone who don't agree with this policy, it is victims of Putin's or Russians' action. Yeah. And nothing changed. It will nothing change until Russia will exist as empire.
Mm-hmm. Yurai, please.
If I just can add to this. Also, our organization, Free Nations of Post-Russia, is declared terroristic organization. That's what they do. One of our board members was quite recently attacked. There was a bomb planted in front of his house. They tried to kill him. So that's a reality. But we do not know really, because of this terror, what is happening inside the minds of those Russians in Urals and Siberia and various other regions of Russian Empire. But the logic of national aspirations or regional aspirations is that once the central power is weakened and the terror is gone, then suddenly the local and regional aspirations start to emerge, because it's absolutely sure, even without the sociological surveys, because there are no realistic sociological surveys within the totalitarian systems. People say what they know that they should be telling. They are afraid to say their own opinions. But we know that there is a lot of grievances all over the Russia. People in the regions, they understand that all their wealth is being siphoned to Moscow, and there is nothing or very little returning to them. There is a lot of dissatisfaction with this, but they are not free to articulate it and to act. But once the terror ceased, we will see the wave of local, regional, and national emancipation. That's what will happen.
Thank you. On this note, I'm afraid we have to close. Thank you so much for your contributions, for covering different aspects of responsibility and justice. Alexandra Romantsova, Yurai Mesic, Ahmed Zakayev, Žygimantas Pavlionis, and Christian Exbo-Nielsen. Thank you very much. We have a 30-minute break, so let's get back here at 3:10. It says in the program 3:05. Let's do 3:10 so that you can have some coffee, and then we'll go into a cultural aspect of de-imperialization. But we suggest to start the next panel discussion. And I sincerely hope that my friends will help you all to come back here. I also want to just point out that this book is for free at the reception. You can grab it. It's Free Nations, New States, the anthology that was edited by the late Janusz Bugajski. So I hope that you can pick it up. It's by the Free Nations of Post-Russia Forum. So maybe I'll just leave it here as a reminder that there are more books at the reception. You're more than welcome to use them. And also maybe while the rest of our guests are coming back, just wanted to say how symbolic it is for us to hold and continue this conference in the setting of the Voices of Dignity exhibition. Right now, Ukraine House in Denmark has 2 running exhibitions. One is the Voices of Dignity. Why it's important? Because actually all of these Ukrainian authors, all of them that you see here, they could have chosen to become at least the Lesa Ukrainka and our authors of the late 19th century, beginning of 20th century. They could have chosen to fulfill themselves, in the Russian Empire, and then maybe be more prominent in the Soviet Union. But they chose to write in Ukrainian against the orders such as M's decree, which basically not only prohibited Ukrainian language, but also actually prohibited all of the Ukrainian scientific organizations, Ukrainian Geographical Society, Ukrainian Academy of Science. So it denied Ukrainian nation at the time the ability to modernize in your own language, in your own identity, precisely what Russia is actually doing now in the occupied territories of Ukraine, and that's why justice is so important. But also the authors, if you will have a chance to maybe during the next break, just to read a little bit more about the bios, and also we have some of the poems, and I'm glad that some of you have picked up, and we are running out. We'll print more, but this is kind of in the poetry in both Ukrainian and Danish of Ukrainian authors of the executed Renaissance. It's the tragic generation of authors who were most of them killed in gulags in Sandermoch and in the 1930s, and then also the representatives of the Ukrainian famous generation of 60 years, or those who actually believed so much in the idea of human rights and in the defense of human rights that they could protect them and defend them even under the Soviet totalitarian system, but many of them obviously also suffered greatly. And then the current contemporary generation Ukrainian poets and authors, who some of whom are defending us not only with words but also with arms. With this, I'm passing the floor to Taras Byk from the civil society organization Decolonization, right? Decolonization. He's also a partner of a great friend of mine, Valery Pekar, with whom I just met last week and also had another session. And Taras will introduce another panel which will talk about the traps of great Russian culture.
Thank you, Natalia. First of all, I will abuse my right of moderator and tell in short about our activities. Well, I am part Oleg Magaletsky. I'm co-organizer of the Free Nations of Post-Russia Foundation, and happy to work with him all around the world with this topic. He's enormous efforts in organizing those events, but unfortunately he was not able to be here, and I have a possibility to replace him. Talking about decolonization, I see there are many questions how this appeared and how it's working. Basically, this appeared around 4 years ago, after the hot phase of the Russian war on Ukraine, so-called 3 days that Russia had to take over Ukraine. This is when we realized that this war is a long-term problem and it needs more sustainable solutions. We cannot win this war in a linear way against the largest country of the world. This is when we started looking for different solutions. There are different groups of people working on finding the answer to the questions, how do we achieve sustainable peace? Not a short-term solution, but sustainable peace. And today we have talked about so-called ceasefire. From what we know, when we have analyzed the history of the Russian Empire, however it was called, thank you, however it was called, whether it was the Russian Empire, the USSR, the Russian Federation, it was always about expansion. This country needs to expand, to take over new peoples, territories, countries, to kill, to rape, and this is what they are doing now in Ukraine. This is when we have realized that we have to think out of the box, and this is how the idea of decolonization appeared. I would say it rather reappeared because 80 years ago there was a different organization called Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations, which united different nations around Central Eastern Europe and Central Asia, which were traveling around the world and trying to convince the West to look at the scenario of the collapse of USSR. Nobody believed them. They said, no, USSR is strong as never before. It will never collapse. But ultimately, they have achieved their goal, and the USSR collapsed. And this is actually what we are doing today. We are trying to convince the West to include the Russian decolonization scenarios in one of the scenarios of the future of Russia, to be ready for this scenario. What is important, decolonization is not about destruction. Decolonization is about peace and about benefits, because this is a kind of win-win-win solution. This is win for Ukraine for obvious reasons, win for the West because Russia sees its existence as a geopolitical threat for the entire civilized world. And most importantly, this is a win scenario for the new nations that will appear, because they will get opportunity to establish civilized states and develop in a civilized way. We are now trying to understand what's happening in those republics, and just recently we finished our new research. It's called Capacity Index of the regions of the Russian Federation. I will leave one copy here, so everyone will be able to get acquainted. By this research, we want to change this approach to so-called Russian studies, when the entire territory, entire country was studied from above, through the prism of Moscow. And this Moscow-centric approach, it's a kind of distorted situation in the regions. So we have tried to analyze what's happening in 10 regions of the Russian Federation, so-called Russian Federation, and if they have capacity for independence. And we want to expand this research, so this is only the beginning, and we would be happy to collaborate here with different scholars, academia, experts, think tanks on the topic, and to improve this research to understand what's happening in the Russian regions. It's about economy, it's about humanitarian, political sphere, but today we will talk about culture. So-called great Russian culture, whether it's obstacle for small peoples, whether it's helping small peoples, nations, captive nations of the Russian Federation. And I would like to invite three great speakers. Katya Margolis, who is one of the strongest intellectuals I have ever met, the artist, and Katya, you're welcome. Asad Saab, who is a Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria. I'm talking about the real ministry, not the occupational one. You're welcome. And Yaroslav Yurchyshin, a member of Parliament of Ukraine, whose background includes from civil society sector, who is now head of the Foreign Affairs, head of the Freedom of Speech Committee, and who was the first head of the temporary special commission on elaboration of Ukraine's policy towards captive nations of the Russian Federation. And today then he was deputy head of this commission, and this is the area we are working very closely together. Many people try to draw a line between the Russian war and Russian culture. They say you cannot eliminate the idea of great Russian culture only because there is Russian war. Is it so? My first question to Katya Margolis is how so-called great Russian culture is connected to the Russian war, or we should look differently in different ways on them?
Of course, it is directly connected, and I would start with a small anecdote. Every time I meet some Italian or French, or mostly Italian, and they ask, where are you from? And I've been living in Italy for 20 years now. I said, well, I was born in Moscow. I said, oh, Moscow, I love Russian culture. I love Russian literature, and they start to hug you. And I asked them a question. If I would say I were British or French, would you start hugging me and saying, I like Shakespeare, I like Dickens, I like Zola, I love Maupassant, I love Apollinaire? And they kind of, that question leaves them a big question because they've never thought about it. And since they've never thought about it, they start thinking. So what I want to talk about, or should I just introduce my whole thing, is how we think. Because how we think, it's an action. And rethinking something is an action, and it's action that requires intellectual courage, honesty, and also innovation. Because we often repeat the same cliches as we see with great Russian culture, and it's the same way the actual artificial intelligence works. It's word prediction. You say Russian culture, and the most common address is great Russian culture. And it comes automatically without people even thinking about it. They will never say great Spanish culture. And this is about words and how we think and how we see things. And how we think depends on how we talk, and how we talk, it depends on how we think. And these things are very interrelated, because we call our convictions views, we call our opinions point of views, and as an artist, as a linguist and an author, I find it extremely important to connect those things. How we see things, how we name things, how we think about things, and how we, by naming things, make other people think about things and make their decisions. And it has direct influence on political decisions, on the view of the world, on the view of what is happening in Ukraine right now, because it is not not accidental at all. It's not an episode. There's been a lot been said about that, about imperial aggression as being part of the Russian mentality, but also deeply embedded in Russian culture already. And that's what epistemology is about. It's a branch of philosophy that studies knowledge, how knowledge and the process of knowledge is formed. So the absence of naming something, not only naming with wrong words or using some cliches as a great Russian culture, but also the absence of naming, silence or prohibition or taboos against naming renders something invisible for other people. And this is very important. Writers and philosophers know that, but so do dictators, propagandists, and manipulators. And this is precisely why speaking about Russian colonialism and imperial mindset is so difficult, especially in the West. Because generations of Slavists, of Western people, had been raised with this idea of the great Russian culture, so human, so embracing, so... And if we read Russian writers, as any writers, we can find a lot of those things. I would not deny it. But it becomes a cliche, it becomes a mass, it's become instrumentalized, it's became a tool of Russian imperial propaganda. So, since this colonial imperial mindset and this imperial thing deeply embodied in Russian culture has never been part of the normal decolonial analysis as Russia evaded all the colonial discourse. And that's why, partially, this empire is still there and it's killing people. It's how the absence of naming actually takes lives. This is not abstract. That's not about just linguistics or some kind of philosophy. It is direct. Because it's not accidental. Because considerable resources of the empire itself has always been invested into recreating, enforcing, and diffusing these myths about the great Russian culture. And where does empire take its resources? It takes it from the colonies, from the oppressed people, from the repressed people. Why Russia have all these crazy budgets for Russian houses and propaganda and everything? Where does this money come from? Oil? I don't know, gold? Where are those things taken from? They're taken from the people whom it belong to. And these people are mostly not Russians. So this is a direct, very direct connection. And so the thesis that Russia never was and never is a colonial empire, and it's not exactly, it's a very specific and very special. And Russian propaganda narrative, whether intellectual or direct military, always use this idea of some kind of very special place Russia occupies in the civilization, in the political geopolitical map. There's always something special. There's nothing particularly special about Russian colonialism. It works exactly the same way all imperialism works. It uses colonized people to reconquer old colonies like it's doing in Ukraine. It defends narratives, chauvinistic narratives about Chechen people being terrorists or Buryat being the main aggressors, or a lot of those things. These are manipulations. And the interesting thing that's been said before, that the identity, the Russian identity, let's forget about the pure Russian identity, is deeply toxic and imperial by itself, and the proof is very simple. If you start talking about Russian colonialism or imperialism to a Russian intellectual, to a Russian anti-Putin intellectual, anti-war refugee somewhere, most of them react in a very aggressive and kind of painful way, because that constitutes, they see it as a threat to their identity, because this imperial mindset is undetachable to their identity. And if you take that away from that, what remains? It's a hollow thing that, and this thing is perceived subconsciously. So this, in this sense, the word decolonization becomes a trigger. It is a trigger for power. Obviously, Putin names us all enemies, foreign agents, terrorists. Every small decolonial movement, even the grassroots movement, even non-political movement, is already being named and tagged as a terrorist or extremist. And this is a very good sign. It means that's what the weak point of this empire is. That's the weak point of the Putin power is. If they're so much afraid of a small gathering of 5 people discussing those things, it means that's a weak point. And this should be taken into account very seriously in military, strategically, intellectually. So this current war is not an accident, it's another thing, because if you would use the word decolonization for the Russian, so-called Russian opposition, you'll get exactly the same reaction. Well, they will not claim you foreign agents or will not put you in prison. They don't have any mechanism to do so. But they will hate you, they will react in a very aggressive way, they will always put decolonization in quotation marks, and it's a word trigger again, because it challenges the identity. And the identity is very much linked to the territory and to the self-perception within this territory. And they're very archaic, which Russia is an archaic, very archaic idea of something big as something being important and something being strong. So making Russia small again really triggers a very hard emotional reaction. And it also challenges the main thing in the language, how Russian opposition talks about war and what happened. They use a lot of passive constructions, impersonal constructions, like war happened, Putin arrived, we were forced. And this lack of agency, even grammatical level, is lack of responsibility. And lack of responsibility, of course, is the lack of identity and of agency, and these things are very much interrelated. So, and unfortunately, these narratives, and Mikhail Rechuk talked about that, is very important. We know that the conquerors, the colonial, they write the history and write the narratives. So this framework constructs a common, deeply historical rooted, something even subconscious, and that's a chronic disease of both pro-Putin and anti-Putin part of Russia. This is very important. And if in pro-Putin it's so obvious, it sends missiles and drones, there's nothing to discuss. The other part is much more subtle, but they use the same kind of things, maybe not to attack, but to defend themselves. And so if you don't see something and you don't name something, it means you have a privilege not to see and not to name. If you're a Burat, a Chechen, a Sakha, you knew it all. You know it since you were born. You're saying you're the wrong face, you're the wrong language, you're terror. But if you're born in Moscow, you have a privilege not to see, not to call their name, and more actively disguise it to protect your own privilege, which is at the end of the day is an imperial privilege. So this is another thing that's forms the narrative that distorts not only history, as we said, but also the current view of the current aggression. It's an imperial aggression against Ukraine, and as it was said, it's not some Putin war. It is, unfortunately, and it requires responsibility and rethinking of one's own culture. And so education is not a culture. What is in textbook, how we name things, what words are we using, is not neutral. Because mental territory is, well, the world culture itself means earth, means cultivating, it's related to territory. Empires dwell in the heads. They migrate in the head, they defend in the heads, and they should be defeated in the heads first of all. So this is not something secondary. So reclaiming this mental territory, deoccupation of the mental territory is the prime call. And that's why we're trying to do something. We're doing the online courses of Russian decolonization with a lot of speakers, Burят, Chechen, experts, people who, and we have online students. And another thing is, of course, listening to the other and seeing oneself reflected in the, it's very unpleasant. It's very unpleasant for someone like me being born in Moscow, and it's unpleasant to learn what actually people think about you. It is very useful to know what people think about you, because it makes you think, it makes you change your language, it makes you change your narrative, and you start, by changing the language, you start to see. And by seeing, you name and you change things, you rethink, and so you act subsequently. So this is really, really important, and it is not abstract.
Thank you, Kata, for your profound speech, for explaining how it works. Asad, is the great Russian culture, what did it do to the culture of captive nations like the Chechen culture? Did it incorporate it? Did it foster its development, or did it simply destroy local culture?
Thank you. Do you hear me well? Yeah. Thank you very much for having me here. It's a great honor for me to be here. It's a great opportunity, actually, to speak here, because, you know, what happens is that in Europe, political elite, when they want to get information about Chechens, they ask Russians, and the image that stays of Chechnya here in the European mindset is unfortunately the Russian image of Chechnya, and it does not represent us. It does not represent our culture, it doesn't represent our people. And to respond to your question, first we have to know what is the Chechen culture, and what is the Chechen identity, and who are the Chechens actually. And from that perspective, seeing who the Chechens are, then we will be able to answer the question how it destroys and what it destroys exactly. So, who are the Chechens? You know, there's a French anthropologist, Ernest Chantre. He wrote a book, Les Recherches anthropologiques du Caucase, and he described Chechens as the French of the Caucasus. Alexandre Dumas, who wrote a book, Le Caucase, he described Chechens, he said actually that among Chechens, among Chechens, every man is a knight and every man is a king. So before the Russian expansion, in Chechnya, we had actually the democratic parliament, which was called Merkel, and this democratic assembly managed the affairs of the nations through consensus and through election. And this showed that we, the Chechens, we really had a political system that worked in a democratic way. The Merkel operated under Adat, which provided a legal framework for governance, and this legal framework served as a social contract. The social contract that long before Jean-Jacques Rousseau popularized it in France. So social classes did not exist in Chechnya. We lived according to the principles égalité and liberté that the French actually had to fight for in the 18th century. Central to our identity is the Chechen code of honor, Norchela. And this is, it's not just about bravery, it's about the fundamental rights and also the absolute respect for individual freedom. And this is a foundation for any democracy. So such code never existed in Russia, and today it does not exist in Russia. In contrast to the Russian narrative, Chechen society was decentralized and literate. Long before Russian secular schools arrived to Chechnya, education was a priority in Chechnya. In every village, schools known like hujri operated, ensuring that the people could read and write. This scholarly foundation is why iconic heroes like Abrek Zelim Khan of Khorachoy conducted their correspondence in Arabic script, a mark of a sophisticated intellectual connection to the wider Islamic world. The Chechen language is considered as one of the oldest languages in Europe and in the world, and this language belongs to the Nakh branch or the Caucasian family. Before the Stalinist era, the nation was intellectually vibrant, with numerous journals and gazettes published in the Chechen language using the Latin script. Latin alphabet. This period of linguistic modernization was abruptly halted in 1938 when Stalin forcibly transitioned the Chechen language into Cyrillic alphabet. And this was not done for convenience. It was a strategic move to sever Chechens from their existing literature and to tighten Moscow's cultural grip. So Russia's primary justification for its presence in the Caucasus has always been that it brought civilization. While the Russian Empire presented itself as a European power, its internal reality was deeply archaic. It was defined by a rigid feudal system and serfdom, which was a form of slavery. And until 1861, Russian population, 90% of the Russian population lived like peasants, uneducated and disenfranchised slaves. We did not have this in Chechnya. We never had any kind of feudal system or slavery. So historically, Russia has been governed by absolute autocracy. It has never possessed any a truly democratic government or fundamental democratic values. By culture and by nature, Russia has never been a democracy and therefore has never functioned as a democratic state. You know, subjugate or exterminate was the Russian policy applied to Chechnya. And the Caucasus, this was the policy applied in Chechnya and the Caucasus in general, by Tsars, and today by Putin. And you know, this policy is very well described in the book that was written by our Prime Minister, Ahmed Zakayev, and this book is available in the libraries of the top universities. So I think it's worth reading this book. So what did Russia bring to Chechnya? Russia brought destruction, war, despotism, and autocracy to Chechnya. The so-called Great Russian Civilization in Chechnya destroyed our ancient towers, wiped out our villages, and desecrated the ancestral gravestones. This civilization led to the erasure of our native language from every public sphere, and the forced Russification of our songs, history, and traditions. Today, the Chechen language is taught in Chechen schools 1 hour per week. 1 hour per week. Our mother tongue is now on the verge of extinction, and we are denied of the right to protect our language. So imagine here in Danish schools, you have Danish children that learn the Danish language 1 hour per week. How awful that would be for the Danish identity, for the national consciousness of the Danish people. So that's what we're living today in Chechnya. Today, Vladimir Putin has established an occupation administration in Chechnya that reflects the Russia's feudal autocratic spirit. In this system, Putin acts as a Tsar, Kadyrov and his inner circle serve as the privileged nobility, and the entire political structure is rigid autocracy. Russia has twice destroyed our democratic parliaments. The first one, the Merkel, and the later, the parliament of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria. In their place, Russia built a system based on principles of suppression, corruption, lack of real political competition, and total dependence on the center. Also, Russia is consistently destroying the foundational key of our identity, which is the code of honor, Norchela. And this is being carried out by individuals devoid of principles, driven by a thirst for power and money, people like Kadyrov and his entourage, the Putin's clan. And this is a Putin's clan. On Chechen territory, Putin effectively allows his protégés and subordinates to humiliate, suppress, and intimidate the Chechen people. These practices resemble the relationship between landowners and the serfs during the Russian Empire, the Tsar Russian Empire. Kadyrov is not a Chechen phenomenon. He is a product of Russian political system, molded in the spirit of subordination, fear, and personal loyalty to the regime, the very elements that define the DNA of Russian mindset and culture. Today, the entire education system in Chechnya, from kindergartens to universities, is conducted in Russian. And the language policy is simple in Chechnya. If you want to succeed in life, you have to speak Russian. Yet the Russian political elite opt to send their children to study here in the West. Why? Because they're well aware that the great Russian language has little utility outside Russia, and that their educational system is both corrupt and incompetent. Today, some Russian liberals here in the West attempt to present Russia, as a fundamentally European country. This is a historic fallacy. As the American historian George Vernadsky famously noted, geopolitically speaking, the Russian background is not European, but Eurasian. Medieval Russia is not so much Eastern Europe as it is Western Eurasia. If we define Europe by democratic participation, local literacy, and historic resistance to autocracy, one could argue that the traditional structures of Chechnya, like Mehkel and Adat, are far more aligned with European ideals than the serfdom and despotism of the Russian Empire. From the Tsars to the Soviets and into the modern era, the Russian state has remained an empire, and this is why it remains incapable of accepting ideals such as human rights, the rule of law, the individual freedom, and sovereignty. Modern Europe is facing an old, aggressive, and desperate man, which is called Russia. This aggressive and desperate man has accustomed the West to viewing the Caucasus and Chechnya through a purely Russian lens, dismissing our region as Russia's backyard. And this is very problematic. And the West and Europeans, our European friends, have to ask themselves, what is the Caucasus? And what is the connection between Europe and the Greater Caucasus? And the Caucasus is not just about Chechnya, it's also about Dagestan, it's about Ingushetia, it's about Ossetia, it's about Georgia, it's about Armenia. It's a huge European Caucasian family. So I also allow myself to remind our European friends that the Caucasus is the land of Mount Elbrus, the highest peak on our continent. It is the land of ancient cultures and languages, and most importantly, a region whose indigenous soul is built on a democratic foundation that Russia has never possessed. It's also a land rich in natural resources, and it's also a region that has access to the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea. Our connection to Greece is written in our shared DNA. The Greeks did not just send Jason to Colchis for gold. They recognized in the Caucasus a mirror of their own world, a land of high mountains, independent city-states, and defiant love for freedom. When the Greeks placed the myth of Prometheus in the Caucasus, they were placing a symbol of human enlightenment in the only landscape formidable enough to hold him. The British poet Lord Byron captured the spirit perfectly when he said that, quote, "The mountains of the Caucasus are the true birthplace of the European soul." I repeat, the mountains of the Caucasus are the true birthplace of the European soul, where the air is too thin for a tyrant to breathe. The struggle in Chechnya is not about separatism or rebellion. It's about republicanism and democracy. If we continue to view Caucasus and Chechnya as Russian, we become complicit in the erasure of a unique European civilization. We ignore the fact that while Russia was building autocracy stretching to the Pacific, the Chechens and Caucasus and the Caucasian peoples were maintaining some of the oldest democratic traditions on our continent. It's time to bring Caucasus home in our mind. It's time to bring Chechnya home in our mind. We must recognize that the struggle for dignity in Grozny is the same struggle that defined the Enlightenment in Paris, London, and Athens. The Caucasus is Europe. Democracy is its heritage, and it's time we stop letting Russia tell us otherwise. You know, modern Europe is now facing an old, aggressive, and desperate power that, because it failed to act when the first warning signs appear. If Russia had been stopped in Chechnya 30 years ago, there would be no war in Ukraine today, and there would be no war in Europe today. History has proven yet again that the Chechnya is an integral part of Europe, and its tragedy was the prologue to the present. By recognizing the Chechnya as an integral part of Europe, of European family, we do not just correct a map, we honor the democratic spirit that the Chechen people, the Chechen mountaineers and other mountaineers from the Caucasus have defended for a millennium. And finally, let us not forget that Russia, over the last 30 years, has committed extensive war crimes in Chechnya that resulted in the death of 300,000 Chechen civilians and 42,000 children. To our deep regret, Russian authorities and even some Russian liberals here in the West attempt to mask these atrocities behind a narrative that we feed you, we build cities for you, we civilized you. In Chechnya, Russia employed extrajudicial killings, indiscriminate bombings, forced deportations, and the systematic suppression of our language. A country cannot claim to be civilizing others while resorting to such barbaric methods. That's why Russia has never been a civilized country and is in no position to lecture others on civilization or morality. Thank you.
Thank you, Asad, for your outstanding speech. I think many parts of your speech are quite eye-opening for Europeans who have never thought that Chechnya, the Republic of Ichkeria, is so much connected to Europe, to European values of dignity, democracy, and so on. So thank you for promoting this idea. When you were talking about the influence of the Russian Empire on the Chechen language, culture, religion, you know, I just felt I was hearing the history of Ukraine, because when Russia was coming to Ukraine, this is exactly what happened to Ukrainian culture, religion, and everything else. In this context, I would like to ask
Can I comment?
Yaroslav, please do.
You know, on the first panel, there's one speaker, he made an excellent remark. He said that Russia is very good in creative narratives. And these narratives are actually very dangerous. And the thing is that Russia created a narrative about Chechnya here in the West. And because of this narrative, Europeans are blocked to seeing the real Chechnya and to seeing the real Chechen culture and taking a position that really defines Chechens, the true Chechens. And the problem is that none of the European or any other organization has access to Chechnya. None of you or me can go to Chechnya and investigate things and see what is the real Chechnya. Because the international organizations have no access to that. So this means what? This means that the image of Chechnya we receive is just an image that is created by the occupation administration in Chechnya. And this image does not represent us. And you know, another speaker here also made a comment that, saying that, after these devastating wars in Chechnya, we see that Chechens love the Russian occupation and the Russian. This is completely it's not true. The problem is that none of independent organizations can go into Chechnya and investigate things and see what's going on there. So saying this, it's completely unfair. Yeah.
Thank you for debunking all these Russian myths. Yes, you deserve applause here. Talking about comparison between influence of Russia on Chechen culture, Ukrainian culture, I would like to ask Yaroslav your opinion about the influence, the impact of the so-called great Russian culture on the Ukrainian culture in his historic perspective, as well as today in the context of the full-scale Russian invasion on Ukraine.
When we're thinking about great Russia lie, I couldn't say about culture. We must remember that we all from childhood. And when children try to pretend to have something great, then feel themselves uncomfortable, then try to compare themselves with our. And any British, French, or our artist knows to say that my culture is great. Really, it's a problem of Russian-minded. They compare themselves with Ukraine, with Chechen Republic, with our culture, and understand that they are not great. They really afraid that. And I think, Katerina, that show you never ever meet British or French artists. We will say, love us because we're from great France or Great Britain, but great Russia. Why? Because a lot of that was stolen. ballet was stolen from France, and Russia ballet, it's like to pretend to be our part of French or German culture. And we can analyze a lot of that. Our public broadcaster have quite good documentary, Big Russia Lie, and show how Russia, through destroying of local culture, create the vision of great so-called Russia culture. I can remember my own history. I was born in northern part of Russia, in Karelia, near Arkhangelsk, a small city named Mirny, peaceful. It was a military city, understandable. It was not exist, it was a secret Soviet army city. My father was a rocket officer in USSR army, and he have any possibility to serve in Ukraine because he was Ukrainian. And near our city was several native Ugro-Finnish villages, Karelian villages, Wesps villages, with somehow served their own type of life. When I have possibility to return on the beginning of, proudly say, this century, yeah, 20s, in this region, I don't see no Karelian villages, no Wesps villages. People was there, villages as administrative point was there, but culture are not exist. So these big Russian lies can exist only destroying cover. And now we have situation of cultural genocide because using not only weapon, but this narrative as weapon, Russia tried to destroy our nations, our groups, to use this pre-modern, even maybe medieval approach when you in center of civilization around barbarian tribes and you civilized them. Because Ukrainians are fascist in point of view of Russia. Chechens people, I do know that it's one of the most carving for freedom and self-representation nation around the world, but they describe them as Islamistic terrorists or something like this. Why? Because in our scenario, you don't see a great Russia culture, because you see Chechen culture, Ukraine culture, Ugro-Finnish culture, ruins of our identity, Russia to try to manipulate their own imperialistic identity. And it's a pity, but more than near 340 Ukrainian artists was killed Russia. And now we have second shouted revival of our culture, because first of one we have after Soviet occupation, then hundreds of Ukrainian, not only Ukrainian, hundreds artists from around USSR was killed in Sandermach, in Magadan, which was described by Uri. So Russia built their great lie, the so-called great culture, killing culture of our nation, of neighborhoods. And it's one of the dangerous weapon. Why? Because Russian opera singers sing in European opera. Russia received a possibility to postpone the narratives, because these singers will take part of profit which they earn there, and buy weapon for Russian soldiers to kill us, to kill Chechens, to kill Georgian people, to kill Moldovan in transition conflict. And Russia even not like try to pretend that we are not use culture as a weapon. I only cite what say Mr. Repchuk on first panel as director of Hermitage said that their exhibition it's a part of military special operation of Russia. So it's about destroying culture, it's about development. It's about eliminating of our identity. Culture must help to serve identity. We now see a lot of attempts from in Canada, in US, around the world to adopt policy of First Nation, to return what we lose previously. Russia do other way. When Crimea was occupied by Russia, we have not so much as we need, but we have schools with Crimean Tatarian language and culture. Now, any of the schools are not exist. Only NGOs, only like approach of people to give possibility to serve this identity. But it's very dangerous, because if you say that you are Crimean Tatar, in Crimea you will be arrested. And now, not less than 11 journalists who write about Crimean Tatar, civilians who not take weapon into arms, now arrested and accused about terrorism, for terroristic action. And it's a problem. Russia culture became a weapon, a great weapon, and very actively work not only in Ukraine or Chechnya, not only on occupied territory, but internally in Europe, internally of US, internally on West. Because the best what they do, they pretend, they manipulate. And when we analyzed their situated Russia Orthodox Church in Europe, it will be near office of NATO, near some very crucial industries. So it's not a church, it's a network of Russia agents. And when we understanding that, and even Russia Church was stolen from Ukraine, because it's not a joke. Historically, Eastern center of Eastern Orthodox Church was Kiev, and only after occupation Kiev, they take it and put into Moscow. Greece Patriarchy don't do that, but they arrest Greece Patriarchy and pushing them to recognize Russia Church as an equal church in Orthodox style. But the same, Russia spoiled everything that they tried to use, because imperialistic minded not let to our be equal. Europeans are lazy, US, Americans are stupid, and so on. So it's about childish point of view, not a honesty. It's like we don't have something that we really proud. So we minimized what you can be proud of. Due to that, we must understand that only Russian culture or Russian-speaking culture, which fighting with tyranny, with Putinism, with imperialistic-minded, it's really great. Why? Because it shows real democracy movement. But a pity it's not so many people there. Thanks, Katya, because she was maybe one of them. I hope not only. So I do hope that we rebuild Karelian and Wesp's identity together, because when we lose even one spice of animals or plants, it's like big problem for society. But things. So let's understand when we lose real culture, real identity of people, sometimes we even not notice about that, because we let Russia to manipulate this so-called great Russia, not culture, but lies.
Thank you, Yaroslav. I think that this is a good summary, which leads us to conclusion that so-called Great Russian culture is not a separate phenomenon which is beyond the Russian war, but this is actually part of the Great Russian War against the civilized world, which is trying to destroy all other cultures that Russia is trying to subjugate. Asad, you had a comment?
Yeah, actually, I would like to just mention that. The speaker, he told that Russia has been labeling different nations, Ukraine as Nazi and Chechens as terrorists. And this had been happening to Chechens, not just for the last 10, 15 or 20 years. It has been happening since the beginning of the Russian expansion from 1763. You know, the notorious, the very famous Russian general Yermolov, he said that there is no people under the sun more vile and treacherous than the Chechens. And he is known for burning our villages and killing civilians in Chechnya. And he is known for an absolute brutality, military brutality. During the Yeltsin's era, our legitimate movement for independence was labeled as merely criminality. We were labeled as bandits, we were labeled as criminals. Our president, democratically elected President Johar Dudayev, was labeled by Yeltsin as a bandit. Although the Yeltsin is the one who actually turned down and with fires and arms the legitimate government of USSR in '93. So I'm wondering who was the bandit at that time. And during the Putin's era, we were labeled as terrorists. And this is, you know, it became a tradition for Russian Empire to dehumanize the victim and then destroy the victim. And then this dehumanization and destruction of the victim sell to the European community, to the Western European community, as like a policy, an internal policy, or a needed policy for Russia to become a civilized country. So, but this is a complete wrong version of Russia. And I think Europeans have to remember that when they deal with Russia, they're not just dealing with a country, they're dealing with an empire that has a strong tradition of subjugating minorities. And we should remember that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
It's a great example how Russia, from the beginning of invasion of Caucasus, create a vision of Chechens as mothers or something like this. So they come to Caucasus, began to invite them, and describe them as a cruel people.
If you want to move on.
And these sites can be... So everyone knows a great Russian poetry, Pushkin. Yes? Yeah. He described Chechens as mothers. And we still reading Pushkin. Then he described a Caucasus war. He said, cruel Chechens come with knife to kill us, or something like this. We don't notice that till we analyzed how this vision, how this manipulation against Chechnya was done not by Putin, not by Yeltsin, but far more previously. And about Cherkess, who have great civilization, I could say, and when Russia just study how to read, have their own culture with very ancient roots on the Caucasus. So in reality, it's a heritage of Russia Empire, years and years. And all Russians, not all, but majority of Russian artists was involved in this imperialistic mindset, even Pushkin.
And short comment from Katya.
Just it starts again with a children's book, because there is this famous сказки Pushkina, the fairy tale that every Russian child knows about heart, and that says directly about these warriors, семь богатырей, that when погулять, то самое руку правую потешить, там кого-то спешить, или башку широких плеч, и у татарина отсечь, или выманить из леса, вот там черкеса. So it is just describing the hunting for those Caucasian people, and children learn it by heart before analyzing. That's what I'm saying. It's like, it's what narrative is. It's why language is important, because these verbal formulas are embedded before they're being analyzed, and on that base, it's very easy then to build an imperialistic war and to label the whole nation as terrorists.
So imagine if the greatest Russian poets say this. What should happen in the heads of the normal Russian people who read these poems and who start to read these poems from the schools and from the young age, and how Russified are the Russians, and how this Russism is rooted in their heads, from within their literature, from within their politics.
From lullaby.
From lullabies.
Yeah, I think this is, yes, a very good example of the essence of the so-called great Russian culture. We have to finish, but we might have some questions. Let's take one question, yes? Yes, please.
I thought that it was a bit odd that Russian wasn't the state language parallel to Ukrainian, since almost half of the population spoke Russian on an everyday basis. That would be the kind of, even in Finland, Sweden is also a state language, for instance. And I thought it was more important what was spoken, the content of the words, than the language it was spoken in. But after decades in Ukraine, I understood that Russian language can be extremely dominating. And so I began to see things more from the Ukrainian perspective, you might say. But anyway, let me ask you to explain to the audience how it is that I remember also when the Communist Party was abandoned, abandoned, it couldn't exist anymore in Ukraine. And you have also more recently seen pro-Russian parties banned, and also some news outlets. And people will look at it from outside and see, well, this doesn't seem very democratic. How can Ukraine be a democratic society or defending democracy when they almost act as a dictatorship within Ukraine? But I felt the release when all the people around in Kiev and other cities, they couldn't actually see all those pro-Russian TV channels anymore. It changed the whole atmosphere in Ukraine. So how can you explain that to?
What's the question? So it's quite a complicated question, because if we not recognize manipulation as manipulation, but as our point of view, we never serve democracy. Because then Russia use all their possibility, all their money to use soft power, soft guns, culture, language, identity, mass media, freedom of speech, and so on, to manipulate with mindset of Europeans, for Ukrainians, and so on. We don't have possibility to develop our identity, because we will be divided. We will be not Ukrainian, not Russia, but post-Soviet type of nation, which cannot exist. Why it happened in Ukraine? Not only in Ukraine, now we see that even more deeply in Belarus, not Belarusia, because even named was spoiled by Russians to be nearest to Russia. We must be like Malorussia, so small, little Russia, yeah? Okay, who really little. But, so they do understand that language is the way to create a mindset. And when you control a language, you can totally change a culture. Yes, with Caucasian nation, it's more harder because of difference of language. But they do that. Now in Chechen, as I have information, even Chechens between themselves speak Russia. Why? Because you can be accused for nationalism, for terroristic action, if you use on public way, not so-called official language, yes? Russia created a vision then Ukrainians and Tatars always was enemy. But when we analyzed our history, in majority situation, for example, in time of Bogdan Khmelnytsky fighting with, for freedom, we collaborate, we was partners. When we fight with Ottomans, we was partners. But Russia to destroy that. On the beginning of our independence, we not choose the way what choose by Baltic country to separate of Russia. Why? Because we are afraid. We receive guarantee from Western country, Budapest Memorandum, that Russia will not use nuclear weapon. Yes, if we will deny to have nuclear weapon. We do that and lost because Russia began the war and no one really take responsibility as a peacekeeper. Yes, we do really thanks for help. We have so big amount of help from Western side, then no Chechen Republic don't have. Only several volunteers fight for Chechnya and Ukrainian too. No Georgia received that help in 2028. No Moldova not receive this help. But it's not help us to appease evil. We're not attacking, we not fight with Russia influence because we do believe that evil can be appeased. Even in our national security strategy in 2020, we very softly said that Russia occupied Ukraine territory. We not claim that Russia is enemy. And it was our problem. Because when you not named evil as evil, was when you not fight with evil, all weapon you have, evil return more stronger and destroy you. So, I was born in a Russia-speaking family. My parents never ever speak Russia before that. But then my military officer father, when my mother born us, and if his colleagues heard that in our family we use Ukraine, he can be arrested, accused by nationalism, only to speak their own language. The same situation was in Ukraine. A lot of Ukrainians who want to have a perspective, a career, they study their children in Russia schools. Not only in Ukraine. I think in Chechnya was the same, and now I think it's returned. In Crimea, in every region, if you want to have a perspective, you must be Russians. Not Ruski, not ethnically, but culturally, imperialistically. And only then we closed, not willingly, not as our decision, but after Russia attack us and occupy Crimea and part of Donbass and Lugansk region, only after that we adopt a law which help Ukrainian language to develop. And now situation slightly changed, but it's not an unreversible way. And if the same, when we will have the first post-war election. Thus, we must close our martial law and return Russian channels. It's a question. Because if it will be, we will have a next Orban-Yanukovych type of politics in our politician structure. Not strong politician structure. Very fragile politician structure. Because of that, I do believe the only new Nuremberg process, only international tribunal can solve a problem. Because when war will be only a peace, we have a Khazar-Yurt agreement in Chechnya time. War was a peace. But next they return more dangerous, with more weapon, which create a vision of Islamistic terroristic troops, not independent, very secular and very high-level democratic country statehood. So due to that, democracy must to fight for themselves and claimed evil as a evil, not our point of view.
Thank you, Yaroslav. I said, Katya, short comments. You have comments to this question, yes?
Short comment about the greatness of the Russian language, because I find it important to underscore the hypocrisy. You know, during the Tsarist time, the Russian aristocracy disdained speaking Russian, it spoke French, and it looked to Versailles for inspiration. Yeah. But the peasants and the so-called slaves, they spoke Russian. But when they started the expansion to the North Caucasus, the Russian language was presented as the language of the civilized. And the reason why Tolstoy had written books where you have chapters and you have pages written in French, because the aristocracy spoke French. Mm-hmm. So this is very it's a hypocrisy from the Russian side to present its language as the greatest language. And you know, in the Caucasus we have different native languages. We have Circassian. In Dagestan there's a lot of different languages. In Chechnya we have our language, which is very close to English language and which is actually close to Georgian. So these different languages we have in Caucasus, this is not a point of division. It should be a point of European heritage, and it should be seen as a linguistic European heritage, which makes Europe a region, a continent that is richer, that is more open, and that is different from the rest of the world.
Thank you, Asad. Final comment? Sorry, we have coffee break, which is waiting for us, but after the fourth panel, we'll have possibility to ask questions for both of them.
Just a closing.
Yes, and Katya will have a closing remark.
Yeah. Yeah, hold on. Oh, yeah, I have, sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, I want to answer the question, very sorry. But the thing is that I'm a linguist. We went to when I was young, we went to exhibition to learn Webb's language. We were introduced to Dagestan languages, and so again, the knowledge and the presence of this other may change the things. We're a small group of linguists, post-Soviet children. I'm sure all my ex-classmates know about that language and they already see the whole thing differently. And it is very important that Europe sees it from its real lens and not from the Russocentric lens. That we constantly seeing that. That's what was happening now and with the, I don't know, Russian presence of the Venetian Biennale, when this empire they parasite on everything, the propaganda uses everything, democracy, high-tech, social network, anything, culture, Italian respect for culture. That's why they send these cultural brigades and musicians and ballets constantly. And they also now are starting to parasite on the decolonial theme, because they brought, for this Russian pavilion, they brought Buryat, they brought Komi, and they want to use this puppet kind of decolonial action as a fake action and everything is used to keep the imperial power in place, and everything is used as a kind of military operation, as the Petrovsky, the director himself stated. That's what I want.
Thank you, Katya. We have to finish this panel because of the time, our time schedule. But please keep your questions for the after next panel. We will discuss them definitely. And let's give the round of applause for our brilliant speakers.
I just want to introduce Valentina Shapovalova, researcher, analyst, and program lead at Defense Innovation Highway, our partners. You probably are noticing that very often now in the programming of Ukraine House in Denmark, we have events by Defense Innovation Highway on different topics. And in the areas of cognitive warfare, in the areas of comprehensive security and total defense, of course, we're looking at culture and cultural resilience as one of the ways to to be resilient towards this threat that we are all facing. Please kindly take your seats because we need to start and finish on time. And we have an intervention from Ukraine by a great colleague of mine, Luba Cebulska, with whom I share over 10 years of joint experience of working for Ukraine in Ukraine's interests. I'm really excited that Luba will be joining us at the very beginning of this session, and then Valentina will introduce all of the speakers. Valentina. Oh, you have it. Okay,
yeah,
good.
It just needs to be turned on.
Mm-hmm.
It's for me. It's for you? Yeah, put it.
Co dobra.
Yeah, thank you so much for those who have stuck around the whole day. I know it is the last panel, but luckily there was sugar in the break, so I hope that you didn't hold back. I am so happy and so privileged to be hosting this panel as someone who was born in Odessa, Ukraine, and has grown up in the Nordics, has gone through some personal decolonization processes, and has also done research on Russian disinformation and propaganda from a critical perspective, where I looked into the different gendered components, the different also colonial components of Russian narratives, which is a concept that you have already heard quite a few times today. Narratives, we keep coming back to them. The importance of narrative, the importance of Russian narrative in promoting the so-called Great Russian culture, and so I am very pleased to introduce our stellar panel. We will have different perspectives today from Ukraine, Belarus, and Tatarstan. And speaking of narrative and knowledge, we will start with Lyubov, who is an amazing Ukrainian expert. I met Lyubov in Kiev when I was there last time. Lyubov is one of the leading experts on informational warfare and cognitive warfare in Ukraine. She leads the Join Ukraine NGO that works within this field, and is the former inaugural head of the Center for Strategic Communications, which was based under the Ministry of Culture previously, but is now part of the Foreign Ministry of Ukraine. And Lyubov, you will start with a small intervention, and then we will move on to the questions.
So I would start with the fact that we tend to treat culture as something separate from security, as something soft, something apolitical, even harmless. But if we look at how Russia operates, this distinction simply doesn't hold. My organization, Join Ukraine, conducted a study on how Russia instrumentalizes its culture. And our focus was, first of all, Russian strategic documents and what place culture has in these documents. And the key conclusion is very simple. Russian culture is not only a tool of soft power, it's a part of war. It follows a very old principle you are very much aware about. First, you win hearts, and only then you take land. And to understand this, we need to look at the system. Russia openly defines culture, language, and historical memory as tools of foreign policy and national security. Culture is not just about art or music, it's about influence, first of all. And the center of this system is, of course, the concept that you heard today many times, I'm sure, which called Ruski Mir, or Russian world. It's often presented as a cultural space. In reality, it's a political project. Its goal is to create a sphere of influence beyond Russia's borders and to justify interference in other states. Russia also treats people as part of this system. Russian-speaking communities abroad are seen as a resource, and they literally indicated in their documents as environments where influence can be built and mobilized. And this is why the narrative of protecting Russian speakers appears repeatedly in moments of aggression. And how does this work in practice? So first, through narratives. Again, Russia consistently promotes messages that justify its actions, protecting Russian speakers, restoring historical justice, provocation by the West, and so on. And these narratives are repeated across politics, across media and culture. Second, through institutions. Organizations like Россотрудничество and the Ruski Mir Foundation operate globally. They present themselves as cultural platforms, but in reality, they are state-funded tools of influence. They create networks, recruit agents, shape perceptions, and promote a favorable image of Russia even during war. And of course, through culture itself, well-known artists, performers, and cultural figures become part of this system because culture creates trust, and trust can be converted into influence. And also through global infrastructure. Russian cultural centers operate across continents. They host concerts, they host exhibitions, but also events, films, and content that promote Kremlin narratives and reinterpret the war. And finally, through occupation. And it was separate focus of our research. In occupied territories, culture becomes a tool of control. It means rewriting history, changing education, imposing language, and erasing identity. At the same time, cultural heritage is physically destroyed, and we saw it in Mariupol, we saw it in Kherson when it was occupied, and of course, we saw it in Crimea. So we see a lot of we see the full spectrum, and culture is used to prepare the ground to justify aggression, to influence global audiences, and to consolidate control. Probably I would stop here, and then let's have a discussion further.
Thank you so much, Lyubov. And I would like to follow up with a question on, and it's going to be quite a broad question, so it would be great if you could give us a few examples that are concrete. How is Ukraine pushing back against all of these attempts by Russia across the different layers and levels, on the political, societal level? How is Ukraine pushing back, and how is Ukraine working with decolonization against Russia since the beginning of the full-scale war?
I would say that Russia uses cultural narratives not as background, but as infrastructure for cognitive warfare. And the core are, of course, these few persistent storylines that Ukraine is not a real nation, that Ukrainians and Russians are the same people, that Russia has a historical right, even responsibility to intervene. And these narratives are embedded in language, history, religion, and popular culture. They are not new, of course, but they are constantly adapted to the current phase of the war. And what is important is that this is not spontaneous. It is institutionalized. And this is exactly why Ukraine adopted the law on the condemnation and prohibition of the propaganda of Russian imperial policy in 2023 and the decolonization of toponymy. Why? Because names of the streets, monuments, cultural references, all of this is not neutral. It is part of how reality is constructed. And Russia weaponizes culture to normalize its presence, to blur distinctions between identities, and to create this sense of inevitability. So cognitive warfare here is not only about disinformation, it's about shaping the environment in which people think long before any message is delivered. So this is on the government level, and on the level of civil society, I think it comes from communities. People want to look at Ukrainian culture differently. They want to look at Russian culture differently. It's their natural wish. They want to rethink, and they want to look at the context, how and when it was created. So, and I think that in Ukraine, it even goes probably more bottom up. It's not coming first of all from the government. It's coming from people.
And following up on that, and if we look broader outside of the borders of Ukraine, because Ukraine has been both top down and bottom up, so on different levels as well, very effective when it comes to strategic communication, especially in the very beginning of the full-scale war. So what have Ukrainians understood about the power of narratives that a lot of the European institutions maybe have not gotten yet?
I think that the Ukrainians understood one key thing clearly, that narratives are not like decoration, that they are battlefield. And Ukraine did not treat communication as an afterthought to policy. It treated as a part of policy, and this means like clarity of messages, consistency, emotional connection, and ability to explain complex reality in simple human terms. And then again, it was coming bottom up. It was like, especially in 2022 and 2023, it was communicated by people, and the government mostly just only, took the best examples and showed to international audience. And it was also very sincere. And I think this is something that audiences in other countries saw very clearly and understood very vividly, that it's absolutely sincere, that these people do not want to be under Russia's rule. And they have their own narrative, they have their own story, they have their own culture to show.
I think this is such an important point to make when we talk about propaganda and counter-propaganda, that, and I think one of the speakers mentioned it earlier, that it's not just about counter-narratives, it's also about creating your own narratives and being effective and efficient in communicating them. Thank you so much, Lyubov. We'll get back to you a little bit later. And now we'll move on to Elizaveta Dubinska-Hushka. Yeah, sorry for mispronouncing your last name. You are the chairperson of the board of the Beladania, the Danish Belarusian Cultural Society. You have worked tremendously on the Belarusian politics, on the relationship between Belarus and Denmark. You have also worked in the Baltics. So you come in with a lot of different perspectives, both working in academia and working for the Danish Cultural Institute. And with these different perspectives, and especially focusing on the perspective of Belarus, how has this idea of the so-called Great Russian culture affected national identity historically and today?
Thank you very much. It's truly a pleasure and honor to be here today. Thank you very much for staying, and thanks for having me here. For me, it's important to be part of this conversation, also personally, because of my personal background. My grandfather was Ukrainian, and I'm really proud of this part of my roots. And for me, Ukraine and Belarus, they are interconnected on many different levels. It is unfortunate what is going on in Ukraine, the full scale. It is a scar and a big spot of shame for us. as Belarusians who involuntarily are associated with this aggression. But I would like to go back a little bit in time to the protest in 2020, because that was the moment where Belarusians who are generally considered to be quite quiet and people, not particularly revolutionary, came out and expressed their true identity, their thoughts, and their courage. So, as hundreds of thousands of Belarusians took to the streets in autumn 2020 to demand a political change, it was a culture and a language that became immediately a visible symbol. It was not planned, as far as we know from the activists, from the political activists and political leaders of the protest. It was not planned, but something happened, something clicked from below, and people started using national symbols to distinguish themselves, to identify themselves, to show who they are. And it was a tremendous moment of sincerity to express the Belarusianness, which is not part of imperial narrative, is not part of Russia, of great Russian culture. It's almost difficult to pronounce. So the protests, as you know, were cracked down brutally, and the pro-Russian regime in Belarus started to subdue all possible manifestations of national culture. And for you to understand, the Belarusian language and culture had been suppressed for decades, if not centuries, before by several waves of Russification. So it had actually survived 250 years of Russian occupation, and this still was the language and culture were still alive and kicking. And even in spite of the periods during the Soviet times where it was actually promoted to look at the Belarusian language as a language of rural areas and something low class, and even those parents who would speak Belarusian with within their families would try to avoid it so that the child does not get a bad accent, because further the child would need to go to university, and it would actually be not very cool. So all those things, I think they are in common, and we share with our neighbors, other nations who have been part of this imperial sphere. I would maybe like to, answering your question, make this point that when we look at, it's been really a lot of interesting points that have been said today, and I'm taking a lot with me. What I would probably like to add to the discussion is that, well, the Belarusian case is a bit special because we have the Belarusian culture developing in exile at the moment, which is the place, actually the external space has become our space. And this is where we read, where we discuss, where we speak our language freely in exile, where we write our books, do our cinema, and so on and so on and so forth. So this exile community is a place where the Belarusian culture is currently preserved. However, when talking about the Belarusian culture inside Belarus, it has always been difficult. Even after the independence from the Soviet Union, when the his name came to power in 1994, made this referendum introducing Russian language as the second language, second official language. We after a short period of textbooks at school written in Belarusian and Belarusian becoming a language of instruction at schools and universities, everything was curbed down and no longer possible to, for example, even study the basic subjects at school in Belarusian. So we still have, as of today, 3 hours of Great Russian language and Great Russian literature in the school curriculum, and 1 hour Belarusian literature and 1 hour of Belarusian language. It's disproportionate, and as of today. And I think maybe 2 schools in Minsk which teach in Belarusian, 2 schools for the whole capital. And in the rural areas, it's barely possible. So this kind of long-lasting colonization process has been manifesting itself in language, in literature, and in the narrative of Belarusian not being on the level, not being as good as Russian language. So this exile community, this is where we can take this as a window of where we have a window of opportunity for us to actually develop and practice the Belarusian language and culture. And especially after the full-scale invasion of Russia in 2022, a lot of Belarusians who had been maybe hesitant to speak Belarusian before shifted or started using Belarusian in their daily life as a way of showing that they are not Russian. So here, whether we like it or not, but language has become this battlefield. It's not neutral anymore as such. And even the Belarusian authors who had previously been writing in Russian started to choose publishing their books first in Belarusian and then in Russian to show their position. And we still have, actually, it's quite a hot discussion exactly now in the Belarusian community, in the media, about this language of publications and so on. And looking at this discussion, I can actually see that the supporters of those who prefer or who see Belarusian literature as Belarusian language literature, Belarusian speaking literature, not Russian speaking literature, is growing, and it has grown dramatically. And another point that I wanted to make, like a bridge to that, is that in our organization, we discovered somehow that, we do a lot of translations and we actually like the translations and literature. And we came to an understanding that there was no translation from the Belarusian language into Danish published to date. And in 2023, we took this task and decided to take up the task and make the first anthology of Belarusian literature in Danish. It was this attempt of freeing ourselves from the colonial perception of Belarusian literature as being, bilingual, or it's equally fine and things like that. We simply thought, we don't want to discuss that. It's simply not normal, if I may say so, that a country which is just 560 kilometers from Denmark does not even have one little book or piece of literature translated into this language. We understand that we are talking here about 2 relatively small languages. Belarusian, 9 million people speaking it, and Danish, about 6 million. So we are talking about actually 2 quite small communities, but nevertheless, I think that this gap should have been filled. So So it's not only the literature, it's not only translation, but it's also filling those gaps. And to maybe wrap up my little introduction, I would also like to say that, we've been using many metaphors about Belarus. We even tried and succeeded in changing the name in Danish from Belarus into Belarus. And thanks to everyone who uses Belarus nowadays, it sounds like music in our ears. And even when I come to the local municipality office to change my driver's license, and the person knows it's not with H, but with B, it's Belarus. It's really, you know, it makes my day. And and recently, like, we know that, like, Belarus is something with white, maybe, but white is also free. It's also clean, and, you know, it can be many metaphors in that. But white can also be like unknown and non-existent. And unfortunately, we have been in this kind of limbo area where we were not existent, not on the mental map at least, or associated with Russia, or even worse, somewhere in Siberia, you know. White is because it's, you know, something there. And then it was a kind of shameful spot, because, you know, we have the dictator who brutally treats the people, the population. And then the Ukrainian war and the Belarusian place in that. I must say that if we maybe were a bit more culturally sensitive and a bit more aware of this spot on our map close to our borders, which is Belarus, perhaps we, it's always difficult to say what we could have avoided or not, but at least now we can see that Belarus has been used as a platform. It has been used as a springboard. And it is a place without which Russia would not be able to threaten neither Ukraine nor the Baltic states. And we, as back in 2020, we have been crying, we have been, you know, asking, please do not turn a blind eye to us. And we are Europeans, and we want to be free. And Belarusians are a completely European nation in their mindset, in their values and their identity. And therefore, it's particularly pleasant for me to be here today as part of this discussion.
It's also an interesting point to make in regards to language. Belarusian and Ukrainian are closer to each other than Ukrainian and Russian. So it is, I mean, we have already talked, and I have another acquaintance from Belarus where I speak Ukrainian to you, and then you answer in Belarusian, and we actually understand each other, which is super cool, I think. And my grandfather was actually Belarusian, so yours was Ukrainian, and yeah, it's a mix. But I was just wondering, to which extent do these activities in the diaspora groups and also what is happening inside Belarus, so really fostering the Belarusian language, working on literature in Belarusian, on translations in Belarusian. I'm pretty sure that not just in Denmark, but in other countries as well, right? There are attempts to work more on translations from Belarusian to other languages. So to what extent are these activities framed as decolonization, and where does security play into all of this from your perspective?
Oh, very nice question. I just need to be aware of time, not to take too much of it, not to start talking too much about it. But in essence, if you imagine that after the protests, practically all the NGOs were closed in Belarus. So people had to move their activities, and a lot of them, practically all the independent publishers, had to re-establish themselves abroad. And now we have publishing houses in Poland and several cities, Warsaw, Krakow, I think also Poznan. And then in Lithuania, in Germany, in Berlin, And then, yeah, of course, in London, but they had been there for quite some time. So now there is a strong support for the publishing activities, and the Belarusian diaspora, they basically snap all the books as soon as they get out, as soon as they get published. So we know, for example, the Russian-speaking Belarusian writer Sasha Flapenko published his first book in Belarusian. It was sold out like same day, literally within hours. Although he had been known as a Russian-speaking writer and made his image as a Russian-speaking writer, and also his I think, marketing has been built in this way. So without even much effort, just the one action led to such a huge popularity of literature in general. So I think that that's why I believe that, well, books matter. People still read them. People still write them. They still translate them. And this is actually the area where we can get inside into the mindset and culture, because that's something that acts on the subconscious level. And I would really appreciate when people can get to know the Belarusian culture through, not through the Russian lens or the lens of the Russian culture, but authentic Belarusian culture. And unfortunately, we don't have so many people who speak Belarusian language fluently. For example, here in Europe, so we really need to search with torches night and day to find those who would be able to translate and to work together. And the way we worked with anthology was actually that we did a kind of experiment. We basically sat together with the Danish-speaking translators and authors and Belarusian-speaking, and then back and forth we tried to find out some interesting ways of how to translate, and there were some interesting discoveries on the way. I may, for example, give an example of a poem. In one of the poems there was a phrase about a dark village in Belarusian, Темная вёска, and then our Danish translator was writing that, and then she said, "Why is this village dark?" And then I was like silenced, because yeah, of course it was dark, because, a village, that's what can you do there? It's dark, gloomy, and underdeveloped, and this kind of thing. So in her Danish mind, she didn't even think that it can be something like very low and not good to be at. So we had to explain why this village is dark, and how would you actually translate it into Danish, dark village. It's not dark here in the villages, right? So such things made us also reflect back on ourselves and see how close or different we are where we are in our cultures.
Yeah, it's a really great example. And as someone who also translates next to my full-time job, I translate some of the poems, by the way.
Oh.
Check, you can take some of them home. And I'm translating a Ukrainian book into Danish, which will hopefully come out later this year. It is so incredibly important, I think, as well, to firstly to promote the different cultures through literature, but also to, from the other side, to try and understand this culture through literature. Thank you so much, Lizaveta. And now we will have Aida, and I promise you I practiced all of the last names beforehand, but now that I'm on the spot, I'm completely butchering everyone's last name. Abdrakhmanova. You're the head of the Tatarstan, thank you. You're the head of the Tatarstan Independence Committee and the vice president of the Anti-Imperial Bloc of Nations, and you have prepared an intervention as well to start with.
I would like to greet all guests and organizers of this forum. My name is Aida Abdrahmanova. I am a head of Tatarstan Independence Committee, vice president of the Anti-Imperial Bloc of Nations, and a member of the Free Nation League. First, I would like to briefly introduce you to my homeland, Tatarstan. The Republic of Tatarstan is a patch of territory that was violently conquered in 1552 by Ivan the Terrible. At the time, a large portion of the male population was killed, while women and children were taken captive. Since then, the Tatar people have been struggling to restore their statehood. And despite nearly 500 years of occupation, we still exist. We remember our identity, we know who we are, and we are not Russian. One of the most active periods in recent decades when Tatars came close to gaining independence was the early 1990s. In 1990, Tatarstan adopted a declaration of independence. In 1992, an international referendum was held, attended by foreign diplomats and politicians. Its results were recorded by the US Helsinki Commission. The Republic also adopted its own constitution. However, Moscow and Yeltsin, truth, intimidation, threat of aggression, and the use of military force halted the process. The desire for independence and the restoration of statehood is only merely a wish. It is a condition for the survival of our people as a nation. In recent years, the activities of national liberation movements have taken on new forms and gained international significance. These included speech in Europa Parliament, representatives of various nations of Parliament Assembly, discussion about creating a dedicated platform for captive nation, only captive nation, presentation of reports at the United Nations, participate on the Crimea platform, and under our. This is why we perceive a serious threat to the existence of Russia. Criminal cases initiated against us, real prison sentences in process, we are labeled as foreign agents. Pressure is exerted on our relative and even attempts made on our lives. Today, many countries are living in a stage close to pre-war condition in the face of a threat posed by Russia. For example, Germany has adopted a defense strategy for the first time since Second World War, in which Russia is identified as the primary threat in Europe. In Lithuania, air raid alarms frequently hit. I personally experienced one in December last year. In Sweden, similar alerts are also occurring. Russia has violated the airspace of Denmark, where we are currently located today. Estonia is seriously assessing the risk of a potential invasion of its territory. Why I'm saying this? Because we argue and provide evidence that the decolonization of Russia is the only viable path to a peaceful future for Eurasia and Europe. Yet Russian claims without ground that such a process would lead to a global catastrophe. But is what Ukraine, NATO countries, and their alliance experience today not already a global catastrophe? This is a time when countries are searching for a reliable alliance and partners. We are not seeking sympathy or pity. We are seeking partners and alliance to eliminate our shared threat, Russia and its endless chauvinist wars, expansion and aggression. I would like to emphasize that the so-called good Russian, bad Russian, should not be legitimized. We have not right to speak on behalf of our national republics. A mere change of regime in Moscow is not enough for us. Nor should we be allowed to mislead Western politicians once again through manipulation. A resolution that superficially includes the right of peoples to self-determination and merely wordplay. This right is already enshrined in the UN Declaration, and we do not approve it from Russian liberals. If they were to formally commit to non-interference in the affairs of national republics, militarily, politically, and economically during a process of decolonization, that might be of some interest to us. However, the historical experience of our people shows the agreement with them cannot be trusted. Therefore, we oppose the West supporting them as the only legitimate alternative to power. We must draw on the lessons of the past in order to minimize risk and make this process as controlled as possible. Already now, we need to shape a vision of a future in which the decolonization of Russia is not seen as something unrealistic. This process requires strategic planning, foresight, and decided action. Together with our international partners and Europe as well, we must not allow Russia to continue to dominate and control our lands. Менге так, слава Україні!
Героям слава! Дуже вам дякую. When I wrote to Aida before this panel in English, you replied to me in Ukrainian, and that is how I realized that you have been learning Ukrainian since 2022, which is very heartwarming. And we have agreed with Aida that I will take the questions in English and translate them to Ukrainian to make it easier to understand. And Aida will answer in Russian, and I will translate it back to you in English. So you will see an exercise in multi-linguistics here. So my first question would be, because I keep going back to this quote of Putin that he made in a propaganda speech from 2022, which is such a great example, I think, of this Russian narrative, this Russian image that it tries to present itself as a harmonious, multi-ethnic federation. And the quote was, I am Lak, I am Dagestani, I am Chechen, I am Ingush, I am Russian, I am Tatar, I am Jew. So he was really trying to portray himself as every single ethnic minority in Russia in one person. Aida, from your perspective, what does this narrative of a multi-ethnic, harmonious, happy Russian Federation, what does it hide? Треба перекладати? Ні? Супер.
Путин, ну, так скажем, режим в России в лице Путина всегда манипулирует народами. Он всегда хочет показать то, что какое-то единство в России существует.
Putin always tries to manipulate the different nations inside Russia and show that this unity actually exists.
На самом деле это, конечно, не так.
In reality, of course, it is not true.
Но людям, которые уже запутаны пропагандой, иногда достаточно бывает этого, поэтому они это хорошо знают в Кремле.
And people who are already confused by propaganda inside Russia, for them it's enough to have this superficial narrative, and they know that inside the Kremlin.
Конечно, он это говорит не из великой любви к народам и не из того, что он на самом деле так думает, а в этапы великих потрясений, а после 22 года это можно назвать таким этапом в России, они будут использовать все методы, чтобы собрать, сплотить около себя людей и особенно народы.
Of course, Putin is not saying all of this, that he is all of these nations in one, because he sympathizes with the different nations. He is doing it strategically, and especially in a time of great distress, which came to the different nations after the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. This narrative has been pushed very actively from the Kremlin side.
Особенно после 22 года все актуальнее стала тема именно деколонизации России и самоопределения народов, и тем сильнее режим начал как бы манипулировать именно народами. По-моему, с 22 года каждый год так и называется: День языков, День народов, День костюмов, День чего-то угодно.
Especially after the beginning of the full-scale war, where this decolonization discourse became more widespread inside Russia, the Kremlin started oppressing the different nations, at the same time as trying to, again, push this narrative of a united Russia, and having established days like the National Day of this and the National Day of that to emphasize again even more this this appreciation for the differences within Russia.
Но на самом деле, так сказал уже Асет, у нас 1 час только преподавания родных языков в неделю. И за последние 20 лет 2 миллиона татар перестало писать в переписи, что они знают татарский язык. Это реалии России.
The same as we heard is true in the Republic of Ichkeria. In Chechnya, the Tatar language is also being erased in Russia today, and it's only taught 1 годину, так? 1 hour per week, and more people in Tatarstan are losing their language. 2 million people in the last 20 years, 2 million people have noted that they no longer use or know the Tatar language.
Ну и в конце скажу, что Путин может быть кем угодно, но мы не Путин и никогда им не будем.
And I will end by saying that Putin can think he is whatever, but we are not Putin and will never be Putin. And I would like to go back to something you said in your speech about how this promotion of self-determination for the different nations in Russia, different regions, would create instability. And you said that instability already exists, but how can we go even further when we're talking to European politicians that are trying to portray, again, this process of decolonization within Russia as something that is too uncertain and too dangerous? Перекласти?
Как я уже говорила, что почему я затронула тему хороших русских? Я не хочу им выделять время на такой важной панели, но это важно, потому что европейские политики предпочитают встречаться с ними. Яшин, Карамурза, Ходорковский, Гудков. А почему-то они для них более легитимны, чем мы, хотя у них нет никакого права.
I would like to go back to this notion of the good Russians, although I also really don't want to spend time talking about them on this panel. For some reason, the European politicians prefer to talk to figures like Karamurza, Yashin, Khodorkovsky, instead of talking to people like us.
Люди с нечистым прошлым и нечистым настоящим, так скажем, политически нечистые люди, они имеют право заседать там и принимать решения за всех россиян. Это неправильно.
People with a past and a present, a political past and present, which is not always clear, which is murky, such as many of these people have, are for some reason thought to represent the entirety of Russia outside of Russian borders.
Вот одно из тех, чем может помочь Европа, это не сотрудничать с ними, но как минимум минимизировать или как минимум, чтобы мы говорили от себя за свои республики, за свои народы сами, но не они.
So something that European politicians can do is, instead of inviting those Russian liberals in the conversations, they can invite us, the representatives from the different regions, to tell our stories and our perspectives.
Я понимаю, что тема деколонизации России, она новая и не изученная, поэтому мы проводим форумы, поэтому есть вот эта книга, где можно ознакомиться и понять, что там ничего страшного нет. И то, что все страшное, оно происходит уже сегодня с нами, на наших глазах и в наших странах.
And I understand that the theme of decolonization in Russia is still quite new, but that's why we have forums like these, that's why we have books like these, so that people can educate themselves and see that it is not, decolonization is not something scary, and scarier things are already happening right now inside Russia.
Никакой эскалации быть не может, она уже есть. Россия уже всем угрожает, но ей никто ответить не может. Разве может быть такое?
We cannot talk about an escalation when Russia is doing what it is doing already, and how fair is it that they're doing these things to us and we cannot answer them back?
И это после того, как Украина показала, что у России нет никакой ни второй, ни третьей армии мира, и то, что она политически без партнеров европейских просто ничтожество на мировой, на международной институциях и арене.
And this is even after Ukraine has already shown that Russia does not have the second best, even third best army in the world, and it doesn't have political allies, strong political allies in Europe. That's it. And I think, can we get Lyubov back on the screen? Is she still with us?
Of course.
Of course, yes. Great. Then I will ask one question to all three of you, and then we can take questions from the room. And the question, and I had to choose it really carefully, that I wanted to ask, which has actually been partially answered already in the other panels, but I would really love to hear your perspectives on it, is how would a genuinely decolonized European approach to Russian culture look like in practice? Lyubov, do you want to start?
I think that decolonized approach doesn't mean actually canceling culture. I think it means contextualizing it. It means understanding that culture can carry power, and sometimes that power is imperial. In practice, this would mean not treating Russian culture as inherently universal or neutral, giving more space to culture that were historically suppressed, critically examining which narratives are being promoted and why, and being more careful about institutional partnerships that are linked to Russian state. And also, like, first of all, and this is the question that I heard many, many times, like, why do you complain that we read Chekhov and Tolstoy and others? We don't know Ukrainian writers, right? We don't know Ukrainian literature. And this is the problem. You don't know them because it was prohibited for them to write in Ukrainian. They had to write in Russian very often. Very often you don't know about them because they were killed as Ukrainian artists, right? They were killed in 30s. It was a whole movement called Bolshekism, and they all were killed because they were Ukrainians. And this is exactly why the world doesn't know about them. So it's very important to understand the context.
Thank you. Lizaveta?
Is my mic on? Yeah. Thank you. I think a lot has been already discussed today, and in particular, the recommendation regarding the curriculum at universities, but also at schools, is very important to revise and to enrich with our discourses, with discourses from the countries that are not, or cultures which are not Russian and should not be confused with it. So that is one thing. But regarding the language, I also think that, I agree with Lyubov, and I would like to suggest also a bit more optimistic view over that, because look, we are still here and we still have our languages and we still preserve our culture in spite of all the efforts of centuries and attempts over the centuries to suppress it, to eliminate it, to erase it from the people's memories. So people's culture is actually much stronger than we think. It's not so easy to erase. And therefore, I think even for the Russian culture itself, the more imperial it is, the more it tries to impose itself, the worse it does for itself. Because we become, even when we accept it to a certain extent and speak the Russian language, we contaminate it with our own language, with our own, I mean, contaminate in a good sense. So the Russian language and the Russian culture itself, the more imperial it is, the more it actually, the faster it will lose its own, how to say, language purity. We know, for example, that if it exists, of course. I think it was, for instance, a problem and a discussion in Great Britain for some time ago about the English language, because it's so widely spoken across the world. We all have our own versions of English, and for the English people, it is actually a problem because we create a new version of it, which they don't speak. So I think that there is also, in spite of all this, there is also a positive side to that empire can be actually self-destructive. And one more point that maybe I could add is that this tendency of using Latin alphabet has been seen in really many contexts. I think the former Soviet republics have been transitioning to Latin alphabet. I think Kazakhstan has shifted. For me today it was an interesting discovery about Ichkeria, that you had the Latin alphabet before Stalin changed it into Cyrillic. The same we had in Belarusian, and this is also something that comes very naturally and puts us in a more global context. So at the end of the day, I think that there are probably reasons to be optimistic, but there are dangers that we should be aware of.
Треба перекладати питання? Ага. Англійською чи українською краще? Як, на вашу думку, міг би виглядати такий реально деколоніальний підхід в Європі до російської культури?
Ну, это больная тема, потому что здесь русская культура очень хорошо сидит, крепко сидит, все любят. Когда в 22 году я даже в Швеции слышала, что такие фразы: «Ой, Россия опять осталась одна». Россия напала на Украину, но она почему-то осталась одна. Это сложный вопрос.
Зараз я перекладу. It's a very difficult question because Russian culture has its really good grip on Europe, and even in Sweden in 22, so after Russia invaded Ukraine, I either heard someone say that, oh no, Russia is left all alone now. So sympathizing, Russia sympathizers.
Ну, в этом, наверное, стоит в первую очередь наша задача. Мы должны показать, что Россия — это не монолит, а много народов, больше 190 наций, и каждый имеет свою культуру, свои традиции, своих писателей, и это все интересно. И сейчас дальше продолжу.
I think it is our responsibility as well to show Russia as a very diverse nation of 180, вы сказала? 190 different nations. So it is very important to promote this narrative that Russia is not a monolith.
Поэтому это не только проблема Запада, да, западных людей, это проблема России. Это она так представляла, что она единая такая страна.
So it's not just an issue in the West, it is an issue inside Russia, because Russia has been portraying itself as a monolith.
Хочу привести только один пример человека, которого вы все знаете. Это Рудольф Нуриев. Все думают, что это российский, советский артист балета.
I want to come with a very concrete example of Rudolf Nureyev, who everyone in the West or in Europe, правильно? Thinks of as a Russian or Soviet ballet dancer.
Но это не так. Он татарин, он мусульманин, он всегда об этом говорил во всех своих интервью, никогда этого не стеснялся, ненавидел все русское. Он был одним из первых, кто бежал из Советского Союза. Это было очень громкое дело, я думаю, вы все знаете. То есть он никогда не ассоциировал себя вот с русскими, хотя он был человек непосредственно культуры и был воспитан даже, руководительница была, по-моему, русская, балетмейстер. Но в любом случае вот эту идентичность свою он сохранил до конца своих дней. И это говорил об этом на Западе.
In reality, he did not perceive himself as Russian. He was from Tatarstan. He was a Muslim. He always talked about it. He hated everything Russian, and he even fled Russia at one point. And until his death, he perceived and presented himself as a person from Tatarstan.
He is not from Tatarstan. He is from Bashkortostan, but Tatar.
I just misinformed you. I'm so sorry.
Он даже в своих интервью осуждал тех, после него уже бежали некоторые, не сказать немногие, но некоторые бежали. Барышников, например, он говорил, что я не как некоторые по русским самоварам не страдаю и русских ресторанов не открываю.
Можете повторить имя?
Он в своем интервью, у него есть одно большое интервью, оно поделено на части, он говорил, не говоря фамилии, но так намекая на Барышникова, тоже известный артист балета, говорил, что я русских ресторанов не открывал и по русским самоварам не страдал.
At one point during an interview, he also referenced this phrase that I did not open any Russian restaurants and I did not have a longing for the Russian samovars.
Мне очень обидно, что вот такие известные личности, которые именно известны в первую очередь в Европе, во всем мире, ассоциируются именно с Советом, мы говорим, да, с Россией. И сейчас таких много, да, спортсмены. Они вынуждены говорить, что они россияне, потому что они не пройдут дальше. То есть эти все люди могли бы быть из Татарстана, продвигать нашу нацию, можно сказать, да, татары, говорить об этом, заявлять об этом, нести наш флаг с гордостью, а не российский кровавый флаг, который Россия использует наш весь народ в своей кровавой войне. Это не наша война, мы ее не хотим.
And this is happening still today. People of culture, people of sports are forced to say that they come from Russia in order to be able to participate in different events on different platforms. But they're not Russian. So instead of carrying the bloody Russian flag, they could be carrying the flag of, for instance, Tatarstan. And they're also using our people in their bloody war, and it is not our war. That's it. Do we have any questions? Only one question. Yes.
Thank you, Reinhard Kucik from Panaropa, Austria.
I think we cannot talk about culture without talking about religion, and therefore I have a combination of 3 questions. But it's a combination, it's a combination. So the first, what role does religion play in this great Russian culture? Second, what especially role is of the Orthodox Church in Russia? And the third question, how important is religion for the captive nations in their struggle for independence?
I think let's divide it. Lyubov, you get the first one. How important is religion to the Russian culture? Elizaveta, you get the second one. What's the role of the Russian Orthodox Church? І Аїда, я вам дам останнє, наскільки релігія грає роль саме в цих деколонізаційних процесах різних націй. Let's start.
Start with the first one. So I think that Russian Orthodox Church is one of the key pillars of Russian regime. So it is definitely important for the regime to be strong, to be preserved, because it gives the regime, Putin's regime, and all these imperial ambitions, it legalizing. This is the task of Russian Church, to legalize these ambitions through narratives, and they do it pretty successfully, I would say. For Russian culture, you know, if you look back at Russian history and you look at how Russian government portrays Russian religion, church, now you will see that there were different, periods. We all know that there were times in Soviet times when religion was almost prohibited, where churches were destroyed by the regime. But somehow, in current vision that Russian government presents to the audience, they can all combine, those times where the churches were destroyed, but also those times where churches were elected, like Tsarist time and so on. So this is the same with the glorification of Stalin. They do glorify Stalin a lot, but they also do glorify Nikolai II, the last Russia's Tsar, a lot. So they kind of managed to combine all these figures in the same narratives. And again, it proves the hypocrisy of Russian regime. Again, it proves that they do not really have true values. They just instrumentalizes these values. And church is one of the key tools to convey people that this form of the state and this regime is legal, and this is the only form that Russian state should have.
So the question about the Orthodox Church, as one of the examples or one of the effects of the activities of the Russian Orthodox Church is, for example, that the majority of the Belarusian population, which used to be Uniate population, 80% of people were brutally forced to change into Orthodox after Belarus became part of the Russian Empire. And there is no difference as such in the ritual itself. Uniates were, they're still like Orthodox, but it was part of the Catholic Church, but it was considered to be one of the worst nightmares for the Russian Orthodox Church, that the existence of this community. So the very first thing that was done in the Russian Empire was actually to get rid of this religious community, to turn them forcefully into Orthodox religion, or, well, basically exterminate those who didn't want to. So But among Belarusians, we still have this tradition of, it's again very difficult to change over time. So in spite of all those forced conversions into Uniate religion, the Russian Orthodox Church was not able to get rid of the Catholic population in Belarus. So, the Pope still matters and still has some power. And even Lukashenko himself sometimes, listens to the diplomats from the Vatican. That meant that we still have mixed families. We still have people who celebrate both Catholic Christmas and Easter and Orthodox. So in the beginning of '90s, just in the beginning of the independence from the Soviet Union, we had all the holidays were double. So there were really a lot of holidays in the calendar because everything was double. Then Lukashenko changed everything, and now even there is no holiday even on Easter, on Orthodox Easter even. On Monday everybody goes to work. But he pronounces himself also as an Orthodox atheist. Whatever it means. There are some very ultra, I would say, more, they are even more, how to say, they're more pro-Russian than Lukashenko themselves. There's communities, church communities in Belarus, and some of them are known as, they go on missionaries to Sweden, for example. There was recently an article in the Swedish media that they were going around with their, selling some souvenirs and so on. And the Russian Orthodox Church in Stockholm is actually close to the airport. I think in the first panel we mentioned that it's always somewhere where the critical facilities are. So they were coming there for what were they doing there and what were they selling. They are very active, but the population itself, luckily, is not that religious. I mean, it's not like they're atheists in Lukashenko's understanding, but statistically it's about 45% of Belarusians who are actually believers or who are religious. So it's quite a secular society in this way, and therefore there is always a balance. Fanatics are still in minority, but they try to sometimes to make their voice heard. And that was the Belarusian context, but I think maybe also important to mention how the Russian Orthodox Church as an institution has been working on this external policies. It was really something that was done very professionally and consequently. And what surprised me, for example, personally, was a couple of years ago I came across a book about this advisor to Patriarch. He has been head of the external relations in the Russian Orthodox Church. His name is, church name, Ilarion. A brightly educated man. He did his PhD in Oxford or something like this. Fluent in foreign languages. A musician, writing symphonies, all this. And on the top of that, he was a priest back in Lithuania. When Lithuania was getting independence, he was on the barricades. With this biography, this man was able to build excellent relations wherever he went abroad, opening doors, either, with language, with culture, and so on and so forth. And that policy was designed in such a way as that, trying to find allies wherever it was possible. So they would collaborate with the Catholic Church, if the Catholic Church is against the Western, values or something like that. They would cooperate with Protestants and so on, but on this diplomatic level. So the Orthodox Church diplomacy is also actually worth looking into it, because they did employ the whole arsenal of tools how to succeed, and yeah.
Thank you. Aida?
Какую роль играет культура в процессе деколонизации?
Религия. Религия.
Религия? Я думала, культура. Я уже подготовилась по культуре. В процессе деколонизации религия играла особенно в 20 столетии и так далее, да, до этого очень большую роль. Допустим, я говорю больше про татар, потому что все школы на родном языке были сосредоточены именно в мечетях.
So in the 20th century, and here I will focus on the Tatars, all the schools in the Tatar languages were inside the mosques. So there the religion played a very big role.
Следовательно, это помогало сохранить как язык наш татарский и обучить уже образованное будущее поколение.
So it helped both to preserve the language and the religion and educate the future generations.
И поэтому удалось татарам сохранить самосохранить идентификацию вплоть до, честно говоря, до советского периода. И даже в советском периоде люди сохранили и язык, и культуру, потому что в основном жили в деревнях, но в путинское время ассимиляция произошла катастрофическая.
So even before the Soviet time and during the Soviet time, it was possible for Tatars to preserve their culture and their language up until Putin came to power.
Но сейчас только религия не поможет сохраниться, допустим, татарам, как татарам, именно потому что молодежь уже читает религиозные книги на русском языке, то есть это не поможет.
But today, even the younger populations who are reading religious books, they are reading them in Russian. So this link between religion and language for Tatars is being savored.
Ну вот конкретно татары же это не только мусульмане, это и христиане, ортодоксы. И вот в пример мусульманам, татарам, ортодоксы как раз-таки проводят свои мессы на татарском языке в церквях. Не знаю, почему так получилось.
But Tatars are not all Muslims. There are also Orthodox amongst them. And for some reason, there is a difference there because the masses for the Orthodox Christian Tatars are being held often in the Tatar language.
И, к сожалению, вот на такой ноте все-таки не очень хорошей хочу закончить, что ни религия, ни культура в любом проявлении не поможет нам сохраниться как нации, только независимость наших республик полная, и только деколонизация, деимпериализация России поможет нам всем народам сохраниться как нации, и не будет угрозы ни Европе, ни так далее.
I would like to end on perhaps not a very positive note, saying that not even working on our culture or working with our language will help us preserve our culture. Only decolonization, full decolonization of Russia will help preserve the cultures of the different nations inside Russia.
Еще только одну минуту скажу, что раз у нас тема культуры, в последний год башкирская песня, именно национальная, этно-диско, по-моему, что такое «Хомай», может, вы даже слышали, она очень известная стала. И что сделали... Я не хочу говорить русские, да, это потому что конкретные люди делают, да. Они записали вместе с Димой Биланом эту песню на русском языке, и награду вручили именно вот этой версии и Диме Билану. Вот это что такое? Вот это называется Great Culture Russian.
So a very concrete example to end with. A few years ago, or was it last year? Last year, there was a Bashkir song that became very popular in Russia, And when it reached a certain level of popularity, people in the music industry in Russia, they re-recorded the very same song with Dima Bilan, who is a very famous, he's Justin Timberlake of Russia, basically. They re-recorded this song with his participation and then gave him an award for, for this song. That's it, yeah. And we have, before you leave, please don't leave yet, because we have 2 things that we need to do before everyone leaves. First, Aida has, you have something? Yes.
Oleg Magaletsky сегодня не с нами.
Oleg Magaletsky is not with us today, or he couldn't be here today.
I would also like to say a little about Oleg, the inspiration and organizer of the Forum of Free Nation of Post-Russia. He is a wonderful person, and he is our energy, doing so much for Ukraine and for liberation of freedom captive nation. On behalf of the Tatarstan Independence Committee, I like to present the forum with a letter of thanks and a branded T-shirt. It is a shame Oleg called come, but I pass in to Taras.
Instead. And and our very last intervention, I will give you the spot to present yourself. Vil du gerne sidde ned, eller vil du gerne stå op?
Det gør ikke så meget. Stå op.
Vil du hellere stå op? Ja, det kan jeg godt forstå. Vil du så gerne stå der måske? Ja. Eller foran scenen?
Вітаю. Привет, Marsha Doril. I have prepared a speech. I'm representing a Chechen battalion who has been fighting in Ukraine since 2014. I will keep it very short because I have a lot on mine, in mind. But first of all, I'm grown and raised in Europe, in Denmark, and I'm a Danish citizen. And I'm representing Sheikh Mansour Battalion in Denmark and in Europe. And my father is the founder of Sheikh Mansour Battalion and Jahar Dudaya Battalion in Ukraine. I'm 24 years old. I'm studying in Copenhagen University, and I'm studying law. I'm previously studying social science, and law is a big matter for me because when you think of law, you think of structure in society, you think of equality, and just people being treated as normal human beings. I will keep it short. Dear friends, respected participants, and honored ghosts, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. It is a privilege to stand here among people who understand, perhaps more than anyone else in the world today, the cost of freedom and the reality of resisting imperial aggression. My name is Elbek Musayev, and I'm here as a representative of the Sheikh Mansour Battalion. I come from Chechnya, a land that has endured in centuries of imperial pressure, violence, and attempts at erasure. When we speak about imperialism, we are not speaking in abstract terms. For Chechens, imperialism has meant deportations, destroyed cities, cultural suppression, and the systematic attempt to break a people's spirit. Our history is marked by resistance, but also by loss. Entire generations were displaced. our language, traditions, and identity were pushed to the margins. And yet, despite all of this, the Chechen people have survived. I'm studying languages. I know 7 languages. I speak Turkish because I was raised in Istanbul. I have prepared a speech, but I know we don't have a lot of time. I'll just keep it short. So the thing is, our Chechen language, I'll just describe, if we take, for instance, the development of the war in Ukraine, they will lose their language if they occupy Ukraine. We see it in Chechnya today. The main language in Chechnya today is Russian. All literature is on Russian. In our home, for instance, in Denmark, all are speaking Russian. I'm saying to my parents, we don't use Russian words. We need to show our, they are our enemies. How can we speak the language? Genocides have been committed by the Russians on Chechens. By my heart, I hate the Russians. Just the name, just the fact my passport before 2023, it was always written Russian, even though I'm not born there, even though I don't have any connection to Russian. And I feel the Ukrainians. If we don't stop the war in Ukraine, and if we don't stop Russia, it will also come to Denmark. I'm a believer of freedom, and I'm a believer that we can fight together. And I'm supporting Ukraine, and I need to get everyone on board. I don't care if you are Danish. I don't care if you're Christian. I don't care if you're a Muslim. We need to stay strong, because Russia is not about religion. It's not about anything else. They just want to colonize. They are the only existing colonizing power in the whole world today. How can they survive? How can NATO not stop this brutality? How can small nations like Chechnya, Dagestan, Ingushetia, and also Georgia, and also Ukraine and Belarus, it's crucial that we just connect and we cooperate and stop this, because Russia is not just today, it's in the future. Because if we don't stop Russia, they will also invade the rest of Europe. And the last, with ending this speech, it's an honor to stand here today in front of you all. I'm hoping one day Ukraine will finish the war with a victory. And a quote stated by Jahar Dudayev, he said, "When the sun in Ukraine rises, we will defeat Russia." And I'm a believer, if we just fight and have discipline and we believe in freedom, we will win this war. Slava Ukraini, slava naciji, slava Ičkerija.
Героям слава!
Thank you very much for this passionate ending of the conference and of the forum. Чеченский батальон имени Шейха Мансура. Thank you, dear guests. I invite Charlotte and Taras maybe for just very, very final conclusions of the forum. You please, up to you. You can stay, but thank you, Valentina and Aida and Lyubov, and for the participation. So, Charlotte, 2 minutes from you as a closure.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for letting the Danish Foreign Policy Society be part of this event today. It's so many important messages has been brought up across the room, and I'm still, not able to comprehend everything, and I really believe that the voices that we have heard here today are unique for anything that has happened in in Denmark, really. So I hope that we'll manage to transmit it even further. We need to have more emphasis on this, and more bring the different people here and talk and explain, because I think we see Russia as a monolith. We see them as something, we don't see the individual nations and people in the same way, and I think we managed to do this today. So I'm just happy that you invited me in.
Thank you, Taras.
First, I want to start from past. I want to pay tribute to a very special man, Mr. Janusz Bogajski, who was co-author of this book. He was basically brought it together. He is author of many books, and he was one of the founders of this decolonization idea. I recommend to read not only this book, but many other books. Unfortunately, last year he passed away. He was a truly great friend of ours. He was a great hero for decolonization. He was one of those Westerners who were not afraid of speaking about the future of Russia. And he was the one who basically launched this movement. So we will always remember him, and I think he will, looking on us from the above, from the sky, he is happy that his ideas, his works are happening, and we are doing this. I want to talk about the present, the current event. Thank you, Natalia, so much for responding to us, for organizing and for hosting us. This is a great event. And I want to talk about the future that, first of all, on June 17, 18th, we'll have another Free Nations of Post-Russia forum in the city of Bratislava in Slovakia to learn about the experience of the velvet divorce between Czechia and Slovakia, and how this experience can be used by post-Russian space, by post-Russian states in a peaceful divorce, so that it happens without any wars, because we do not need wars there. And talking about the future, I want to thank every one of you, because when we are talking about decolonization of peoples, of the territories, we should start first of all from the decolonization of the mindsets. So thank you for coming together, and thank you for sharing your ideas, discussing with us, and promoting our topics all around Denmark. Thank you.
Thank you, Taras. I want to again bring up Oleg Mahaletsky, who unfortunately could not be here with us today. But it was great to partner with him and you and others on organizing. And we very consciously decided to make the topic of decolonization of Russia the topic of the third annual forum. We will work on other events as always with the Danish Foreign Policy Society, with whom we have very strong partnership. I think the big difference, and you probably saw how the conversation evolved from history to today, and from today to history. The great difference, of course, is now that we have access to information. We actually have a chance to feel and talk to people from Ichkeria, Chechnya. We have a chance to hear someone from Tatarstan. We have a chance to see and hear someone talking from Belarus. When the Lithuanian, when our friend in the very beginning was citing a Lithuanian poet from 16th century describing the Russian brutality of the attack, I immediately thought about 1708 when Ivan Mazepa, Ukrainian Cossack hetman, decided to side with the Swedish Karl X, and we always ask ourselves in Ukraine what would have happened if Poltava didn't turn out what Poltava turned out to be. But you don't know about the name of Baturin, because in 1708, on 2nd of November, when Peter I found out about what he considered was a traitorship, but actually it was one of the first things for independence of Ukraine, entire Baturin was burned. People were killed. It was a level of brutality that was inexplainable, but who in Paris or London or Copenhagen or other places have heard about that? So, but now this knowledge should equip us to act, and not to be even more curious, and to invite even more voices of the captive nations to the table, and never let Russians speak for. I mean, obviously Russians can never now speak for Ukraine, but cannot speak for captive nations of the Russian Federation either. So let's respect and let's bring these conversations to the fold. And I just want to also thank another person who is not here, but she's actually been my partner in crime in organizing this event, as well as for Charlotte. From our side, it's Katerina Pernata Christensen. She's actually right now in Serbia, but she's been the force behind putting the program and contacting many of you speakers and aligning our partners, as well as, of course, huge kudos to the team of Ukraine House, Maria Marko-Mortensen, Tanya Chish, Valeria Prolipko, Daria Boyko, Pani Ludmila and Alina for all of the kindly prepared food for us, Jesper, Elias, Vitali, Ola, Olena, and Nadika, our photographer. Huge thanks for all of your work. Thanks to our technical team. Everything worked great, so really thank you for your work. And we thank all of our speakers. You've came and shared fantastic perspectives with us. It's been an honor to be with you today, and look forward to the 4th annual forum in a year's time. And we have gifts for all of our speakers and moderators. So, yeah. Для українців, українці це Тарас. А хто у нас ще з українців був? Ярослав, так. І Олегу ми передамо, бо Олега немає. Так. І це, and we have unique Ukrainian gifts to all of our Danish colleagues. So that would be you, Charlotte, and all of the speakers. Mr. Zakayev, yeah. Можете мені тут витягнути? Yeah. Katya. There you go, and Reinhard. Here you go. Yes, you're right. Yeah, and Gemontes. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah, and we'll find the rest. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we will find, oh, thank you so much, Christian. Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, thank you so much. We will be finishing with more sweets and coffee and great conversations. And it is not typical to have an event from as early in the morning as we started until 6 o'clock in Denmark, but that only probably tells you how important that topic is. So thank you again for being with us, all of us. And do follow Ukraine House. In Denmark, we are right now transcribing all of the sessions. There will be videos. There will be releases on Ritzau. Valeria and my colleagues are already working on that. So do follow more of the content that we will share from today's event in the coming days. Yeah, really appreciate it. Thanks.